names still to be written on the red rolls together.
We're all about people. It's what the red rose really means. Yeah, the ones signing autographs, but the ones behind the scenes.
Our community, grassroots, the ones that feel tethered. Whether you're from here or belong here, we're the red rose together.
And what about this place? Talk about world-class venues.
Internationals, gigs, events. You can choose from a menu of triumph, of disaster, of pain, or pleasure.
We've seen it all at Emirates Old Trafford, with the red rose together.
Red ball, white ball, lightning and thunder.
Have you ever sat back? Have you ever just wondered how far we've come?
The storms we've weathered.
Or how far we'll go as the red rolls together.
Good morning and a warm welcome from Scott Reed and the team here at Lancs TV and on the BBC Sport website and app for day 2 between Lancashire and Hampshire in the Vitality County Championship. It's another lovely day. Happy days. There's a little bit of blue sky and some cloud cover, but nice and warm and dry. The forecast is clear for the rest of today. And fingers crossed, we're going to see, well, from Lancashire point of view, a really good batting day. Of course, Hampshire looking to try and, to begin with, extend their first innings, which is going to resume on 330 for 9. And actually, Liam Dawson with 46 and a couple of boundaries at the back end of yesterday just maybe helped things feel a little bit better in that Hampshire dressing room, because I think it's fair to say, Kevin, that they were in a good position yesterday, and good morning to you, mate, and unable to go on and potentially get the score that they were eyeing up at one stage, or a couple of points yesterday.
Yeah, good morning. Yes, they were in a very good position at one point, where they won 58 for 1 before Nick Gubbins went in the middle of the afternoon. They were 249 for 3. And then the evening session, they just fell away. Listen, I'm not taking any credit away from Lancashire, because they came back into this game very well indeed. And I thought they bowled okay all day, actually. I don't think they put too much wrong. There doesn't seem to be too much out there for the bowlers, whether you're a seamer or a spinner. But for me, Hampshire just threw away a really good position. I'm not sure James Vince will want to see his shot again too many times. And, yeah, was it 5 wickets for 58? The second new ball certainly had an impact, didn't it?
It did, didn't it? Yeah. Lancashire able to find a way to get themselves back into the game. And I spoke to Luke Wells last night and asked Luke Wells about kind of what's the thought of the first day, because we were thinking maybe actually it was a half-decent day or a reasonably even day, and I think he was of that same view, that actually the way that they were able to get back and get some wickets late on last night just made it a pretty even day. But a lot will depend on this second innings of the match, won't it? I mean, yes, Hampshire might feel that they may be short, but it's still at the minute 330 runs on the board, and Lancashire are going to have to bat well when they do get out there at some stage today against a pretty strong-looking Hampshire bowling lineup that probably will actually be a little bit quicker than what Lancashire were able to serve. But that little extra bit of pace potentially, and you certainly can't overlook the threat that Abbas and Turner and Abbott and Fuller will potentially pose Lancashire, certainly early on with the new ball.
Well, you'd think so. I mean, certainly in Abbott and Abbas, you've got some proven pedigree there. And with a new ball, of course, you would hope that actually might make a difference. But for how long?
Yeah,
you know, how long with that new Kookaburra ball will they be able to make a difference? Because we know with these balls that they don't last particularly long. They stay in good shape, but they get soft very quickly. And I can see a situation where Keaton Jennings gets in, and Josh Bohannon and Luke Wells even at the top of the order. If they get through those first 20-25 overs, what have Hampshire going to really offer after that maybe Lancashire didn't? Because that ball isn't going to be moving around all day, and if the top order get in, I think they're going to make it very difficult. I think Hampshire just in that situation, 330 for 9 could potentially be a nothing score. 400 for 7 maybe at some point is probably what they were looking at, but they're going to be well short of what they were hoping for. And if Lancashire get in here, they could have a decent first innings lead.
The Lancashire players just starting to drift down from the dressing room. See Tom Bailey, Tom Aspinwall, and the two Georges, Bell and Balderson, are out there as well. We saw a couple of Hampshire supporters, didn't we, just a few moments ago on the pictures on the live stream. So obviously some of the Hampshire travelling supporters have made the journey to Manchester for this one. The crowd probably a little bit thinner than what it was yesterday. It was quite decent numbers, weren't they, on the first day for this fixture? I mean, not quite what we had on the opening day, but there's a few in already, just waiting for the start of play. The highlight from a Hampshire point of view yesterday, we mentioned that fight back for Lancashire in the evening session. Fletcher Middleton was terrific, wasn't he? I guess you spoke to him last night.
Yes, I did. Yeah, and yes, only his second 100. But his second one this year, only playing his second full season, the 22-year-old, and he said it was actually quite difficult, or he found it quite difficult in the morning session. He said if they bowled straight, it was quite difficult to get away, but he said it was, it wasn't that you felt like getting out. But he said the odd one bounces out there, so you've got to take that into account. But he said that he didn't feel that comfortable in the morning session, but he changed his bat.
Okay, all right.
And then he said he suddenly went out and he said he suddenly felt a whole lot better. And he said it was just, he said it was the same bat, same weight and that, but it was just a different one.
All right.
And he said for some reason he just felt much more comfortable at the crease.
And did you make any reference to his dad's century?
Yes, I did.
Oh, okay.
I said you're not the first Middleton to have scored 100 at Old Trafford. In fact, I've got a very interesting stat about that, which maybe you'll come to in a few minutes into play. But Hampshire's honorary archivist Dave Allen did send me a stat about that, which we'll come to.
So the players are heading out. There's George Balderson walking out to the middle. The two not out batters. There's Mo Abbas, who faced, I think, one delivery last night, and Liam Dawson at the other end, who'll be beaten on 46. George Balderson with a couple of wickets towards the back end of yesterday as part of that little spell where Lancashire were able to pick up some wickets and kind of check Hampshire's progress, really, which I think is a reasonable assessment of where we stand. So we'll see what day 2 has in store here on Lancs TV, the BBC Sport website and app, as we get ready for the first over of the morning, which will be George Balderson to Mo Abbas.
That'll be the Hampshire supporters then.
They quite enjoyed that, didn't they? It's a huge little cheer from the Hampshire supporters as Abbas gets right in. He quite enjoyed it himself. It must be his own little fan club that have come up. He's got a big smile on his face, is Mo Abbas.
He's got a big job to do here. He's just got to stick around for Dawson. We saw last night Dawson having a go, didn't we, late on?
Yeah. Balderson to Abbas. That's deflected away to backward square leg. And he's the Mo Abbas fan club. I'm not quite sure whereabouts they are in the ground, but they're enjoying the fact that not only did he defend successfully the first delivery, but he's got a run as well. And I think Mo Abbas is quite enjoying the moment himself. He's travelling supporter club with the journey to the northwest. So Dawson's back on strike, and he did have a bit of fun, didn't he, last night? He managed to be really quite a positive, actually. Hit a couple of boundaries, hit 1-6. He's got himself up to a 46 in his in this first innings. Let's see if he can go on and join Gubbins and Middleton, reaching at least a half century as he works his delivery out towards the leg side by Balderson. And there's no run, so we're halfway through the first over of the morning. 331 for 9. Dawson 46. Abbas is unbeaten on 1. And Lancashire will be eager to get out there with the bat at some stage pretty quickly and get about batting themselves. Balderson for Lancashire in to Dawson. Let's run down towards the third man boundary for a single. Dawson moves on to 47. 332 for 9. Can I leave it with you while I do an update?
Of course.
Thank you.
So, the Mo Abbas fan club intently watching every ball that he faces, and he'll be facing another one shortly. Lasted 3 balls so far. He doesn't normally last too long. Either somebody plays a lot of shots at the other end, as Dawson has done, or that's very nearly the end of the innings, of course, coming at 11. Plays and misses outside the off stump there. I don't think he was too close to that one with that forward prod. So 332 for 9. Hampshire have added 2 runs this morning, and saying earlier, I only spoke to Fletcher Middleton last night, but I was just looking at the faces of 1 or 2 in the Hampshire team as they were making their way out of the dressing room last night. You could just tell from their faces and their body language they weren't happy with the way that last session went last night. Abbas plays that comfortably enough up towards mid-wicket, and the first over is negotiated. 2 runs added. Hampshire haven't lost their 10th wicket so far, and it is all about trying to eke out as many runs as they can, because they do feel that they're below par in this first innings, having been in a really good position yesterday afternoon. That last wicket last night went down at 3:17. So they've added a few to that. Dawson's managed to negotiate the strike most of the times. When he's wanted to, hit 6 and a 4 off the last 2 deliveries of the day last night against Luke Wells, and it's going to be young Tom Aspinwall to open the bowling from this commentary end on day 2. He'll have 1 slip. There is a deep square leg, deep fine leg, third, and a deep cover point. Don't think Dawson's going to try and take it on too much the first couple of deliveries. No, it's just a full defensive there. Good start from Aspinwall. Nice and straight. Dawson will look for 2 if he can, but just the way the field is at the moment, I'm not sure there will be too many 2s out there. So I think he'll be content that even if he does find the ball out to point or deep square leg, I think he'll just not worry about the running and then think about it for the last couple of balls or 3 balls of the over. Here's Aspinwall again and bowls. Dawson's off the back foot. There he does. He cracks it out to deep point, but he stays there. No intent on taking a single whatsoever. It was only the 2nd ball of the over. And if the same happens again, I think we'll see the same result. And then we might see a change of tactics in the second half of this over. Aspinwall again then. Running in. Rodney Hodgesk running in, as we mentioned yesterday. Let's turn to mid-wicket There is no run.
You'll have to mention that to Paul Allett, see if he can.
Yes.
See if he can pick. Actually, maybe just say to him, who does he remind you of?
Running in, yeah.
See if he can pick out
That's right.
Rodney Hogg.
He is, because that would be the same era.
Wouldn't it?
Yeah, it'd be the same era. Yeah. I don't know if he would have played against him, actually.
Okay.
I'm trying to look that up when I'm off commentary. Off commentary? Well, yes, it'd be like a holiday for me today. I'm off for a couple of half hours before lunch. Dawson plays that comfortably enough out to extra cover. Now we'll see a change. And Keaton Jennings is bringing third up. That's Aya. It's coming into the gully area. It's actually kept the rest of the field pretty much the same. So he's cut off that shot down to third, which would be a comfortable get off the strike shot, but everywhere else is the same. 2 balls left of this over. Dawson's got to start thinking about what he's going to do now. Plays that out to extra cover. No intent there. Now, this will be interesting, this last delivery. Does he trust Abbas? He's just looked at Mo. Now the field is changing. Square leg is coming up, saving 1. Deep point is coming up, saving 1. So does Dawson try and go big? There's not too many gaps in the field. He's looking around. Interesting. It's going to be interesting, this one. How's he play? Last night,
he did.
Luke Wells, he trusted himself and went big.
Yeah.
Would he try and do the same against Aspinall? What's Aspinall going to bowl? Now he just tries to go big, and he lofts it over the cover area, and that'll go for 4. Not brilliantly timed. Ball rolls over the rope, but it's pretty much what he was hoping to do. This is a good enough pitch. It doesn't matter where the ball is pitching, whether it's a length ball, short of a length ball. If you hit through it, you're generally okay, and that is Dawson's half century. Ideally, you'd want a 5 in that situation, but an all-run 5, but that ain't going to happen.
No. Well batted, Liam Dawson. You mentioned his landmark game. Is it 200 games, isn't it now?
Yeah, in all for all teams.
For all teams.
194 for Hampshire.
And he's reached a good 51 here. This will be a rather irritating end for Lancashire if it can drag on a little bit longer. This Balderson to Abbas. Steers it away safely enough. Tom Hartley is at gully, and there's no run. The slips are quite close in again. We saw a few times yesterday that a couple of edges didn't carry. In fact, towards the back end of yesterday, Keaton Jennings actually just kind of moved a step or 2 nearer towards the batter. He had to put the helmet on. He was quite kind of a short slip position. And again, they're quite tight in the slips. The ball hasn't carried on a few occasions. Abbas just calmly plays that up towards Venkatesh Iyer, who's at mid-on. And there is no runs, and a little bit of Venkatesh bowling yesterday. Didn't bowl that many. He only bowled 2 overs, actually. The bulk of the work done by the 3 seamers, but we did see quite a lot of spin. We had 19 overs of Luke Wells. Balderson's into Abbas, that beats him, and through to Matthew Hurst. And we also had 13 overs of Tom Hartley. Hartley finishing with 1 for 39 and Wells 3 for 69. So we had a lot of spin on the first day.
That's why we got away early.
We did, yeah. We were finished by kind of 6:15 or something like that.
Yeah.
3-6 for 9. Balderson from the Anderson end to Abbas. And that's defended to mid-on, where Venkatesh Iyer comes round to field. And there is no run. We'll keep you across all the other games as the day progresses. The county championship matches around the country. Of course, there is one game that's finished, which is not in the ideal way, which is the game in Bristol involving Gloucestershire. Balderson's in, goes full. And off stump, and it's defended by Abbas, and there's no run. That was abandoned. The dangerous pitch. And with Gloucestershire taking on Northamptonshire in Bristol this week. Gloucestershire 125 all out. And Northampton 116 for 2, but I think they had 2 players who had to retire hurt with finger injuries. A couple of broken fingers, and just after 5 o'clock on the first day, they umpires decided that it wasn't a safe enough pitch. Bothersome to Abbas again. That's just pushing at that. And it goes through past the edge of the bat into the gloves of the keeper, and there is no run. So not great for Gloucestershire in that game in Bristol. So that match finishing at 5 o'clock on the first day. But there's plenty of other games taking place into day two of the Division 1 games. Somerset, Durham, Warwickshire against Kent, Essex against Worcestershire, and Nottinghamshire against Surrey. So we'll be right across those scores through the course of the day. And there's Division 2 matches today as well. Glamorgan, Leicestershire, Yorkshire, Middlesex and Sussex against Derbyshire, plus the Test match at Lord's as well, England against Sri Lanka. Should I mention the ballot for the international fixtures here?
Well, it would be nice.
I don't think I did that enough yesterday.
No, you didn't, no. And to be honest, Dawson drives up towards mid-off, start of a new over from Aspinwall. I'd like to hear it all again. Because I could do with a break of 5 minutes. 10 minutes. I think he managed to drag it out to 15 at one stage.
I think it was a slow period in the game.
Yeah. I think there was about 30 seconds worth of information which you somehow managed to squeeze into 5 minutes.
Yeah, I was quite proud of that, actually.
Here comes Aspinwall again. Dawson flicks that away, goes out to deep square leg. There's no intention of a run there. Right, go on then.
Hang on, I've not found the information yet. I'm trying to find it. I need all the right information at my fingertips to do this. Here we go. Found it.
Right. Right, go on then. I'll go for a nap.
Go for a snooze. And I'll go through this.
It's Aspinwall. It's bowler to Dawson. Length ball. Dawson plays it back to the bowler.
Speaking of England, who were taking on Sri Lanka currently at Lord's, day 2 of that Test match. If you want to watch some international cricket here next year, then the ballot is open. The international ticket ballot is open for the 3 international games. There's 2 T20s, England's women against India women, and then there's a Test match, men's Test match, England against India, then a T20 game, England against South Africa.
That's been well into Dawson. Again, he's well forward, plays it up to extra cover.
It's public services, this.
Yeah, it's good.
So these are games in July and September next year. So the ballot is open, and you can apply to try and get yourself a ticket for next summer's international fixtures. And the ballot closes on the 17th of September. Details are on Lancashire's website, lancashirecricket.co.uk. There you go. I was like,
was that it?
That was it. I mean, I can drag it out a bit longer if you want, but
not again.
I just thought we'll keep it pretty brief this time.
No, you managed to make it sound more interesting today.
Did I?
Yeah. Yes.
Because I practiced yesterday, you see.
That's right.
I'm better today with it now. Now I'm aware of all the details. I sound like I know what I'm talking about more. So,
there's been another chat there between Dawson and Abbas. We've had 4 balls of this over, so now it will get interesting. The deep point has come into point. So what does Dawson do here? Aspinwall bowls. Dawson gives himself some room, cracks that through the covers. That'll be 4, along the ground this time. Again, this is a good pitch. You just hit through the ball. You're not really expecting the ball to nip around, swing in the air. So once the ball leaves the hand and you pick up the line easy enough, it's quite easy to hit through. And Dawson has done that once more.
And I think we've got the prospect of the ball disappearing underneath a temporary party stand.
Oh, not again. Has it gone over that rubber tubing?
Well, they've taken one look at that, George Bollison and Tom Bailey, and said they don't fancy that.
No.
So I don't know how far back that's gone, but both of those 2 players were quite keen yesterday to get involved in trying to retrieve the ball. They've taken one look at it and thought, nope. So I don't know what's under there, but whatever's under there's put them off. They don't fancy crawling under there at the minute.
No, they know what's under there. We don't.
No, exactly. They've seen something under there that they don't want to get involved with.
So the umpires will pick another ball, which is for the first time in this game, but not because of the reasons of the ball going out of shape.
Actually, it's true, didn't it? It wasn't changed at all, was it?
No. And I think, off the top of my head, I'm not sure in any of the games early in the season, and obviously one of them was the Lancashire game at the Utilita, whether actually the ball was changed
What, the
in
cup
any of
cover?
those. Yeah, I don't think they were.
What's that about?
So they obviously, as I say, they do keep their shape. They just go soft.
Go soft, right.
So that area is obviously out of bounds under the stand.
Yeah, it's disappearing.
Whether official or not official. So 340 for 9. Dawson's 55 off 79. And Mo Abbas is on his equal highest score of this season. 1 not out.
Did you say he's been not out all? What was your
Yeah,
stat
he hasn't
about?
got an average
That's-
yet this season. He's
okay.
actually not
He's
been
not-
got out.
Excellent.
So this could be a first. Aspinwall bowls. He's pulled by Dawson to backward of square leg. He wanted the single, but Mo Abbas quite rightly said no. It went a little too quickly to Aya. And Lancashire will get their wish and bowl at Mo Abbas. First ball of the next over. So, yeah, he's doing a good job so far.
Yeah, it's okay, isn't it? Hang about for a bit.
Yeah.
Try and get to 350 here. Get this extra batting bonus point. It's only 10 away.
Emails, solentcricket@gmail.com. That's the one we're using. Chris Hutchins has already emailed this morning under the heading Mo Abbas batting. He said, can you get this in quickly before Mo gets out?
Well, he's on strike. You want to get it in now? Here comes Balderson to Abbas. Edged, but down into the ground to the left of Hartley at Gully. No run.
Chris says, when he bats, I always smile and remember his memorable reverse sweep for 4 off Simon Harmer at the Utilita Bowl last summer. I do remember that. His batting is always interesting, with last year scoring 22 runs at 3 and a highest first-class score for Hampshire of 9 not out. That's right. Wouldn't that be nice if he got double figures?
Let's not get carried away.
No.
There's Balderson to Abbas. Let's play calmly enough. Pushed out into the offside. Rocky Flintoff comes up from cover to field.
The thing is with Mo, because he doesn't bat much and obviously doesn't get too many high scores, if he actually bats for any length of time, and I mean 15 minutes, so he then gets a bit too confident.
I guess a bit giddy.
Yeah, he starts thinking he can play, and
Oh,
then
I
he
like
starts
that.
playing.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of that.
Yeah. So
Let's hope he gets in for another few minutes and starts playing a bit. Short ball by Balderson. And Abbas ducks under it. Through it goes to Hurst.
yeah, he'll start thinking he can hit over the top, things like that. He gets that confident. So we'll see.
Well, he can do with hanging around here from Hampshire point of view. Could try and get to that 350 mark, I guess. The minute Lancashire have just nudged ahead on bonus points as it stands, with 3 bowling bonus points to Hampshire's 2 batting bonus. It's a wide ball by Balderson, which Abbas wafts his bat at. Through to Hurst. No run. He just put Wells at that short, straight mid-on, so he's only 2 or 3 feet away from the pitch. In fact, he's not even that. By the time he kind of gets himself settled, his left boot is almost touching the pitch. Straight on the onside, right in the batter's eye line. There's 2 slips and a gully as well. 340 for 9. Balderson to Abbas. It's in behind it and defends. Just drops it into the offside. No run.
Every ball that Abbas survives, Dawson gives him the thumbs up from the
Does he?
non-striker's
Oh,
end.
that's
Yeah,
not
he did
hard.
it again.
Brilliant.
So they won't bother running now. I think it's fairly safe to say that the handbrake is on as far as Dawson is concerned. And unless there's a chance of a 2, Dawson will be happy, reasonably happy, with him facing these last couple of balls or so this over.
This is Balderson to complete the over to Abbas. And has he edged behind? They're up and about behind. No, he's not. Just played forward. The ball slides past the edge of the bat and through to Hurst. Completes the over. So a maiden. He's survived 6 deliveries, Mo Abbas. 340 for 9. Yeah, just had a little tentative push forward at that one, did Abbas, but nothing more than that.
No, I didn't realise that was the last ball. The live picture feed was a couple of balls behind. Colin's obviously gone for an extra croissant.
He's gone for another cup of tea, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's done it again.
Yeah.
But they've caught up now. So I thought there was a couple of more balls left of that over. There was only 1. But Dawson literally had his bat up against him, just leaning on it. He wasn't moving that last ball. That was it. Don't matter what Mo would have done.
He's not moving.
He weren't moving.
No.
Now the field scatters again, trying to encourage Dawson to go for a single, but he won't do it. He won't do it yet. Well, they've eked out a few runs here since that 9th wicket fell last night at 3:17. So what did they put on? 33? 23.
Have they put on 33?
23.
Oh, okay.
Aspinwall still got the slip in though. There's a deep mid on now as well for Dawson, and deep mid off. Length ball, Dawson. Just defending that one, not even thinking about doing anything attacking at the moment. As I say, if he sees an area that he hits it in and there's possible of 2, he will go, but other than that, he'll be quite happy just to defend, and then at the back end of the over again, it'll get really interesting. Aspinwall comes in again and bowls to Dawson. Dawson drives, goes up to deep mid off. He sort of took a pace down the wicket and then realised the situation that he was in. No run there. So we've had 20 minutes this morning. Lancashire still looking to pick up this last Hampshire wicket. Dawson has moved from 46 overnight to 55, and Abbas from 0 to 1. Aspinwall in again, bowls. Dawson just defends to mid-wicket. I did say that I got this email, didn't I, from Dave Allen, Hampshire's honorary archivist. You were talking about the Middletons, not Kate and what have you, but the cricketing Middletons. Fletcher Middleton scored the 100 yesterday, and his father Tony got one here in '92. We mentioned it, haven't we? That was the last time Hampshire have won on this ground in the Championship game. Dave says he's not listening or watching this morning because he's taking some people walking around Southsea.
Okay.
Which you wouldn't think would take too long. But he says they're visiting a location. Aspinwall bowl, short ball. He tries to pull that one, goes down the leg side, goes through to Hurst. They're visiting the location of a long-gone 19th century ground. Interesting. Right, reference to 2 Middleton hundreds. It is the first time any father and son pair have scored hundreds for Hampshire. Let alone the fact that it was against the same opponents away on the same ground. Tony only played at Old Trafford twice, and Fletcher so far in Championship cricket just this once. Other counties, there are quite a few other pairs who did it on the same ground against the same opponents, including the Huttons. Short. Dawson gets an edge on that one. Oh, it falls just short of Hurst. I think there was a glove on that one, took the pace off it. Hurst falling forward, couldn't quite get there in time. The Stewarts, the Butchers and the Guns and the Cowdreys managed father and both sons. And here's one for Scott. David Lloyd for Lancashire versus Derbyshire at Old Trafford in 1982, and Graham Lloyd for Lancashire against Derbyshire at Old Trafford in '98.
Superb.
There we are. Well done, David. Thank you.
Dave.
Now, Tom Bailey is having a chat with Aspinwall because we have one more ball left of this over. Dawson will be looking for a single. Deep point moved up briefly and then moved back. Still got a deep square leg. Trying to get this field right here. Now Dawson's having a chat with Abbas. I just hope Dawson doesn't do anything silly. I mean, he's very good in these situations, so I don't think he will. I think he might, at the moment, trust Abbas with this pitch. We'll see. Obviously, first and foremost, he'll look for a single. The chat has finished between Bailey and Aspinwall. Sometimes if he bowls a short one and he pulls it, there's a good chance of a single, so he may not do that. Well, he has. He's gone for it, and he's pulled that over the top of back with a square leg. It's going down to fine leg, and that's a single. So he did go for the short ball, and Dawson's got what he wanted. It was only just over the head of backward square leg.
It's a great effort, isn't it, by Dawson? Batting with the tail. It's a real art, isn't it, I guess, to try and negotiate this. Certainly towards the back end of yesterday, there was a couple of wickets falling, and it could have kind of all been wrapped up last night, but he's found a really good way here, Dawson, as he's batting with the tail and negotiating this, and he's able to get Hampshire to the close of play last night. And the possibility of trying to get 9 extra runs here and try and get an extra batting bonus point just keeps Lancashire out there a little bit longer as well. It'll frustrate them a little bit longer.
Yeah, 8 overs left for bonus points. Lancashire have got all their bowling.
Well, they're going about 1 run and over at the minute, aren't they? So, so yes. might just get there unless Dawson decides to have a little go here. Here's Balderson to Dawson down the pitch. Oh, he's hammered it back over the head. That'll help towards the quest to 350. 1 bounce up towards the boundary, and all the way it goes for 4, just about. It didn't race over the rope again. We mentioned yesterday it's quite a slow outfield here, it would seem. But 4 to Dawson, and now it's 3:45 for 9.
Terrific stuff, isn't he? He's just decided length ball, hit it straight. That's, I mean, you know, that's a reasonably safe shot, that straight. He's done that several times, hasn't he?
Balderson from the Anderson end comes over the wicket to Dawson. It's driven away through mid-off, but no run on that occasion. They decide to leave it alone for now, which is okay. They've already hit a 4 off the first ball. Kind of pressure off, really, isn't it, for the rest of the over, to see if we can try and at some stage get back up the other end for the start of the next over. 3:45 for 9s. There's a long off, long on, and there's deep mid-wicket, deep square leg, deep backward square leg. Dawson edges the ball down at the thickish edge, but controlled down towards Jennings. Slip. Almost trickled along the grass to him and skimmed across the surface. Played that softly.
Have we actually had a slip catch in this game? Oh, with Bell, wasn't there, early on?
Yeah, it was the first wicket, wasn't it?
That's wicket.
There's been one since then.
It was Luke Wells, caught Ben Brown.
No, he pulled it out to...
Oh, yes, he did.
It was a bit of a relatively tame dismissal, wasn't it?
Yeah.
A few that were given away, really, yesterday. Fielders scattered out towards the boundary, just the keeper and a slip and the bowler. Everybody else out on the rope. Balderson into Dawson. Again, not on that occasion. Does he want to take the single? He'll try and find it now, perhaps, but I reckon Keaton Jennings will bring his boys in with 2 balls left of the over.
Yeah, and he's also having a word with Balderson as well, because he'll know that if he bowls a length ball, Dawson will try and go over the top again with mid-on and mid-off up. So it's not just about getting the field right, it's also knowing what the bowler's going to bowl. And if he doesn't know, then telling him what he should be bowling. I think it's a difficult one, actually, because Jennings has to bring mid-on and mid-off up. And the real only options for Balderson is either length ball or a short one. And it's a shorter boundary away on the leg side for Dawson. He probably wanted him just to bang it in just short of a length, but then Dawson can manoeuvre it into the gap. So yeah, it's a tough one, this one.
Dawson's got to 60. 2 balls left of the over. Balderson to Dawson, cracks it away for 6. Out towards the party stand, and that brings up the 350 for Hampshire. Banged in by Balderson. Dawson says, I'll have a bit of that. He moves on to 66. 351 for 9. And it's Tom Bailey's job to jog up somewhere halfway up the temporary stand to try and find the ball. Worked out pretty well, that, for Dawson and for Hampshire.
I presume that was the attempted shorter ball. He just didn't get enough height on it, but that's the risk. That's the risk there, and I think Dawson half knows what's coming.
Here we go.
Balderson can't risk bowling another length ball. They're not going to find that, are they? Oh, they have.
How has he spotted that? He spotted that wedged in a seat.
Wow. Is there no sort of cracks in which for it to fall through? Obviously not.
Eagle-eyed there, Tom Bailey. The ball was wedged in between the seats. He's managed to spot it.
Would I have Bailey on at the far end? I think he's just got a bit more experience in this situation.
Final ball of the over. 3-5-1 for 9. Balderson to Dawson. Nudged away towards the leg side. Throw in towards the stumps. A dive from Dawson, but Bell missed, and he's managed to scramble a single, and he's managed to nick the strike as well. As 6 balls go, that's about perfect, really, for Liam Dawson. He moves on to 67. I mean, he could do with his white's getting washed. He's been in the dirt a bit there, but yeah, that's a great effort. 11 runs coming off the over. Hampshire have got to 350 at 3-5-2 for 9. Dawson's on 67. Abbas is on 1. And we're going to have a first bowling change after half an hour. Luke Wells is coming into the attack from the Brian Statham end.
It's entertaining, isn't it? That is for sure.
It is. It's quite intriguing watching how going about trying to negotiate this and engineer it really, and try and find a way to keep on strike and find a way to score. They've got to 350. Does the plans change here, or do you just carry on as it is? Now you've got to 350, the level with a third batting point. Do you just carry on that same?
It's worked.
Yeah, it has.
Why change? I think that this is a good move because, from what we've seen this morning, I think Luke Wells is probably more likely to get Mo Abbas out. We saw that with John Turner last night.
Yeah.
One that just came back into Turner. It's a little bit more difficult for the tail enders to negotiate a ball that's probably just... Well, he doesn't bowl so many leg breaks, it's more the googly, isn't it? And I think actually he's more likely to get Mo Abbas out. So I think this is more for Mo Abbas when he gets a chance than against Liam Dawson. Feels scattered, as you'd expect in this situation. So Wells comes in, just down the leg side, hammered away by Dawson, but he finds deep backward square leg, who actually made a little bit of a meal of that, Rocky Flintoff.
I'll bring Callum in, and then you finish this over, and Paul will come and replace you, Kev.
For sure. Callum Flint from the England disability team. Worked with him at Southport last year. Interesting to see what he makes of this situation. There's more fielders going out on the leg side and patrolling the boundary as well. So everybody out apart from Wells and the first slip, Keaton Jennings. This is good fun, isn't it?
Yeah, good morning, Kev.
Good morning. Here's Wells, bowls, Dawson just drives out on the offside, but he's not taking a single.
Yeah, it's got to that frustrating stage, hasn't it, for Lancashire and the Lancashire fans, but the Hampshire fans will be pretty happy with this so far.
God, this is real bonus, isn't it? 317 the last wicket went down at. 352 for 9. Hampshire. Wells bowls, it's short, it's pulled away by Dawson. May look for 2. No, he does not. He's not going for it. He realised that he got to the fielder too quick out at deep mid-wicket. That was Tom Hartley, and there was no chance of 2. So that's 3 balls gone at this over.
I think, like you say, I think the bowling change for Mohamed Abbas really, isn't it? I think Dawson will be pretty comfortable. He'll try and look to score boundaries within the first 4 deliveries, and then he'll switch his mindset to just trying to get off strike and get on strike for the next over.
Yeah. Do you think, I mean, Wells would be happy with 2 balls at Abbas? I think they'd settle for that, wouldn't they? Because I expect Dawson to get a single here.
Yeah, certainly. Men around the bat, 2 balls at him, try and take that wicket.
Yeah. So here's Wells then. There is a mid-wicket saving one. Dawson cuts that away. He's not going to take it. He's actually going to give Wells a chance maybe at Abbas for 1 ball. Now, they're going to keep the field out. Because as we saw last night, Dawson hit 10 off the last 2 balls with the field up. And they've decided to keep the field out with 2 balls left of this over. 352 for 9.
It's interesting, isn't it? Hampshire have got the bonus point now. Do you maybe just bring them up and go, you know, if you get that boundary, we're not too fussed, we get a full over at Mohamed Abbas?
So here's Wells. Still plenty of areas for Dawson to get a single. He nudges that out square on the offside and jogs through for 1. So they'll have 1 ball at Mohamed Abbas. And Dawson moves on to 68 from 97 deliveries. And it's not ideal if he's only going to get 1 ball at Abbas each time.
No, it's perfectly played from Liam Dawson. Like I say, you probably would have expected a couple of fielders to come up, try and cut that single off.
Yeah.
And try and get Mohamed Abbas facing a full over.
Well, I hope Liam Dawson said to Abbas, just get forward, get well forward, get that front foot as far forward down the pitch as you can and negate any chance of the ball just coming back in you, because that's what John Turner didn't do last night.
Like I say, with Luke Wells as well, he's more predominant white ball bowler as well, so he's not a big spinner of the ball. It'll stay pretty straight. It's more the flight and the dip that he'll produce. So as long as he stays pretty straight, Mohamed Abbas.
So many changes in the field for this delivery. Lancashire are pinning all their hopes on this 1 delivery.
Seeing a few helmets come on, a few men around the back now.
My word. I can actually see some Lancashire fielders all of a sudden. Couldn't see them before, they were so scattered. We've got a short leg, we've got a first slip, we've got a man on the drive on the offside, we've got a man on the drive on the leg side. We might even have another one on the leg side in a minute. And they're all crowding Mo Abbas. Are we going to have a deep square leg? Surely Mo Abbas isn't going to sweep. I really hope he's not going to sweep. And I really hope he doesn't get the reverse sweep out that he did last year against Simon Harmer, which was already been mentioned on the emails. And there's another helmet coming out. This is like the $1 million ball. It's all or nothing. You all put it on black. Let's hope it doesn't come up red.
Keaton's putting his helmet on as well.
So we've got 3 men around the bat and 2 on the drive on each side. So Luke Wells has got to get this exactly right to give him a chance. Here he comes then to Mo Abbas and bowls. It's too short. Mo Abbas is playing almost a perfect backward defensive shot and replays the shot as he's going to smash it through the covers with a cut shot. Callum Flynn is going to continue, and then next to him, former England bowler and Lancashire bowler, Paul Allott.
Yeah, good start from Hampshire this morning. Just what they would have wanted. Liam Dawson playing some lovely attacking shots in the first 4 deliveries of each over, and then switching his mindset to trying to keep the strike and trying to get them singles. Mohammed Abbas has offered a good rear guard at the other end, just 1 off his 18 deliveries so far, but he's certainly doing the job for his partner. Go see a change of bowling as well. Tom Hartley's going to come on from the James Anderson end. Spin from both ends now. Morning, Paul.
Carl, you all right?
All good in yourself?
Well, yeah, it'd be better if Lancashire could take this last wicket. I'll tell you that. It's been a sterling performance from Liam Dawson this morning. 68 not out from 97. And Mohammed Abbas just doing what is necessary. He's being shielded from the strike. And when he is on strike, he's defending heartily and stoically. So that's good. Lancashire, well, as is their wont, just setting the field back now as Hartley comes on. There's nobody catching and just 1 fielder in the circle.
Hartley bowls and Dawson just glides that down to 3rd man. Should pick up a couple of runs. Like Paul said, the field is well and truly spread. George Bell in at a standard mid-wicket, and that is the only fielder within the non-existent ring in the 4-day game.
Well, I don't like this field for a start. I'll have to say that. It's giving Dawson the chance to dab like he did then. George Bell has now gone to short 3rd man. But there's no pressure on Dawson. There's nobody catching. There's nobody at slip. There's nobody at short point. There's nobody at short extra cover.
Hartley bowls and Dawson just prods forward on the front foot, plays it into the offside for no run. Yeah, it brings out certain opinions, doesn't it, when it gets to this stage of the game, when you're trying to chase that final wicket and you spread the field like that. Would you have a couple more catches in then? And
well, you've got to try and
take the risk.
You've got to try and get both batters out.
It's Hartley bowls, Dawson again pushing it out into the offside for no run.
You can tell what's going to happen here. Dawson's either going to defend, or if there's anything offline, he might try and dab it for a couple, and he's going to get a single off the 5th ball of the over, and that's it.
Hartley bowls, Dawson into the leg side for no run.
It's unproductive cricket from Lancashire, I'm afraid, and Hampshire delighted to just be able to stay there.
As we've seen every over this morning, Keaton Jennings having a chat with his bowler on the 4th delivery, trying to figure out a plan of how to restrict Dawson here to 2 dot balls, so he's not facing the next over, but with 2 spinners on. As Paul was saying, it's quite easy for someone of Liam Dawson's ability, 70 not out, to rotate the strike and find the gap with these 2 deliveries.
Well, there's still gaps at long off and long on. It's taking an age, this. I want to see a bit more interaction from the fielders as well. They're just standing there with their hands on their hips, wondering what to do next. You know what to do. You've got to get in and save the single in certain areas. That's what your captain's expecting.
In comes Hartley. Oh, it's a little bit slower, and Dawson takes it on over the deep mid-wicket. Boundary for 6. Excellent shot from Liam Dawson.
Well, it's quality batting from Dawson. He's put it still under no real pressure from close fielders, no close catchers. Mid-wickets come in, and he's just plonked him over, 1 foot down, plonked him over straightish mid-wicket for 6. Not much spin from Hartley. And now he's facing the final ball of the over with plenty of gaps around. Plenty of gaps. Just a little push straight gets him 1. A nudge into the offside square gets him 1.
In comes Hartley. Final delivery of his over. Dawson just very easily pushes onto the back foot. Into the offside. Could pick up a 2, but obviously it doesn't take it. Finds a gap, gets his single, keeps a strike, takes Dawson on to 77. It's pretty easy so far for Liam Dawson. He's manoeuvring the field pretty well, finding his boundaries within the first 4 deliveries and then finding his single with the last 2 as well.
Well, 9 off the over with no threat, and it looks like there's going to be no threat either now with Luke Wells bowling. His variations of leg spin and off spin. Successful yesterday, 3 wickets under his belt already. 3 for 70 from 20 overs. It's intriguing that he's bowled 6 more overs than the England spinner at the other end. But again, the field is widespread. There's only a mid-wicket in trying to save 1.
Wells bowls short, outside off stump. Dawson cuts that away. Balderson does the fielding, nearly gets a boundary, but he doesn't take the run. 362 for 9, Hampshire. Dawson 77. Abbas on 1. Not seen Abbas face a delivery for a couple of overs now. He faced 1 last over, but not consecutively. Dawson plays that one back to Wells. No run. Field widespread. Just Keaton Jennings in at a mid-wicket.
Well, there's got to be more of an element of cat and mouse introduced by Keaton Jennings.
Wells bowls and Dawson on his back foot pushes that out into the offside. Matty Hurst does the fielding.
It could go on all day like this.
Yep.
I mean, it really is. It needs an injection of intuition, and well, you don't have to be too inventive, but just have to threaten Dawson, make him do something.
Yeah, there's no real risk and reward being taken from Dawson. As Wells bowls a wrong un. Dawson tries to cut that through the offside. Goes through to Matty Hurst.
Oh, and here we go. 4 balls gone. Fielders come in, mid-on comes in, mid-wicket, deep mid-wicket comes in, square legs coming in. In fact, they're all coming in now.
Yeah, looks like a change of approach from Lancashire. Need to make sure they're on that one as well. Dawson has found a couple of singles when the field's been in.
Well, I don't mind this so much, but I do think you need 1 man out at least. Dawson's, if it's pitched up, he's got a free hit. If it's short, he's got a free hit. So I'd still have 1 out on the cover boundary, and I'd have 1 out deep mid-wicket on the slog.
He's targeted that offside.
I'd also have a catcher in. There's no catchers.
And that's what he finds, the offside boundary again. The short of the 2 boundaries in this game. And he's opened that offside up beautifully there as Liam Dawson. Shorter delivery, wider from Luke Wells. And it's just a regular stroke from Liam Dawson. Picks up another 4.
Well, it's going to happen, isn't it? If you don't have anybody out on the point boundary and you bowl a short wide one, that's going to happen. Dawson will be looking to get 1 here. Hard to get 1 now because everybody is in close on both sides.
In comes Wells. Balls and Dawson cuts it. Yep, and they get the 1. Lancashire doing the fielding. The throw was to the right of Matty Hurst. And they get through for the single. 367 for 9. Hampshire takes Dawson to 82. He was looking to probably put a few runs on this morning, but now he's eyeing up a century. 82 off 109 deliveries. Abbas 1 off 18.
Well, all credit to Dawson. He's batted really, really well. He's engineering this. He's in total control and command, but he's being allowed to be. That was shabby fielding, really shabby. Everybody, if you're in on the 1, you've got to save the 1, and if you get to the ball, got to get a more accurate throw in than that.
I think you spoke about the fielders being more proactive, and if you look at the body language of some of the Lancashire fielders, looks a little bit down.
Well, they look lost, don't they?
Yeah, not much happening out there for Lancashire at this moment. Someone needs to produce a little bit of something. Tom Hartley comes in and bowls, and Dawson just pushes that into the offside for no run. Yeah, even when they're trying to cut off that single, they're still allowing Dawson just to push it into the offside and pick them ones up. Hartley bowls and no run.
I'd just like somebody to explain to me what on earth the Lancashire think they're doing at the moment. They're allowing Dawson just to play for 4 balls with no threat.
In comes Hartley.
Nobody round the bat, no short leg, no silly point, no slip, nothing on the ball. Everybody standing around in the outfield with their hands on their hips, waiting for the 4th ball, when Dawson will either try and hit another 4 when the field comes in, and then he'll scramble a single off the last.
Hartley bowls a bit quicker, a bit flatter, pushed into the leg side for no run. Here's where the standard field changes come in. 4 deliveries gone. Everyone's coming up, just a 1 fielder staying out. Oh no, he's going to come in as well. So they are offering Liam Dawson the chance to pick up a boundary and play a bit more of an expansive shot, which I'm very much certain he will take on.
Well, he's got the opportunity now, similarly as he had against Wells in the last over. Everybody up attempting to save 1, although I must admit they don't seem to be particularly on the toes, mid-on especially.
Hartley in. Dawson flashes through the offside. Are they going to take the single? They will. Not quite got hold of it. Doesn't quite reach the boundary either. Liam Dawson takes this single, so Bass is going to face his first delivery for, I think it's 3 overs. That's how well Liam Dawson has been playing this morning.
There'll be something of an interlude now whilst fielders come and grab the multitude of helmets that are out there. There are 3. Bell's already got his on. Jennings is putting one on.
Feel like you need someone in front of the bat on the offside, Paul?
Definitely, you should have just somebody on the line on the offside or just in front. There's a short extra cover and a short mid-wicket. Short leg, leg slip, slip.
Hartley bowls, really full, overly pitched by Mohammed Abbas. A gentle appeal, but it's just trying to generate a little bit of energy from Lancashire, if anything. 368 for 9, Hampshire. And Dawson is still on strike. Luke Wells is going to continue. And the skipper again, Keaton Jennings, having a chat with his opening partner. And Luke Wells trying to figure out how to keep Liam Dawson off strike. But they're going to have to make some changes soon, Lancashire. They're just allowing Liam Dawson to kind of just have a free net here, if anything. No real pressure being asserted.
Well, you'd like to think there's enough senior heads out there in terms of Jennings as captain and Wells the bowler, Bohannon as captain England Lions. Balderson's played a fair bit of cricket. Tom Bailey's been around donkey's years. There's a sort of halfway house field. Oh no, well, yeah, it's a bit of a halfway house. The offside field is in now at backward point, extra cover mid-off, just about saving 1. Mid-on's up. And there's a slip catching, which is an improvement to say the least.
In comes Wells. Short outside the off stump. Dawson cuts that away to the deep point boundary, doesn't take the single.
There's a lethargy about Lancashire which is worrying, because these things have a tendency to just leak into the next period session of play, and that's when Lancashire will be batting.
Wells bowls. Dawson tries to flash that through the offside, gets an inside edge. No run. Yeah, that's what Lancashire won't want. They won't want to take this stinging momentum into the changing rooms and then lose a couple of early wickets as well when you finally do start batting. Wells bounces in, short of a length. Dawson just can very easily, because there's no catches in close, very easily just prod that into the offside. Don't have to worry really about his defence because there's no close catches in on the leg side or the offside. It's pretty comfortable. Wells for his fourth delivery. Balls back of a length, and no, there was thinking about the single was Liam Dawson. He remembers he's still got 2 deliveries, so keeps the strike. He's backing himself to get a single within these next 2. Oh, the fielders come in. Jennings goes to a short third man.
No, let's still keep the slip in there. There's every chance of an error being made as he tries to force a single.
In comes Wells. Over pitch, and Dawson picks his gap in the offside. The shorter of the 2 boundaries, as we said this morning. And he's played it perfectly again. Picks up another 4. Takes him on to 87.
Classy work from Liam Dawson. Knows exactly what he's trying to do, even though his job is being made considerably easier by the lack of invention and initiative from Lancashire. He's doing really, really well. Just 13 away from a century now.
Wells, in he comes. Dawson tries to get another boundary. Tries to go for the slog sweep, finds an inside edge. Gets no run. Lancashire finally keep Mohamed Abbas at the non-striker's end, which means he will now be on strike for this next over.
Well, it's going to be Hartley to continue. I'll be interested to look at the field and see. Oh, maybe it's not Hartley to continue. It's going to be Tom Bailey, I think. So maybe Heaton Jennings was waiting for the opportunity to get Mohamed Abbas exposed at the striker's end and bring on one of his quicker bowlers, and he's brought on his senior man in Tom Bailey. Interested to see what the field is for this. It looks like it's just a fairly standard ring field. Point, extra cover, mid off, mid on, short mid wicket, square leg in front, and a slip who's pretty close.
In comes Bailey, finds his length straight away. Abbas squirts it away into the offside for no run.
Well, it's a flat pitch, not much pace from Tom Bailey. Mohamed Abbas, if he can just get a bat on these, he's going to attempt, obviously, to keep Tom Bailey out.
Wicketless so far in this innings. Tom Bailey none for 51 off his 21.1 so far. The field looks to be set for some pretty stump-to-stump bowling. In comes Bailey. Over-pitched. Mohamed Abbas misses out on a full toss.
Well, I'll be looking to run this ball back into Mohamed Abbas. It's Tom Bailey's stock delivery. Running it back in from outside off stump towards pads and stumps.
Just a one slip awaits. In comes Bailey. Balls again over pitch from Tom Bailey. Abbas drives that to mid-off for no run.
Well, you say the one slip awaits. It's an interesting slip, isn't he? He's in sort of second slip position, but he's a good 4 paces in front of Matty Hurst as the keeper, so he's a short slip.
It's kind of like the Marcus Trescottic slip, isn't it, that he so often used to put the lid on in the slip catcher position. In comes Bailey. Slower ball. Abbas picks that, plays it into the offside.
Playing him with a stick of rhubarb at the moment.
Would you have kept spin on yourself, Paul, or would you have?
I would, yeah.
First full over at Mohamed Abbas.
Yeah,
then
definitely.
around the back.
If I'd got somebody at my disposal who was quick, I'd have got a quick bowler on. But Tom Bailey, just basically topside of medium, may work.
George Bell goes on the helmet on the offside, on the leg side, sorry. As Bailey sends one. Back of a length, Mohamed Abbas ducks under. Allows it through to Mathieu for no run. The final delivery of the 109th over for Lancashire. Mohamed Abbas causing real frustrations for the Lancashire fans and the Lancashire players. Josh Bohannon under the helmet on the offside now. Liam Dawson has played superb this morning, 87 off his 120 deliveries so far. In comes Bailey for the final delivery. And Mohamed Abbas plays that nicely off his hip down to the fine leg boundary. Of course, Liam Dawson does not take the single, keeps the strike. 372 for 9, Hampshire.
55 minutes they've batted this morning, these two. Lancashire unable to break this final partnership. .55 it's worth.
54 deliveries so far this morning for Liam Dawson. He's had another 41 runs this morning. He would have been hoping to put on a few quick runs, and now in the back of his mind he'll be hoping that Mohamed Abbas can stay around long enough where he can reach his 3 figures.
Well, there's no real change in terms of attacking field placings from Luke Wells or Keaton Jennings. There's a slip in place, but nobody else within 20 paces of the batter.
In comes Wells, and Dawson finds the ropes again. It's a 6, lofts it over extra cover. Beautiful shot from Liam Dawson. Just drops that back leg a little bit, allows him to get the elevation through the offside, and it's a shorter boundary, but he's played it superb. Lands into the party stand, takes the score on to 378, and it takes Liam Dawson into the 90s. 93 off 121 deliveries so far. It's very flat out there from Lancashire. Lots of hands on hips in the field. Not much noise at all. Been superb from Hampshire and Liam Dawson especially. Wells in again, goes over the top, another 6, wide, long off this time, takes him on to 99. Back-to-back boundaries for the Hampshire batter, shall we say all-rounder.
It's not a good position for a commentator to be in, to be deemed speechless, but I am.
Been very flat from Lancashire for 40 minutes, 50 minutes so far this morning.
Field's gone back now. Everybody's disappeared onto the edge. Yeah, well, given Luke Wells is not really a frontline bowler, you know, a couple of overs to see how he fares against these two is fair enough.
In comes Wells, Dawson 99. Has the offer of a single, but doesn't take it. He's still playing that match scenario. Still got the team in his mind and sticking around as long as he can.
Selfless performance, this is brilliant from Dawson, it really is.
Halfway through the over, in comes Wells. Back of a length from Wells, a little bit quicker, a little bit flatter. Pushes that into the onside again. Liam Dawson has the chance to get his 100, turns it down.
He'll take it in these next couple of balls, I'll guarantee that. Field's still back with just 2 balls to go. Surely the field's got to come up now. Anyway, it's not doing.
Lancashire allowing Liam Dawson to pick that easy single if he wants. In comes Wells, and he takes it, cuts that away down to the deep third boundary. What a fantastic 100 from the Hampshire batter. 100 off his 125 deliveries. He started the day on 46 not out off 66, but he's played it absolutely superb this morning as Liam Dawson. He's restricted Mohamed Abbas of the strike most of the morning, and he's picked out boundaries when he's needed to at ease. And he's also picked them singles up at ease, and he gets his 100 off 125 deliveries, 8 4s, 5 60s, 5 6s. What a performance from Liam Dawson so far.
Yeah, superb from Liam Dawson. It's his 16th first-class 100, and I don't think he'll have scored one in more bizarre circumstances than this. Batting for an hour with his number 11. And all credit to him. It's been a masterful effort.
Well, as his final delivery, oh, nearly finds the wicket, and Mohamed Abbas gets an inside edge, going back to a bit of a quicker delivery. 385 for 9. Hampshire, Dawson on 100 off 125, and Abbas 1 off his 26 deliveries. Lancashire looking a little bit flustered and not much happening out there, whereas Hampshire very much taking the momentum. So far they've shifted that momentum again. Hampshire had full control yesterday, allowed Lancashire back into the game, but this morning they played superbs, and it's the thanks of Liam Dawson. You're watching his boundary highlights on Lancashire TV if you're viewing in. He's picked the boundaries up when he's needed to, more or less at ease this morning. He's played superb through the offside and the leg side, and then found his single for his century. Tom Bailey's going to continue field spread.
Well, if you don't try and get a batter out, this is what happens to you. There is no attempt by Lancashire to try and get Liam Dawson out, even now he's got 100. Everybody's out on the boundary edge. They're all got hands on knees, hands on hips.
Yeah, it feels very much like the easiest net scenario that Liam Dawson's going to have. There's no real risk or reward for him. Bailey in, tries the slower delivery, over pitch. Dawson just pushes it into the offside, no run. Yeah, there's no real risk or reward. He's not really having to think about anything as Liam Dawson. He just has to bat. He's getting the chance to score his boundaries, and then he's getting the chance just to rotate the strike and stay on strike for the following over. Something has to change for Lancashire. In comes Bailey, back of a length. Dawson pulls that away. Doesn't take the single. Halfway through the over.
I mean, who are your wicket-taking bowlers in the Lancashire ranks? Aspinwall's a wicket-taker. Balderson a wicket-taker. They bowled for 20 minutes, 25 minutes this morning without success, but I think it's time to get one of them back with... I've got to set a more attacking field. I'm suggesting you have 4 slips and a gully and a short leg to Dawson, but you've got to have somebody who's going to take the catch if it's offered.
Bailey in, over pitch, and Dawson just tucks that away into the leg side, picks up his single. Trust Abbas to face 2 deliveries.
Could be a long day in the field for Lancashire, this.
Could so far. Mohamed Abbas 1 off his 26. He's got 2 more deliveries to face within this over, but he's been pretty solid in defence as Abbas when he has got on strike, and he's not faced many this morning. He faced quite a few deliveries in the first few overs within the first 10 minutes of the day's play, but since that, Liam Dawson has played the scenario absolutely brilliantly. He's kept Abbas off strike, and he's been picking his runs off at ease this morning. Josh Bohannon under the helmet on the offside. George Bell on the leg side. In comes Bailey. Back of a length, and Abbas plays that comfortably into the leg side. Falls just short of George Bell in that catching position under the helmet. 1 ball here for Lancashire. Can they get the prize wicket of Mohamed Abbas? and often you say that. But the way Liam Dawson's going at the other end, very much is a prize wicket now.
It's quite incredible, isn't it? There are moments in the season, passages of play in the season that you remember for a while. This will be one.
Then comes Bailey. Bowls. Tries to go for that Yorker. Tries to sneak it under the bat, but goes down leg. Through to Matthias. A gentle appeal. Blanky's just trying to create a little bit of energy out there, more than anything. Will they continue with spin now?
Do you know what? I 100% agree with what Paul was saying, that if you have the field back all the time, why isn't there somebody catching? Just doing something different. Just putting pressure. You might not believe that somebody's going to pop one up to short leg or even at silly mid-off, but just have somebody there, just to do something different. At the moment, Lancashire are just going through the same plan over after over and hoping that something different will happen. And let's be honest, apart from one little inside edge from Mo Abbas, there doesn't really look like being a wicket this morning, which I think, and on the opposite, the flip side to that is, this is a good wicket, and I think, you know, Lancashire should get a decent first innings total. So I think we're seeing, yeah, a little bit of a worry here for Hampshire anyway. As Wells bowls and Dawson comfortably plays that off the back foot. It's quite incredible. I'm just trying to add up the runs this morning. So what were we on? 386. So Hampshire have added 56 runs this morning, and Dawson was on 56, so he's added 55. Well, that's right, isn't it? Because the batter's only got one. That's played out on the offside. But I mean, look here, you know, everybody's back on the boundary. What are they expecting Dawson to do? Dawson is too intelligent cricketer that he's not going to say, do you know what, lads, I've got my 100. Oh, I really enjoyed myself. Thank you very much. Here's who wants to catch in the deep? Nobody he ain't going to do that. So what are they? Have somebody short. Here's Wells. He bowls, and Dawson just prods that forward.
Yeah, as a batsman, you look at them fielders, don't you, in the front of your eyes. You're thinking, you know, you've got to time it right if you're going to play a shot, because you've got your cover in, your mid-off in. If I play one too early, I'm going to spoon a catch-up. Whereas Dawson has got no worries about that. He can play it as early as he wants. A defence, because it's not going to, even if it goes in the air, there's no catchers there. So
agreed. 69 they've put on for this last partnership. Dawson thinks about a single as he strokes it out towards deep mid-on. Now, 2 balls left in the over. And we've seen this play out already quite a few times this morning.
I don't want to take anything away from Liam Dawson, but it's probably one of the harder scenarios that he's probably having to face, but he probably feels it the easiest that he's having to bat.
Yeah, agreed.
101 off 133 deliveries, but for a lot of them deliveries, he's had no one around the bat, and he can just pick his runs wherever he wants. Taking nothing away from Liam Dawson there.
Agreed. The field is still scattered with 2 balls left, so Dawson will take the single. You've got to trust your partner 1 ball and over, haven't you? I know Abbas nearly got out in the previous over with the 1 ball, but even the worst batter in the world, you're going to say, well, they have 1 ball and over. And Lancashire are playing right into that.
Yeah, it's got to the stage where I think Lancashire are just going to have to keep the field up to Liam Dawson and say, you can have your boundaries. We want a full over at Mohammed Abbas.
Yeah.
But that's not happened so far this morning.
It's quite, and of course it's easy when you're not out there in the middle, but the captaincy, and Paul was right, you know, maybe 1 or 2 of the other senior players haven't really helped Keaton Jennings, I don't think. So here we go with the 1 ball that Luke Wells has got, and Mass is well forward, which is all you need to do. Just get well forward, and yeah, you might get an inside edge onto the pad and it flick up. Well, that's the way it is, but you back yourself, even as a number 11, to keep that out.
But again, how easy is it for Mohammed Abbas, number 11, to prod forward there and play it into the offside? There's no one catching. He can play it as early as he wants. If it goes in the air, there's no risk.
Nothing.
They need to get a catcher in there just to put Mohammed Abbas under a little bit of pressure and go, you know what, I've got to time this perfectly, I've got to play this perfectly. Whereas with no catchers on the offside in front of his eye line, he's got a little bit of sort of pressure release a little bit. He's not having to think about it too much. He knows if he plays it in the air, there's no one there. It's absolutely fine. Again, as we've seen for the first 4 deliveries of every over this morning, the field is well and truly spread. Tom Bailey's going to continue. Follow Dawson, just kind of mistimed it a little bit. Squirts away into the offside. Of course, he doesn't take the single.
You know, Dawson isn't going to take the single, you're right. Now, you've got enough boundary fielders anyway, saving 4. So why not have a slip? Why not have a gully? Why not have somebody just doing something? But there's nobody doing anything.
I feel like you could go to a bit of a one-day field and just have your deep cover and your deep square leg out, and everyone else in the ring still. So in comes Bailey, targeting the stumps. Dawson plays it nicely off his pads. Finds Keaton Jennings at a 3/4 deep mid-wicket. Doesn't take the single. Yeah, you could have a deep cover, couldn't you? You could have a deep square leg and say, I'm going to bowl stump to stump. If you want to take me down the ground, you take me down the ground.
Yeah.
But I've still got a little bit of protection. And just try and force Liam Dawson to do something different.
Agreed. If he bangs it over the top, well, it's a great shot.
Exactly. But there's a bit more risk and reward, isn't there? As Bailey bowls, Dawson plays that nicely through the offside.
You know, your deep cover could take that. You don't need the other one at deep point. You know, there's enough. If you're right on the rope, you're going to get round to your left, you're going to get round to your right, 25, 30 yards and cut that off. No problem. You don't need 2 out there.
No, exactly. And that's what Lancashire are going to have to change. Luke Wells has run up from deep backward point to Tom Bailey. Probably nice to see someone a little bit different, just trying to offer a little bit of input. Like you say, that Keaton Jennings will be a little bit fed up with how this morning's gone. He'll have expected himself to be batting right now.
Oh, yeah.
He'll be a little bit frustrated with his bowlers not finding his final wicket. Dawson 102. In comes Bailey. Plays that out into the leg side, right where the Lancashire fielder's fielding. Takes the single. Mohamed Abbas, 2 balls to face.
Which, again, you know, you'd be happy. You know, you'd be happy with that. You know, you can't always have it your own way and score the single off the 5th ball, and he only has 1 at a time. If he gets 2 balls, he gets 2 balls. But again, Dawson hasn't had to really think, hasn't really had to plan how he's going to play out the over. And it's, as I say, it's easy from up in the commentary box, but
the wickets looked flat as well, and Mohamed Abbas has looked pretty solid every time he's faced his deliveries this morning. He's got well behind the ball, played it very sensible. He's played no loose shots, so you feel like you need a full over at Mohamed Abbas and try and create a bit more of a plan, try and create a bit more of a, you know, I'm going to go wide and trying to drag him over and then go for the stumps. With 2 balls, you can't do that. You're going searching straight away, aren't you?
Agreed. And the pressure's on the bowler for those 2 balls.
Yeah, the full pressure is on Tom Bailey now, and we've seen he's trying to target the stumps and trying to kind of sneak one under the bat, Mohamed Abbas, and he's been fine firing it down leg side, going straight through to Matty Hurst, and you can see that pressure and that frustration leaking into the Lancashire bowlers. Bailey's going to take a different approach. He's going to go round the wicket, so you'd expect a little bit of short stuff maybe. Bailey comes, and that's exactly what it is. Mohamed Abbas ducks under it pretty well.
That's well played.
Gives the thumbs up to his gives the thumbs up to his partner at the other end, Liam Dawson. Matty Hurst with his hand in his mouth there. He has played that very nicely. Mohamed Abbas got a cheeky smile on his face as he speaks to George Bell at short leg.
Now, what's this next ball? Got to be 4, isn't it?
Yeah, you've got to go Yorker, I think, if you're Tom Bailey. Round the wicket.
No.
Again, he goes short. Mohamed Abbas probably didn't even have to duck under that one, I don't think.
It's a poor ball, that.
Yeah, you feel like you have to go full, don't you? You're in the batter's mind, especially as a tail ender, they'll probably be overthinking it. I feel like they've got to go full and at the stumps there. 388 for 9, Hampshire. Dawson 103, Mohamed Abbas on 1 of 31.
58 they've added this morning. I mean, it's
still batting.
I'm sure if I was, you know, more Lancashire than Hampshire, I'd be fuming. But as a Hampshire-based commentator, I'm actually thoroughly enjoying today, and it's, you know, you start this morning, and Hampshire were fuming the way that the last session yesterday went, and they were in a good position, got themselves into a pretty poor position after that. But actually now you're starting to get up towards 400, where actually you think, well, actually overall, if you take the whole innings overall, you say, well, actually that's not a bad effort. Luke Wells is continuing From our commentary end, it's flighted and it's driven by Dawson, not timed, but it's trickling down towards deep mid. Again, everybody is on the rope, apart from the slip. Is he going to go to slip? Maybe, but at least that's something. But again, Dawson doesn't have to do anything for 4 balls. Does absolutely nothing. He's 103 not out, second 100 of the season, playing his 200th first-class game. What a way to celebrate it. Wells is bowling, short, whipped away off the back foot, this time up to deep mid-on, and well, Dawson's turning away. Absolutely no intent to run yet. Now, you know, even now, I would start to bring a couple in, wouldn't you?
Yeah, it's like that shot there. He plays it with a bit of flamboyancy, doesn't he, Dawson? Because he knows there's no one in the non-existent ring. He knows if he chips it up, it's not being caught. Get some fielders in and put a bit of pressure on.
Forward prod. Now you've got to bring 2 or 3 up. You've got to bring 2 or 3 up now. Keaton Jennings has got his hands on his hip of slip. Is he thinking about it? He's got to change something.
Men are going to stay back. 3 deliveries.
I just cannot believe it. Mo Abbas 2 balls maximum off this over. Again, you'd settle for that. You know, Hampshire's plans, whatever they were this morning, they've actually just played into their hands. Got everybody back on the rope. I cannot believe it. Here's Wells again to Dawson. Dawson forward. Now some fielders will come up, I'm sure.
Looks like they're staying back.
Wow.
At the moment, he's having a chat with Luke Wells. I really do not see the logic in the fielders staying back. 2 deliveries to go. You're going to get 1 ball at Mohamed Abbas at best.
It's almost like they're scared of another boundary from Dawson with the field up. Amazing. The whole life has been sucked out of this ground, really, with this partnership, which is exactly as an opposition that you want. Oh, that's come back at Dawson. He's got an inside edge. That's very nearly bowled. That's actually really well bowled from Luke Wells. Dawson trying to work that away off of open face out on the offside. Terrific delivery.
Yeah, it's well bowled from Luke Wells. Look like the wrong one. And Dawson's that relaxed and that comfortable out there batting. He's probably a little bit too relaxed and switched off on that delivery. He thought it could have been an easy single. He does find his single though. And Lancashire have got, well, what they planned for probably. 1 ball at Mohamed Abbas with the field that they've set.
You know, Wells is probably the most likely to get Abbas out, but he's getting 1 ball and over at him at most. So about every 5 minutes, every 6 or 7 minutes, Abbas is facing 1 probably potentially dangerous delivery.
Yeah, and
which is hopeless.
Which we've spoke about, haven't we? You've got 1 ball, you're searching for that wicket with 1 ball. You can't build any real pressure, you can't build a plan. You've got to try and bowl the magic ball with this 1 delivery.
Floated, and Abbas is driving, he's caught it back with a point. And that is the end of the innings. Relief and celebration around the ground in equal measure. And Abbas, I have to say, went for a pretty extravagant drive there. Hampshire bowled out for 389, leaving Dawson unbeaten on 104.
Yeah, the ball that they probably didn't expect to get a wicket. Luke Wells floats it up outside off stump. It's a wide half volley. Mohamed Abbas a little bit too confident. Tries to slash it through the offside, tried to pick up a boundary. Finds the edge, and it carries just to George Balderson at back with a point. But what a fantastic innings from Liam Dawson. 104 not out off his 143 deliveries. The way he's played the scenario this morning has been absolutely superb. And his 200th first-class game. What a way to celebrate.
Just saw Graham Welsh there, the Hampshire bowling coach, on the edge of the boundary there, celebrating and clapping Dawson in. There's a small group of Hampshire supporters just away to our left with the flag draped over the railings there. They were on their feet celebrating that one, and that would be relief for the Lancashire players to finally walk those steps and get up into the changing rooms. There's the Hampshire fans there. They'll have enjoyed that. 1 or 2 of those regular travelling Hampshire fans, and that's a bonus for them this morning, seeing that partnership between Dawson and Mo Abbas, and keeping Lancashire out in the field, which, believe me, every minute would have annoyed the home side for a good hour and 16 or 17 minutes or so, and they wouldn't have been expecting anywhere near that, Callum.
No, Hampshire have added 50 59 runs this morning. Excellent from Hampshire, most of them coming from the bat. Well, every single run except one coming from the bat of Liam Dawson. But yeah, it's the frustration that they would have caused, and Lancashire now have got to get themselves up in that dressing room because they can't take that frustration into this innings now. Hampshire have got all the momentum, and James Vince will be speaking to his lads in there saying, let's get 2 or 3 early of this Lancashire side. Let's try and take a couple of early wickets, use that momentum, and really put the downers on this Lancashire lineup.
So Hampshire starting the day 3:30 for 9. They were bowled out for 389. Liam Dawson 104 not out. The other Centurion yesterday, Fletcher Middleton with 109. Those were the 2 main scorers. Nick Gubbins chipping in yesterday with 75. Luke Wells finishing with 4 wickets, 25 overs, 4 for 94. There was 3 wickets for young Tom Aspinwall, 3 for 105. And a couple of wickets for George Balderson and 1 for Tom Hartley yesterday. So fantastic stuff from Liam Dawson. There's the bowling figures there. 4 wickets, as I say. Partnership of 72 for that 11th wicket, which kind of negated a little bit those wickets that fell quickly after tea yesterday. So 389 all out, 114 overs bowled by Lancashire. And we'll be back in a few minutes' time. Myself, Kevin James, Callum Flynn, also Scott Reed and Paul Allerton will bring you the commentary of the Lancashire reply.
"1864. We were first class then, and we're first class now.
With a dream to spread cricket through Lancashire's towns, where girls and boys, with willow and leather,
Become more than a badge, but the red rose together.
A club where more than legends are made, but friendships, obsessions, moments replayed on our screens, in our minds, in our hearts forever. 'Cause it's who we are, our DNA, the red rose together.
Statham, Briggs, Jimmy, Freddie and Joss, Chappie, Sir Clive Lloyd, Carol Hodges, Kate Cross. What a roll call. It's a hard one to measure, with future names still to be written on the red rose together.
We're all about people. It's what the red rose really means. Yeah, the ones signing autographs, but the ones behind the scenes.
Our community, grassroots, the ones that feel tethered. Whether you're from here or belong here, we're the red rose together.
And what about this place? Talk about world-class venues.
Internationals, gigs, events. You can choose from a menu of triumph, of disaster, of pain, or pleasure.
We've seen it all at Emirates Old Trafford, with the red rose together.
Red ball, white ball, lightning and thunder.
Have you ever sat back? Have you ever just wondered how far we've come?
The storms we've weathered.
Or how far we'll go as the red rose together.
Welcome to Conrad Dubai. Here's your key.
Thank you. Let me help you with the bags.
Nice room.
How's that? How's that?
How's that?
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
Will these two stay out there after a drink? And that's a huge sip. Over to the Hilton review system. 3 reds, no doubt at all. And up goes the finger. When it has to be absolutely plum, it matters where you stay.
Hi, I'm Keaton, and this is Luke. We are the giraffe opening pair at Lancashire Cricket Club. We are here today at the Astoria Estate Agents. Let's see what they have in store for us. One of the highlights for me probably was making my Test debut. You aspire to play international cricket, and I think for me, making that Test debut in Mumbai was a special moment I think I'll look back on.
Property is potentially an option that, well, I've already started to go down. I'd like to explore more options in the future for sure. I've seen how positive an investment strategy that can be.
If I could, I'd get a little clay pigeon shot up in the garden. I'm not entirely sure the neighbours would be all too happy with it, but yeah, a little clay pigeon trap.
The idea of dealing with the day-to-day stress of everything that comes with being a landlord isn't something that I would necessarily want to be a part of, to be honest. So using an experienced agent like Astoria would definitely be something I'd be interested in.
I think it's not devilishly good looks, to be entirely honest. I'm not sure where the reference comes from.
I think it's fairly self-explanatory.
I think just making sure the advice you're getting is aligned with the goals. It's a big investment, it's a large chunk of your savings, so to make sure it's taken care of and taken care of in a really sort of professional manner.
There's some bits in it, but the heritage of the club is actually everywhere you look. So there will be a new heritage of the thing that was done over last year. Some of these things, they're both.
Hi Noah, nice to meet you.
Can you believe it? No. I can't stop smiling. I'm trying not to.
Yeah, that's it.
Welcome back to Emirates Old Trafford. Half an hour remaining of the morning session on the second day, and the Hampshire bowlers are gearing up to have a crack at Lancashire up until lunch on this second day after, well, a pretty breathless morning, Kevin. There's all sorts of kind of stats and figures dotted around. I mean, I guess the key one is that Liam Dawson battered through the morning, went from 46 to a century, and Hampshire have got themselves up to a very good first innings score.
Well, yeah, after a disappointing last session yesterday, they're probably in the realms of, well, actually not the end of the world first innings. It looks a 400 pitch, and they got to 389. So, but what entertainment that was between Dawson and Abbas.
It was a brilliant effort, wasn't it? Yeah, it was a great effort to have done what they did. Here comes Abbott bowling. That's a handsome-looking drive by Luke Wells. And Lancashire get up and running with a 4. Cracked away through the covers by the Lancashire opening batter. So Lancashire 4 without loss. Yeah, it was a bit of a breathless kind of 45 minutes to an hour or so, wasn't it, this morning? Where it's a good shot by Wells, but where Dawson just seemed to toy a little bit, didn't he, with the Lancashire fielders?
Yeah, 104 not out, having been 46 not out overnight. And Mo Abbas, he batted for an hour and a half in total, including last night.
For one.
For one.
Great effort. 3 slips in place. Here's Abbott from around the wicket in bowls, left alone by Wells. Through to Ben Brown. And there is no run. So 4 without loss. And Lancashire got some batting to do now, just to get themselves level. Just to get level with Hampshire. That first innings score of 389. So plenty of batting to do through the day for the Red Rose. And probably a bit tomorrow just to get themselves somewhere near. There's Abbott. Glorious sunshine in Manchester. 3 slips waiting, right arm round the wicket, bowls. Oh, he's not offered a shot there as Wells. The ball deflects away. That got the bowler and the keeper and the slips interested because Wells didn't offer a shot. Not out, says the umpire.
It was quite a long way outside off stump. Good bowl there from Abbott's nip back. Yeah, it's probably asking the ball to do too much, even though he hasn't played a shot.
4 without loss. Abbott tearing in here for Hampshire. Twirl of the bat from Luke Wells. He's unbeaten on 4. First runs for Lancashire's reply off the bat of Wells. Abbott strides in. Wells defends, pushes the ball away into the offside, and there is no run.
Yeah, Abbott will get the ball to nip around a little bit while the ball's still hard. 2 left-handers out there, so he'll be round the wicket looking to jag that ball back. Abbas will just nip the ball around both ways, as he often does and has done for a long period of time. But this is a good pitch. It's just had the heavy roller on as well. This could be a really good day for batting. I think Lancashire will be expecting to get in front, I would say.
Abbott into to Wells. Just a little late on that Wells. It comes back in towards him and he jabs the ball away towards the leg side. Picked up by John Turner at square leg, and there's no run.
Hampshire have to make early inroads. If they're going to make it difficult for Lancashire here, and they've already done that in the first hour and a quarter this morning, they need to pick up 2 or 3 with this new ball. Otherwise, it could be a long, hard day.
Yeah, that's been the trend, hasn't it? With this ball, the first 20 overs or so. Can you try and make that count? Final ball of the first over. That's a good ball by Abbott. Just brings Wells forward past the edge of the bat through to Ben Brown. And we've had 4 runs off the first over. We've got just under half an hour left of the morning session. Kevin James will be back after lunch. We've got Paul Allott and Callum Flynn with us through the course of this second day as well. Wells and Jennings having to kind of clear their mind here and get themselves set to bat in what looks like pretty good batting conditions. It looks like a good pitch. Luke Wells last night said to us in his closer play interview that he thinks the pitch will get better to bat on, and maybe today could be the best day to bat. Well, let's see from Lancashire's point of view if that turns out to be the case. It will be Mo Abbas from the Jimmy Anderson end to start off. Paul Allott's back alongside me, having had a chance to recover from an eventful morning.
Well, yeah, I mean, Lancashire, I would be disappointed if I was in the Lancashire management at the way Lancashire performed in the first hour and 20 minutes today.
Here's Abbas from around the wicket, balls to Jennings. Just plays inside the line of that, through to Ben Brown, no run.
It was the lack of initiative and inventiveness that worried me, and the demeanour of the players. However, they've got that final wicket now, and that they've got to put that behind them, because if they allow that lethargy to continue in their batting performance, they'll be in bother. Looking for these openers, senior openers, to get to lunch and beyond.
Abbas to Jennings, edged in front of third slip. Went at that pretty gently, Keaton Jennings. Edge bounced in front of third slip. Tom Prestfields.
Good bowlers, these two, aren't they?
They are.
Abbas and Abbott, yeah, really good. they'll find anything that is in the pitch, and there's usually very little on day 2 here at Emirates Old Trafford.
Abbas to Jennings on the walk. Keaton Jennings plays inside the line of that, allows that to go through to Ben Brown. Yeah, the attack that Hampshire come into this game with, they were starting with Mo Abbas and Kyle Abbott here, John Turner and James Fuller. And then a couple of spinners in there as well. Probably a little extra pace, isn't there, in that Hampshire attack?
Yeah.
Compared to Lancashire.
Yeah. Well, Aspinwall's the only one with a little bit of pace in the Lancashire bowling attack.
Abbas to Jennings, again on the move, defends, steers it up towards mid-on, where Kyle Abbott fields, and there is no run. 4 without loss, so this about a half-an-hour session. Well, now there's 25 minutes for Wells and Jennings to bat for Lancashire before they can get to lunch.
Yeah, it's tricky session, and it's an ideal one for the bowlers, isn't it? Because you can really steam in, attack hard, attacking fields, knowing that in half an hour's time or so you put your feet up and then come out again.
Abbas in the sunshine from around the wicket to Jennings. It's pushed up towards mid-off, where Liam Dawson, who was the star of the show this morning, fields for Hampshire, having resumed on 46 not out overnight. Liam Dawson took his 46 to 104 not out, alongside Mo Abbas, who went from 0 to 1 in the same time, but did an outstanding job. 90 minutes he was out there batting for. Mo Abbas to help Dawson and Hampshire to a good score. Comes back in towards Jennings. Again, he's on the move and just deflects away into the offside. And there's no run. It's the end of the over. It's a maiden for Mo Abbas to begin with. And Lancashire 4 without loss, all 4 off the bat of Luke Wells.
Good start this by Abbas and Abbott. There's more happening for them than happened for Lancashire's bowlers in the hour and a half this morning. Brand new ball, of course, but the ball was still pretty new when Lancashire resumed at 11 o'clock. Not overly attacking fields set by James Vince, just 3 slips for Abbott, 3 slips also for Abbas. So both opening bowlers bowling round the wicket at the 2 Lancashire left-handers.
Here comes Abbott again. It's edged down into the ground by Wells, where Tom Prest is at 3rd slip, goes low down to his left to field. There's no one. He played that late, Luke Wells, steering it down in towards the surface.
Played it late and then rehearsed even more lateness, if you like. Almost set in stone as he played the shot again. He's got a good bat twiddler, isn't he?
He does, yeah. He's a ferocious twiddler.
Yeah.
It's Abbott around the wicket, balls, and turned out towards the leg side for a single. Just to the left of Dawson at mid-on. And Wells moves on to 5. Brings Jennings on strike. So 5 without loss. Jennings to face Abbott for the first time. Well, certainly a real feature of the innings from Fletcher Middleton. We're talking about how late Wells played that shot. Feature of his innings yesterday was how late he played on the back foot a lot.
Well, you can do that here. I mean, there's not much pace in this pitch, is there really? So you can, and it's pretty true, so you can play late.
Abbott to Jennings. It's worked her way down towards that 3rd man boundary. Turn and loop back for a couple. Fletcher Middleton, the centurion in the first innings for Hampshire, 1 of 2. Does catch up with the ball. Jennings comes back for his first runs. Lancashire 7 without loss.
Jennings will feel better now, getting off the mark. Just a little push into the offside ball, running down to 3rd. And great pace on it. The outfield's a bit quicker than it was for the Test match. I think they must have had trouble cutting it because of the rainfall last week.
Abbott to Jennings, who defends, no run. It was quite slow yesterday. So I don't know how slow it was in the Test match.
Oh, it was slow.
Was it? Okay.
Right. Was it ever?
Right. I didn't see any of it. Obviously.
Yeah. And it looked a lot more lush than it than it is at the moment. Maybe it's the fact the sun's out now. It was pretty gloomy at times during the test. What blowing strong, almost gale force wind from the west.
No such thing today. The flags are hanging pretty limp on their flagpoles. Abbott from the Statham end, left by Jennings, fallen wide of off stump, just rocks onto the front foot and allows out to go through to Ben Brown. And there's no addition to the score. It's a beautiful day, actually. The forecast is good for this fixture. I don't think we're going to have any problems with the weather affecting the outcome of the game. Pretty solid looking forecast for warm, dry conditions over the course of the weekend.
Well, yeah, Lancashire need to just pull the socks up a bit, don't they, after that innings defeat down at the Oval in a relegation place at the bottom of the First Division.
Abbott to Jennings. It's defended. There's no run. That is the end of the over. Speaking of the relegation positions and looking at some of the scores elsewhere in Division 1 of the County Championship, I think we can do that now. Maybe starting with a look at that match involving Essex and Worcestershire, because Worcestershire's win last week, coupled with Lancashire's defeat, certainly transformed the look of the Division 1 table. Worcestershire 266 all out yesterday. It was actually a bit of a recovery by Worcestershire. They were 50 for 5 inside the first half an hour or so. In reply, Essex are 134 for 3. And Tom Wesley unbeaten on 43. That's the game at Chelmsford. How about the leaders, Surrey? They're at Nottinghamshire this week. And Surrey are 437 for 7. So building a commanding looking first innings score at Trent Bridge, with Burns making 161. Here's Abbas into Wells. It's defended back down the pitch. And there is no run elsewhere. Somerset against Durham at Taunton. Somerset 492 all out in their first innings in Taunton. And the reply for Durham, here we go. They're underway with Alex Lees and Ben McKinney. So they're 11 without loss. Durham replying to 492 all out against Somerset. Abbas to Wells just allows that to go through to the keeper, Ben Brown. And there is no run. And there's one other game in Division 1, which is Warwickshire against Kent, where Kent roll out for 156 in their first innings. And this is the Warwickshire reply. They've just got themselves up to 300. They have, with Will Rhodes unbeaten on 132. And the Bears are 302 for 4, replying to that Kent total of 156 all out. Matt Parkinson currently bowling there for Kent. Back here, Abbas is into Wells. That's defended, just snaps the ball away into the offside. And there's no run. Division 1 table coming into this fixture with Lancashire second from bottom, and then Nottinghamshire, and then Warwickshire, and then Worcestershire, but just 11 points before this round of fixtures, separating Worcestershire, who are 6th, and Lancashire, who are 9th. So 11 points separating 4 teams. It's pretty tight at the bottom of Division 1.
Really tight. 3 games left after this.
Yes.
Finishing with Worcester away, that could be crucial, couldn't it?
Yeah. Abbas to Wells. That's left, just shapes away from Abbas and through to Ben Brown. There's no run. Yeah, the fixtures looking like this for Lancashire. The trip to Durham after the last quarter-final, and then back here against Somerset, and then Worcester away.
The Blast quarter-finals next Wednesday.
It is.
And the game at Durham starts
Monday.
Okay. We've got time to get there then, just.
You've got time to get back from Sussex to Durham. Yeah, there is a reserve day for next week's quarter-final. Abbas in, Wells defends. And there's no run. I think whoever plays on the Friday, Thursday or the Friday, they don't have a reserve day. It's the Surham-Durham match doesn't have a reserve day.
Ridiculous,
isn't it? And Surrey would go through.
Yeah, because they finished
higher.
Yep. Yeah.
which seems a bit...
well, it's madness, isn't it?
It is a bit, isn't it? Yeah. Here comes Abbas from the Jimmy Anderson end, around the wicket to Wells. That's calmly dabbed back down the pitch. No run, end of the over, 7 without loss. Division 2 scores before we get to lunch here. We've got about 15 minutes left to go. This is how it's looking in Division 2. Glamorgan against Leicestershire, where Leicestershire made 251. Glamorgan in reply are 197 for 2. Colin Ingram unbeaten on 101. Yorkshire up against Middlesex. This is second against third. Johnny Bairstow still batting. 158 not out for Yorkshire, who were 472 for 5 against Middlesex. That's second against third in Division 2. And Sussex against Derbyshire. Sussex, the leaders, 502 for 6. As Abbott comes around the wicket to Jennings and he defends. And there is no run. Plenty of runs around, Paul, this week, with the Kookaburra ball being used again this week and next week. Is that just a coincidence?
No, I think it's harder to bowl with generally. It's a flatter seam. It pitches towards this time of year over in England are generally good. They're always pretty flat here at Old Trafford. So I think the combination of the ball and the dryness of the pitches,
it's left by Jennings through to the keeper, no run.
Make it harder for bowlers. I think you ask any bowler in the world which ball they'd like to bowl with, they'd say Reader first. And then the Kookaburra or the Dukes. Is it Dukes? Sorry. Yeah, sorry. He was a Reader in my day.
Oh, okay.
You were looking at me
looking
blank
a bit confused there, yeah, I was.
No, Duke. But yeah, Dukes and Readers always had proud seams. Good. Right. So the Duke ball is the one of choice, the weapon of choice.
Abbott to Jennings, and just rocks onto the front foot and allows it to go past the off stump through to Brown. No run.
The issue with the Kookaburra ball is that the seam is flatter, wider, and the ball has a tendency to go softer quicker. So it's not liked by any of the bowlers really. Seem to do all right in Australia with it. Shane Warne didn't seem to mind, nor did Glenn McGrath.
Tight start with the ball here for Hampshire, or by Hampshire. Jennings waits for Abbott, sets off again. Just a half step forward and defends. Steers it away into the offside, bouncing out to Fletcher Middleton, who's at point for Hampshire. No run. I suppose there's not a great deal to be gained from this half an hour for Lancashire. But,
no, got to survive it.
Yeah.
Got to get through the next 13 minutes or so without losing a wicket. It's difficult, but it's part of the opening batsman's job that they are faced with these difficulties and challenges of short sessions.
And left by Jennings, tighter line by Abbott, and then just comes back in because Brown takes it a pace or two to his right, the keeper. And again, there's no run. Well, it's been a challenge for Lancashire at times this season. First innings runs. I think their highest first innings score actually may well have come. The second highest first innings score came actually against Hampshire. It's at the Utility Bowl. They got 500 batting first against Kent in the game they won at Canterbury. And left alone. Great judgment by Jennings as the ball just slides away past his off stump and through to Brown. So maiden over that for Kyle Abbott. So Jennings remains on 2, Wells on 5, and Lancashire 7 without loss. Live from Emirates Old Trafford on Lancs TV and across the BBC Sport website and app. The two opening batters in combination helping out each other here as they try and get Lancashire to lunch.
Yeah, the beauty about these two opening bowlers for Hampshire, Abbott and Abbas, is that they attack the stumps. Now, that might sound obvious or exactly what is required. Well, it is, but they both do it well with a modicum of movement, both bowling around the wicket, so angling the ball in to both left-handers.
Abbas sets off for another one, in and bowls to Wells, smothers it away into the offside, no run.
I mean, one of the key facets of opening the bowling is to make the batter play and make them uncomfortable. in that they know they've got to play on or around off stump all the time. Viewers on Lancs TV are just be aware there of Luke Wells rehearsing and re-rehearsing a push outside off stump or a defensive stroke on or around off stump.
Abbas to Wells, shuffles back and nudges the ball away off his hip out towards the leg side. John Turner will catch up with it. Mid-wicket, single for Wells.
And the reason why opening batters do that is they just get themselves into the position of playing a shot, rehearsing that, knowing when they can leave a ball with a bit more comfort. And Wells, knowing that last ball was running back into him, just nudged it into the leg side. Jennings very much on the front foot here.
Yeah, advancing towards Abbas and then just steers the ball away to the left of third slip, down to the third man boundary. And that does trickle over the rope for 4. Gently played by Keaton Jennings. He moves to 6, 12 without loss.
Yeah, and well played by Keaton Jennings, but bowlers hate this sort of thing, really, where he takes a couple of strides down the pitch. No great pace from Mohamed Abbas, so Jennings feels confident in getting as far down the pitch as he possibly can, but bowlers don't like it. And what Jennings is trying to do is put the bowler off line and length and also nullify any movement.
Third slip goes a little bit wider now. Remains in his crease this time as he gets onto the front foot and defends. It comes off the inner half of the bat and deflects out towards John Turner at mid-wicket, and there's no run. 12 without loss. It's a tactic that Jennings uses quite a lot, isn't it? Coming down towards the bowler. That brand new shiny ball we saw there, that won't be shiny for too long. It won't be as potent for too long. Hampshire bowlers eager to try and make it count either side of the lunch break. Abbas to Jennings, who's left well so far today, and allows that one to go through. Decent carry through to the keeper, Brown. And there's no run.
Those of you watching the test match yesterday or watching the highlights will have seen Dan Lawrence try to employ that tactic of moving down the pitch, the opening ball, and got out, nicked it behind. So it doesn't always work. Played at a wide one though when he'd come down the pitch. Still got to be aware of where your off stump is, even though you are moving towards the bowler.
Final ball of the over. Abbas striding in. There goes Jennings again. And he defends away. Clips it out towards the leg side with his bat a fraction in front of his pad. Gathered by Kyle Abbott at mid-on. And there's no run. About 8 minutes remaining of the morning session. Lancashire 12 for no wicket. Luke Wells and Keaton Jennings, who have batted a long time together now, a long, good number of years, this opening partnership. They've had a lot of cricket together at the top for Lancashire for the last 2 or 3 seasons. And desperately trying to get Lancashire off to a good start here.
Yeah, Wells not having as good a year, is he? No. As he has in the past. Jennings going well, of course. But Lancashire need the likes of Wells and Bohannon to stand up in this remaining month or so of the season.
It's Kyle Abbott. It's a wide ball which is left by Wells. I think coming into this game, Keaton Jennings was a second leading run scorer in Division 1. And for a side that's in the bottom 2, that is a very impressive effort. He's slipped down the list now because he's obviously not had a chance to bat in this round of fixtures, but coming into it, yeah, he was number 2 on the list, was Jennings, with 800 or so runs. So he's had a good season at the top. As Wells goes back and across to defend. And the ball's pushed up towards mid-off and there's no run.
It's freezing in here. Isn't it? I mean, it's ridiculous. We've got air conditioning on.
Well, I've put the temperature up.
Well, no, but it's
gone off.
I've turned it off.
Well, I thought it was cold.
I've got the shorts on today. It's blooming freezing. It's lovely outside. It's about -3 in here.
I put the heating on because I thought it was a bit chilly.
No, but it's blowing
right.
cold air, isn't it?
Right. Abbott to Wells. It's defended to mid-on. There's no run.
They're all out there in the shirt sleeves. I'm thinking of putting another jumper on.
You know, you don't bother with day one. You rock up on day two, and all you do is complain.
Well, I'm not complaining particular. I'm just stating facts. I mean, it is cold. End of.
Shorts was a bold decision for me.
Glorious this morning in, well, just south of Manchester. Glorious it was. 15 degrees at 8 o'clock. I thought, that's it.
Shorts on.
Shorts, yeah.
It's a bit of a chilly wind somewhere. In comes... Abbott from round the wicket. Wells goes for a big booming drive, and to his horror he sees the stumps looking in a rather ugly mess, and Abbott strikes on the stroke of lunch, and Lancashire are 12 for 1.
Well, it was a wide delivery from Abbott, good length but wide, and always been coming back, angling back into the left-hander. And Wells can't believe that he's inside edge that. He did it at the Oval as well, and then did the same thing, prodded the pitch as he trudged his way off disconsolately. But it's good bowling from Abbott, bowling outside the line of off stump, tempting Wells into an extravagant drive, and crooked bat gets an inside edge back into the stumps. He's just leaning back a bit as well, head not fully over the front leg. So well bowled, Kyle Abbott, exploring that area outside off stump. Gets the wicket that Hampshire wanted and deserved, and the wicket that Lancashire neither wanted nor deserved either.
Maybe he's watched a bit of Jordan Clark from last week at the Oval. Kyle Abbott
picked it back, didn't it?
It did. Clark twice getting Wells out. Big booming drives and an inside edge back onto his stumps in South London last week. Same thing happens in Manchester this week. 12 for 1. Josh Bohannon heading out to bowl to join Keaton Jennings. That's wicket number 31 of the season for Kyle Abbott. 30 wickets at 27 coming into this fixture. Liam Dawson with 32 wickets at 28. And Mo Abbas has got 18 wickets.
Yeah, good performer, Kyle Abbott. Good signing by Hampshire years ago now, isn't it? Must be 7 years? 7, we think, round about that anyway. Made the choice to move from South Africa and become a permanent resident in Hampshire.
Josh Bohannon, new batter. Abbott over the wicket to Bohannon, who defends.
Now, Bohannon's a nervy starter, always has been, and he's got a tricky little period here of, well, probably just the rest of this over to get through. Then he can relax a little bit and start again, hopefully. But he's not had the best of summers, has he? One big innings. Got out in some peculiar ways as well.
Final ball of the over. Abbott to Bohannon, that's left. Successful one for Kyle Abbott, a wicket maiden in fact for the Hampshire seamer. And we've got time for one more over, which Jennings will try and negotiate. 12 for 1 on the brink of lunch on this second day.
Scott, you'll have seen this because you watch every ball of Lancashire cricket, unlike myself, who's just a bit part-time. But I saw Bohannon play a very expansive, charging drive against somebody to get out. Where was that? A couple of games ago?
A couple of games ago.
Northants. Was it?
Or in the One Day Cup?
No, must have been, no.
I'll go through the scorecards.
All right, well, it doesn't matter. But I just thought it was it might have been in the One Day Cup.
I think it was in the One Day Cup.
Yeah,
it
might have been. And he'd been pegged down and got frustrated. And I think there is an element of frustration within his game at the moment.
A pass to Jennings with the keeper standing up. It's left.
Good take.
It was.
Good take.
Yeah, I think it was Northants, wasn't it? It was bowled by Sanderson.
Yeah, that's, yeah. Anyway, Brown it up to the stumps and doing really well there. It's no mean feat to stand up to the stumps to Abbas. We've said he's not quick, but he's still top side of medium, fast medium. So really good effort. Good pitch though to stand up on, but it'll keep Jennings stuck in his crease. So it's a good move from Brown.
Here's Abbas to Jennings. It's defended again.
Bowlers tend to, opening bowlers especially, don't really like keepers standing up. It sends all the wrong messages, but I think in this case it's sending the right message, and it might help Abbas to get a trick here, because he does move the ball is moving, it's seaming slightly, and if Jennings is prevented from getting as close to the pitch of the ball as he can, there's a chance of him nicking it behind or to the slips.
Abbas to Jennings, and he's left it into the gloves of Ben Brown. So he's got 3 balls left to get to survive here, Keaton Jennings.
I bet he's loving it, Brown, as well, because they like the challenge, keepers. They like the challenge of standing up, whether it be to a quicker bowler or to a spinner bowling on a turning, bouncing pitch.
He's got 3 slips behind him, Brown, as he crouches in behind the stumps. Abbas sets off again from the Anderson end. Jennings off the back foot this time, just taps the ball away to the offside. And there is no run. 2 balls to lunch, Paul. If you can take us there, that would be lovely.
Oh, I'll do that.
Lovely.
We've got to go and do some reporting and things. Well done. So Jennings, Lancashire's captain, resolute in this half hour's batting. He was perhaps not at his best in the first hour and a half in the field, but he's played well so far. Just 2 balls to go. Abbas in round the wicket. And Jennings up on his toes on the back foot, just nudging the ball away into the leg side quite safely. Abbott receives the ball and polishes it assiduously on his jumper. He's the successful bowler this morning for Hampshire, removing Luke Wells in the last over, getting Wells to drag one on from outside off stump. Wells with a disappointing 6 to his name. Abbas then, final ball before lunch. That's nudged into the leg side by Keaton Jennings, just behind square. That'll be a single, and that will be it for the morning session here at Emirates Old Trafford, with Lancashire in reply to Hampshire's 389 on 13 for 1 from 8 overs. Keaton Jennings 7 not out. Josh Bohannon yet to get off the mark. And the man out, as I said, Luke Wells, bowled by Abbott, dragging it on from outside off stump 6. So Hampshire's session, no doubt about that, with Liam Dawson, the man of the moment, going to 104 not out, ably supported by Mohammed Abbas, who only made 1 but put up some staunch resistance. So Hampshire going in to lunch relatively cock-a-hoop after 4 sessions of play here at Emirates Old Trafford. 389 they made this morning, batting for the best part of an hour and a half. Lancs in reply, 13 for 1 from 8 overs, and they'll be back at Emirates Old Trafford in about 35 minutes for the afternoon session.
Where girls and boys, with willow and leather, become more than a badge, but the red rose together.
A club where more than legends are made, but friendships, obsessions, moments replayed on our screens, in our minds, in our hearts forever. Because it's who we are, our DNA, the red rose together.
Statham, Briggs, Jimmy, Freddie and Joss, Chappie, Sir Clive Lloyd, Carol Hodges, Kate Cross. What a roll call. It's a hard one to measure, with future names still to be written on the red rolls together.
We're all about people. It's what the red rose really means. Yeah, the ones signing autographs, but the ones behind the scenes.
Our community, grassroots, the ones that feel tethered. Whether you're from here or belong here, we're the red rose together.
And what about this place? Talk about world-class venues.
Internationals, gigs, events. You can choose from a menu of triumph, of disaster, of pain, or pleasure.
We've seen it all at Emirates Old Trafford, with the red rose together.
Red ball, white ball, lightning and thunder.
Have you ever sat back? Have you ever just wondered how far we've come?
The storms we've weathered,
Or how far we'll go as the red rolls together.
Welcome to Conrad Dubai. Here's your key.
Thank you. Let me help you with the bags.
Nice room.
How's that? How's that?
How's that?
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
Will these two stay out there after a drink? And that's a huge sip over to the Hilton review system. 3 reds, no doubt at all. And up goes the finger. When it has to be absolutely plumb, it matters where you stay.
Hi, I'm Keaton, and this is Luke. We are the giraffe opening pair at Lancashire Cricket Club. We are here today at the Mistoria Estate Agents. Let's see what they have in store for us. One of the highlights for me probably was making my Test debut. You aspire to play international cricket, and I think for me, making that Test debut in Mumbai was a special moment I think I'll look back on.
Property is potentially an option that, well, I've already started to go down. I'd like to explore more options in the future for sure. I've seen how positive an investment strategy that can be.
If I could, I'd get a little clay pigeon shot up in the garden. I'm not entirely sure the neighbours would be all too happy with it, but yeah, a little clay pigeon trap.
The idea of dealing with the day-to-day stress of everything that comes with being a landlord isn't something that I would necessarily want to be a part of, to be honest. So using an experienced agent like Mistoria would definitely be something I'd be interested in.
I think it's our devilishly good looks, to be entirely honest. I'm not sure where the reference comes from.
I think it's fairly self-explanatory.
I think just making sure the advice you're getting is aligned with the goals. It's a big investment, it's a large chunk of your savings, so to make sure it's taken care of in a really sort of professional manner.
similar, but the heritage of the club is actually everywhere you look. So there will be a new heritage of the being that was done over last year. So many of saying they're both.
Hi Noah. Nice to meet you.
Can you believe it? No. I can't stop smiling. Trying not to.
Yeah, that's it.
Action. All the fun and all.
Local favourites are staying at the Hilton Garden Inn. She's gone for the chip. My goodness me. It's over to the Hilton review system. A big bite. Gone. When lunch is the best part of the day, it matters where you stay.
1954, Cyril Washbrook became the first professional captain of the county.
Lancashire have won a tremendous victory here. Indeed he has. It's great. What a moment. You don't play.
Well, the real thrust of that innings came from Hagen's Fairbrother.
Fine chance to run, get the winning hit. On come the crowd.
That's a big hit. It's another monster hit for six. Big shot by Sol. It's into...
Two local favourites are staying at the Hilton Garden Inn. She's gone for the chip. My goodness me. It's over to the Hilton review system. A big bite. Gone. When lunch is the best part of the day, it matters where you...
1864. We were first class then, and we're first class now.
With a dream to spread cricket through Lancashire's towns, where girls and boys, with willow and leather,
Become more than a badge, but the red rose together.
A club where more than legends are made, but friendships, obsessions, moments replayed on our screens, in our minds, in our hearts forever. Because it's who we are, our DNA, the red rose together.
Statham, Briggs, Jimmy, Freddie and Joss Chappie, Sir Clive Lloyd, Carol Hodges, Kate Cross. What a roll call. It's a hard one to measure, with future names still to be written on the red rose together.
We're all about people. It's what the red rose really means. Yeah, the ones signing autographs, but the ones behind the scenes.
Our community, grassroots, the ones that feel tethered. Whether you're from here or belong here, we're the red rose together.
And what about this place? Talk about world-class venues.
Internationals, gigs, events. You can choose from a menu of triumph, of disaster, of pain, or pleasure.
We've seen it all at Emirates Old Trafford, with the red rose together.
Red ball, white ball, lightning and thunder.
Have you ever sat back? Have you ever just wondered how far we've come?
The storms we've weathered,
Or how far we'll go as the red rose together.
My guest on this edition of Beyond the Boundary is somebody who's been synonymous with Lancashire cricket for over 60 years. Started as a player in the 60s, went on to captain the side, play for England, then became an umpire, first-class umpire, coached Lancashire, coached England, and became one of the 21st century's fantastic and best broadcasters. It is David Lloyd. David, it's great to see you. Where did it all begin then?
Well, back in 1965, and it began on the ground, and it's obvious is that, but when you played for Lancashire boys, you played here, which is a great place when you've got the committee and the coaches or whoever who can see the young talent coming on. We played right at the corner, right at the end, next to the pavilion, the old pavilion, and I did all right. So it was north v south, did okay. And then Lancashire versus Yorkshire and Cheshire, and did okay.
It was a fair trek in then when you when you used to start as a junior professional. Felt like it was a fair trek in from Accrington in the 60s.
It were 3 buses for a start. You know, when buses upstairs, it were for smokers. Now I've never smoked in my life. I had the filthy habit. But you always wanted to go upstairs to sniff these blokes smoking these senior service and Capstan full strength. And you put your kit bag, if you remember, when you got on the bus, there was like a well. So you put your kit bag in, there was no chance of anybody nicking it. It was always there when you got to Moseley Street, and then I think I caught the 48 bus up to close by the football ground and then had to walk. But I wasn't the only one. There were lots of us came in that same sort of journey.
And you came into a Lancashire environment. I think, let's be fair, in the early mid-60s, Lancashire weren't in a period of success, but they had some fantastic players. One of the finest bowlers of all time in Brian Statham, for one. Jeff Puller, Ken Higgs, Jack Bond was around.
Do you know, it's an absolute mystery. When you look at the calibre of players, you think there's some wonderful players, but you're dead right, we couldn't bat. We couldn't get runs. And Statham and Higgs got 100 wickets each, and I think we finished second bottom. And it was always... The laws of the game, the structure of the competition was really odd. They kept chopping and changing, and I recall that you had to come out at 65 overs, you had to come out at 100 overs and declare 3-day matches, uncovered pitches. So you're always sort of manufacturing games to fit the 3 days, because inevitably, particularly here, we were losing so much to the weather. You look at Old Trafford now and the drainage, which is state of the art. Back in the 60s, no, it was just natural soil, and if it rained, you'd deluge and puddles everywhere. You just didn't play. And so we were always constantly manufacturing games over a 3-day period on uncovered pitches.
What about your first impressions then of Brian Statham and Jeff Puller? Brian was captain in the 60s, fantastic bowler, but not perhaps the best captain.
Well, we used to, Tommy Greenup and I, and sometimes we'd play together. And Tommy used to say, we'll be coming on any time now. I said, how do you know that? He says, because the 48 bus has just gone past. He says, at 5 to 1, we usually come on when that goes past. So, and it's uncanny. That's a number of times that you get that last over before lunch, if the seamers had bowled first up in the morning. But Statham was a wonderful man. He was a fantastic man. And he just led by example, really. Jeff Puller was brilliant. Absolutely magnificent. He's a left-handed opening batter. Here's this kid from Accrington coming in, batting at number 8, showing a bit of promise. And he would know that he's going to elevate, this young kid's going to elevate, and eventually he'd open the batting, which is what I did. But Jeff helped me all the way. He looked after me.
Was cricket your first love? Because you were a good footballer and all,
no, it still isn't my first love. I like horse racing, golf and football. I'm an absolute football fanatic. I love football, particularly lower league football. And I still go and watch whenever I can. York City, I live over York Way now, so we go and watch York City. I'm a season ticket holder there. They're in National League North. And even now, I take my boots with me, thinking I might get a do, because they're not very good. And of course, Accrington Stanley is my club.
But you were synonymous with the resurrection of Accrington Stanley, weren't you?
Yeah, I was a director for a while, and then my mate bought the club. And he pulled me on one side and he said, I've got some bad news. He said, I know you're a director. He said, but I'm sacking all the directors. I don't want any of them. I'm running the show. I said, thank you. It's costing me a fortune, this. Because if one of the players, and this is in the bad old days, if he got subbed and wanted a shower and went and put the shower on, the floodlights went off. So we had to have a new electric system and so on. But we've now got a cracking club.
It's a bit different now. I've read in the papers this week that there's going to be a new champagne bar.
Yeah, it
Not
is
something that is synonymous with Accrington.
No, I think that'll struggle, really. We've got it's a conference centre, which is, I think it's 400 or 450. Hospitality and conference centre, which is bang on. And now we've never had it tarmac. We've got tarmac up there now, which is great when you drive your car in. But your cracking club now, Andy Holt is the owner, the chairman, and he's done a brilliant job.
Let's just come back to Lancashire. And the late 60s, there was a sea change in Lancashire's performances. It was the start of a fantastic era of one-day success. What triggered that?
I think the club had in the 60s, there was this unrest. And then we got a great chairman. I mean, gregarious, right up front, a bloke called Cedric Rhodes. And he shook the place. He absolutely shook it up. And, you know, a lot of things you'd say, I didn't like that about Cedric, and I didn't like that about Cedric, but he was here every day, fully hands-on. And he gave the club a real shake. And then Jack Bond took over as captain. When they were scratching their heads, thinking, who should we make captain? Jack
to
was
replace,
in the twos.
Replace Statham.
It'd be to replace Brian Statham.
Yeah.
And I think they advertised in the Telegraph for a captain. That might have been before Brian Statham. But Bondy was playing in the twos. And they give him the job. And I would think that would be short term at the time. But it coincided and corresponded with a lot of young lads coming from club cricket. And you were playing Saturday, Sunday club cricket, league cricket, knockout cricket. We all came together from different areas. Lads from down St Helens, Ken Shuttleworth, lads from up Mosley Way, Staley Bridge, John Sullivan, Harry Pilling, lads from down Lancashire League, myself, and latterly Jack Simmons. And it clicked. And suddenly we got a one-day team playing one-day cricket to full houses. And they were glory days, real glory days. When you consider Sunday League, I think you started at 2 o'clock. You've got to finish your first innings at 4:10. Be 16, 20,000 on here. And again, when you do interviews like this, you can recall there were no advertising boards. They didn't have any. They weren't that sort of. It wasn't that sort of club. There'd be half a dozen people would work in the offices. That's it. And so the crowd used to spill onto the pitch with a boundary rope, and the crowd behind the boundary rope, and you could have 4,000 or 5,000 people sat on the ground. And so it was a great atmosphere. I mean, a fortress right on top of you, the crowd.
What was Jack Bond's secret then? Because
man management.
And undoubtedly, he had some good players,
Yeah.
or some good players who were starting to come to the fore. I'm thinking of Lever and Shuttleworth and Lloyd and Wood. And the overseas players, Clive Lloyd and Farouk Engineer.
Yeah.
But Bondy's big secret, man management.
He got the great name, Bond. That was what he did. He bonded a team together. He was totally unselfish. And if we were in a jam, he'd go in and sort of stick it out, grind it out. If we were flying, he'd drop down and send John Sullivan or anybody else to give it a whack, Simo and David Hughes. So he was honest, unselfish, and great man management. I mean, he managed me. I could get a bit volatile, and he could manage me, no problem.
You say you were volatile, David, yeah, and that stuck with you probably through your career and probably still a little bit in your life now. But you've obviously learned to temper yourself. How much of an influence was Jack Bond on you in your future, not only as a cricketer, but when you became captain and then coach, then an umpire? How much did Jack Bond influence you?
He was a massive influence, and two others at the club were massive influences, Edward Slinger and Bob Bennett. They were great influences, and they knew how to calm me down, how to sort of shut me up a little bit, as did Jack. But Jack must have seen something to push me as captain, because he was going to retire, and he told me that, follow me, watch what I do. And we went on holiday together, actually, and he said that, you know, you'll probably be captain, and you've got to pick things up, and you've got to learn how to step back a bit. I'm a lot better than I used to be. I think I'm all right now. You know, Jack believed in me for a start, but I've got to tell you a funny story. We went, at the end, when he was retiring, he was finishing, and I'm getting wind that I'm going to be captain. We go to Germany on an end-of-season jolly to, I think I'm in Frankfurt or somewhere. And this is an end-of-season jolly to end all end-of-season jollies. And we sort of celebrated every night, well into the night. He's made me captain for this next game. So at night time, I've gone to, I thought I've got to get to bed, I've got to go to bed early. And I start mapping out on bits of paper where fielders should stand and so on. The morning after, we turn up and I was like, Captain, here we go, get yourself sorted out. There's only 2 turned up. So, just tossed up, well, we'll have a bat. And we batted like, it's 35 over game, batted like, and kept looking, is there anybody else going? And then Harry Pillin and John Sullivan staggered out of a room. Keith Goodwin, he spent all, it's like an army camp, he spent all day saluting all the soldiers, because he used to be in the army, and waving aeroplanes off, so I couldn't get him to the ground. And we shored up, I think it was me and Edward Slinger, either me and Edward or me and Bob Bennett, who opened the batting and just had to shore things up. And I've got all these bits of paper in my pocket as to where I could put my fielders. I've only got 2.
I don't know. It's not quite like that now. I'll tell you. So that was basically after a very successful period. Lancashire had won the Gillette Cup 3 years on the trot, John Player League twice, and you then became captain in '73, following on from Jack, and were captain relatively young, weren't you?
Yeah,
what were you, 25, 26?
20, I might have been 26, 27. And we were just on the wane, you know, just on the cusp, right, you know, just on our sell-by date, if you will. And, you know, you're missing Clive. Clive, if West Indies were here, that's it, gone. And you didn't replace, you didn't say, oh, we'll get somebody else in for 3 or 4 weeks. And so, you know, we lost the kingpin player, lost the number 1. Farouk, God bless him, what a wonderful character within the team, belligerent batsman, brilliant wicket keeper, just coming to the end. And so we did all right, and we continued Gillette Cup success, getting to finals. I think you've done great if you get to finals, particularly at that time in the 70s. If you keep getting to finals, you're doing something right. And during my time, we got to 3.
You won it again in 75.
Won it in 75. In 74, 76, we were just on the wrong end. We played Kent. And I think Alan Knott was man of the match, and he got 15. And it was one of them dismal, nasty, horrible days and horrible pitch. And the game didn't happen, really. And we got beat by Northants as well. Although Northants at that time had a really good side. They had a good team.
But Lancashire, let's say since '68, have had various 11s, teams that have been hugely successful in one-day cricket and have only ever won the county championship once. Yeah. Why is that? Why? Is it the glamour of one-day cricket, do you think?
Yeah, partly. In the early days, with uncovered pitches, particularly on this side, and I know you can say, well, Yorkshire were very successful on the east side. The rain comes up here and it drops buckets on Old Trafford, and that definitely hampered us from the players that we had. But I mentioned Cedric Rhodes, and from the club perspective, he would make us fully aware that one-day cricket pays the rent. You know, we're filling the ground every time we play a one-day game, and you're winning. And spectators are clamouring for tickets, sold out every time. So we were under no illusions that one-day cricket was priority at the club. And if you did okay in championship cricket, good. You know, you did all right. Yeah, you're doing all right. We had, I know we had 1 year where we were second and pushing to be champions. And we had a rain-curtailed game, final match down at Sussex. And it didn't just happen. And Tony Gregg, I think, were captain at Sussex at the time. And we just didn't push on and finished up 4th. But we had a really good season then. But one-day cricket was the king.
On a personal level, your cricket playing, it's a long time ago now, but it tends to get pushed back into the periphery because you've done so much in the game. But you had an England career which was perhaps too short, just less than 10 games, but you averaged 42 as an opener. Were you frustrated that you didn't play more for England and do better as an individual?
No, I thought, I'd run my race, my time were up really. I'd only get into that team if Geoffrey Boycott wasn't around. Dennis Amis was a fantastic player. John Edrich had opened and just dropped down. So, you know, these are stellar players. And Boykes, for whatever reason, got injured when I got into the team. So I'm in form. They're looking for an opener. I got in, did all right. And of course, I averaged 42, which helps when you got 214 not out in one knock. That doesn't half help. Get the average up. And so I went to Australia. I'd never really been out of England. Had a ball. We had a great time, great tour, great opponents, and they beat us 4-1 because they were far better. But I knew at the end of that, you know, once, and I come back with an injury, with a neck injury, which has reared its head like you wouldn't believe in this last 12 months. And I knew that if I wasn't fit and I wasn't in form, they'd look somewhere else, which they did.
Did you think to yourself then that the step up to international level was perhaps, unless you were playing at your very, very best, was just a bit beyond you?
Yeah, I did. You know, when I played here in England against India and Pakistan, I felt, yeah, well at home. Yeah, I'm good enough for this. But when we went to Australia, you come up against Rodney Marsh, who's recently passed away, the Chappells, Thompson and Lilly, Max Walker, and Ashley Mallett. You know, that were tough. And they were better than us, which is how it is. If they win 4-1, and we had good players, but they were better than us.
I'm just thinking that you know, your formative experiences coming from Accrington, playing for Lancashire, your time under Jack Bond, your time as a leader for Lancashire, and then your time playing as an opening bat for England, probably set you in really good stead for what you were going to do in future. You went to be an umpire, and then you went to be a coach. Did you have a career path planned?
Definite.
And you really wanted to be, I mean, you were on the verge of becoming an international umpire when you went back into coaching.
Yeah. In my latter stages, so in my early 30s, early to mid 30s, I finished when I was 36. And I always said I wish I'd have finished when I was 32. And I'd gone in to see Chris Hassel when I was 32 and said, look, I'm thinking of calling a day because I want to do this. And he said, we'd like you to carry on. I carried on to 36, which was a mistake. I could have done 2 years, could have done to 34. But there were two things, that coming back from England and realising I'm just going to be a county player, I changed my game. I started being a bit of a dasher, where I was careful, building innings, you know, leave the ball. I started going after it, and I thoroughly enjoyed that. And the other thing that when I was 30s, I took all my coaching badges, which is the best thing I did whilst I was playing. I did all this whilst I was playing. And you know what I'm like. I'm coming back from these coaching winters, which are tough, down at Lillishall.
Yeah.
Real tough. And I'm wanting to put all these ideas into play. And Bondy and Sav, just shut up. You just look, you just sit. Well, just sit down. We're not interested. We're not interested. But I got all these badges, and
you were always a great thinker about the game, a great theorist, and you developed into a wonderful innovator, didn't you? Through your time as Lancashire coach initially.
Love that. First up, I came with David Hughes. Yozza and Alan Ormrod had parted company. I think Alan had gone. Hughesy was here, and I came in and looked after the twos. And that was a great time. I enjoyed that. Then Yozza left, and I was elevated to do the job. And so I was in cahoots with the groundsman, a bloke called Peter Marron. Pete Marron, me and him, and we had a dressing room attendant, called Ron Spriggs. So I used to get in here. So we're in the pavilion, all this side. And I wanted an office. I wanted to be away, but, if I want to pull a play, I want to come in here, I want to sit down. And Pete Marron made me an office in the defunct urinals. And so he boarded these urinals up and proper lavish, but blocked them all off. And that was my office. It was brilliant. Right at the back of the pavilion, overlooking the police station and the town hall. And so every morning I'd get in here at 7:30. And Pete Merrin and Ron Spriggs would come up and sit with me, with 3 of us round the table. And it sort of reminds me of like Bill Shankly and the boot room at Liverpool. And Spriggs would make the tea, big pint pots of tea, put them down. And Spriggs would sit down. He said, "Have you seen that lad in the twos? He said, he should be in the first team. I don't know how you're not picking him." And so Ron Spriggs thought he was picking the team. But it was, round the dressing room, I think I hit him hard, the play.
Well, good afternoon and welcome back to Emirates Old Trafford, where we're just about to begin play after lunch on day 2 in the County Championship match between Lancashire and Hampshire. Frustrating morning for Lancashire, unable to bowl Hampshire out for less than 389. Having said it's frustrating for Lancashire, it's one of the better mornings that Hampshire could have had this summer, with that wonderful last wicket partnership between Mohammed Abbas and Liam Dawson. Dawson ending up 104 not out, and Hampshire going through, or taking Hampshire through to 389 before Mohammed Abbas was out. In reply, Lancashire have had 8 overs. They're 13 without loss. Sorry, 13 for 1 from their 8 overs. Kyle Abbott, the wicket taker, getting rid of Luke Wells, the aid of the inside edge as the ball clattered back into the stumps. Good pitch here at Emirates Old Trafford. Lovely day, sun's out, a few white puffy clouds, no breeze either. In stark contrast to the Test match a week ago, where there was a gale blowing across the ground. It was pretty cold and miserable. It's relatively gorgeous in comparison. Hampshire out in the field, bouncing and very active, as you would expect. Kyle Abbott has the ball in his hand. Keaton Jennings, Lancashire's captain, about to take strike. He's on 7 not out. Josh Bohannon has faced just a couple of balls, but it's Jennings on strike. There are 3 slips in position, and it's Abbott in round the wicket to Jennings. Good length. Jennings on the front foot, just pushing the ball out to extra cover. Kevin James is alongside me. Good morning for Hampshire, Kevin, and they'll be looking forward to making further inroads.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, hi Paul, hi everybody. I'm still thinking about that partnership this morning. It was quite incredible, wasn't it? You know what it's like in a dressing room before the start of any day. You sit down and have a bit of a chat between yourselves. I would have thought that exceeded anything that Hampshire would have chatted about this morning. An hour and a quarter.
Yeah.
They added 59 extra runs for that last partnership.
Abbott in again. Jennings watches this go by into the hands of Ben Brown behind the stumps.
And it was riveting, and for lots of different reasons. Riveting from a Hampshire point of view, where you can't quite believe what you're watching. But I guess from a Lancashire point of view, even though it must have frustrated everybody, that you still had to watch it. And you probably couldn't believe what was unfolding.
Well, yeah, it's very few times I've been speechless as a commentator, and I was, because there was no intent on getting Dawson out at all. Just had 9 fielders on the boundary. Abbott with 3 catchers waiting. This one passes harmlessly past off stump. Jennings watching it go by. So that was the frustrating thing. It was the fact that Lancashire didn't appear to know what they wanted to do, and Dawson was lapping this up gleefully. He'd just block 3. If there was a bad ball, he'd have a go at hitting it for 4 or 6, which he did, and then he'd take a single off the 5th or 6th ball of the over, and that's how it went for about an hour. Abbott again, full, and Jennings crashes this into the covers, which is a good stop.
Nick Gubbins with that
Gubbins,
one.
Yeah.
How much do you think that Liam Dawson was so good in that situation?
He was good.
And how much was it that maybe Lancashire were taken by surprise?
Well, I don't see how Lancashire can be taken by surprise. He's a good player, isn't he? He's one of the most underrated players in the country, I think. He's got 16 first-class hundreds now. If anybody who didn't know him was asked what he did, it'd be bowl left-arm spin. Jennings this time up on his toes and forcing it through the offside. Gubbins will field, but not before they've come back for 2. So, you know, he's an underrated player. They may have thought it's easy this because Abbas is far from underrated. He's a poor number 11. Averages about 6, I think.
Yes, he does.
In his first-class career. So it may have been a bit of touch of complacency from Lancashire, thinking, oh, we'll just get this. You know, we'll get a wicket in the first 10 minutes or so. Abbott again hustling. Jennings comfortably defends out to mid-off. That's the end of the first over of the afternoon session. Lancashire moved on to 15 for 1. Jennings 9, Bohannon yet to get off the mark.
It's interesting in that I'm sure Keaton Jennings is a really good captain, and I haven't studied him. You guys see him more than I do, whatever, but I'm just wondering sometimes maybe he, like a lot of other county captains, that they come across the same situation, you know, game in, game out, month in, month out, whatever. When they're presented with something that's a little bit outside of the norm, you then kind of see actually maybe how good they are. And maybe it's a bit unfair to single him out, because I think at the time you pointed out that there were 1 or 2 others out there with experience.
There are senior players out there, like, you know, Wells and Bohannon, and with captaincy experience. What frustrated me was that there was no attempt to get Dawson out. There was nobody, not even a solitary slip for most of the morning. Anyway, it's Mohammed Abbas who will continue from the James Anderson end. Bohannon watches this onto the bat, steers it down to backward square leg, gets off the mark. He'll be pleased about that. He's a bit of a nervy starter, is Josh Bohannon, but he's got that first run after just 3 balls. 16 for 1 is Lancashire's total. 389 is what Hampshire made this morning. Yeah, so that was the frustration. It was so, I mean, it was so blatantly obvious that what Dawson could do. I mean, he was under no pressure to do anything under any circumstance. All he had to do was block. Abbas round the wicket now, with Brown still up to the stumps. I like this from Brown. This is good because Jennings had been advancing down the wicket to Abbas, who's really only just fractionally over medium pace, really. Fast medium would flatter him, I think. Yep. But Brown is up to the stumps, keeping Jennings in his crease, and I don't think Jennings has scored off him since Brown came up to stand up behind the stumps. Abbas again, wrist and lithe action as Jennings pushes that out to mid-off.
I think Mo Abbas probably has one of the greatest controls of the wrist. Of the
you
ball.
Can see the flicky wrist, can't you?
Yeah.
It's almost elastic, isn't it? Yeah.
Absolutely incredible the way he can. I mean, round the wicket, he's looking to straighten it on the left hand, as that's generally his normal line of attack. Whether he'll get much out of this now, I don't know. And then the one that just comes in on the angle.
Round the wicket again, with a bit of width. This great take from Brown as Jennings flashes at it, misses. Brown taking it chest height, and Jennings re-rehearsing in a sort of swashbuckling style. Bit of D'Artagnan about that.
That's not him, is it?
Well, well, it could be, couldn't it?
Might see a different side to him.
Yes, it was an un-Jennings-like stroke, that is for sure. But something that Abbas will be quite pleased about. The shot played with such extravagance. Left this time. As Abbas continues to probe on and around off stump. You make a good point about the ball always coming back, Kev. Angling in with the opportunity or the aim maybe of trying to straighten it. It's a tricky prospect.
There's so many bowlers now, I think more than ever, that come round the wicket to the left-handers.
They do, don't they? Yeah, I mean, it's certainly a modern trend in bowling. They do it straight away. Stuart Broad, I was talking to him not long ago. He said, I never thought about it, and then in the last 2 or 3 years of his career, it became almost instinctive. I think it's to do with the research that they do as a Bass bowls the final ball of that over. 16 for 1 now, 10 overs bowled. It's the amount of analysis, analysis, research about how batters get out, how left-handers get out, and it seems to me as though right-arm bowlers invariably go round the wicket to left-handers from ball 1 these days, where it was always thought of when I bowled and you bowled probably that the right armer bowling across the left-hander was bringing all the slips into play, and it was a natural angle to worry the left-hander. Abbott over the wicket this time to Bohannon, who flicks it through mid-wicket, timed beautifully, just a little flick of the wrist. Don't think he's going to get 4 for this. The outfield not particularly quick here, but he will come back for 3. It was a really positive and confident shot from Josh Bohannon, probably the shot of the innings so far.
Just a shot there of James Fuller's trousers after sliding into that. Still a wet outfield. Quite incredible. Did you do a lot? Did you come round the wicket? Was that obviously wasn't your first thought, was it?
Well, occasionally. Do you remember? You might not remember this, but Jeff Boycott used to have problems with the Indian seamers. There's one called Eknath Solkar, who's a left-arm seamer. We got him out as Abbott bowls another, and Jennings meets that with that solid defence again. He had a period in the early, it must have been the early 80s, because he retired round about then, when he couldn't, he struggled, and I bowled round the wicket at him, got him out here at Old Trafford, bounced him out. It's ridiculous. I remember that. I remember getting Paul Parker out, bowled round the wicket. But I only did it rarely. I mean, I don't know. Jack Bond was pretty astute. He mentioned he was our cricket manager stroke guru before we had gurus, as it were, as Abbott bowls another good pace round and just outside off stump. Brown taking the ball, still going up. But yeah, Jack Bond mentioned it to me on a couple of occasions, said, you know, have a go. But we never practiced it. Never went in the nets and practiced bowling around the wicket. These guys will do this all the time now, and quite rightly so too. So that when they do come round, it doesn't feel. Always felt strange for me, getting yourself in different positions. But these guys it'll feel second nature to them. Jennings drives this ball from Abbott through the covers over the square. He might get 4 here. In fact, he will. It'll run all the way. And kicks over the rope. So a couple of good shots, one from Bohannon, one from Jennings, get Lancashire underway this afternoon.
Yeah, looks like that wicket at the outfield has just quickened up a fraction. I'm sure yesterday that wouldn't have quite made it, because I mean, forgive me, your stock ball was generally just coming in, going away from the right-hander, wasn't it? That was you.
I tried to seam it, no. So I'm. Yeah,
away,
generally,
mainly. And then obviously the nip backer that was the other ball. That
you never really knew, did you? But that's what I was trying to do. Did you? Well, Mike Kendrick used to say that as Jennings leaves another one. He said, well, all I do is I run up, seam upright, know where I'm going to pitch it, and when I've let it go, I've no real idea whether it's going to nip back or nip away. But if I haven't a clue, the batter's no clue either. So, you know, so that's the sort of premise that you worked on.
I find
all
that
this
incredible.
Stuff about wobble seam.
Oh,
you know,
no.
I mean, it's a genuine delivery and worked upon. But we always used to think it had come out wrong if that happened.
I agree. Yeah.
Abbott again, bustling in. Left comfortably by Jennings. The final ball of the over, 23 for 1, 11 gone.
I think you're right. You'd see somebody that you hadn't really seen much before, and if you watched the ball come out of the hand and it was wobbling around, you think, he hasn't quite got it all together yet.
Well, that's right. You used to say the wrist position's wrong, or your fingers aren't behind the ball, or whatever it may be. Now it's the best delivery you can bowl. I'm being slightly flippant, but there we are.
Well, I mean,
if Jimmy can perfect it and bowl it as one of his classic variations, then who are we to argue?
Would you still have Jimmy Anderson in the England side?
Yep, without question.
Because?
Well, he's good enough, isn't he? But I understand why they've not. I mean, you know, that's the decision they've made. It's Bohannon on strike, though, out in the middle. Abbas, metronomic yet again, as Bohannon defends to cover.
The only thing is Lancashire still don't get the benefit of him.
Well, no, I was looking today, thinking back to this morning's play and how Lancashire couldn't make that breakthrough, and I saw Saki Mahmood and Luke Wood training as hard as they've ever trained on the outfield, and I'm thinking, yeah, you know, they're not playing, and playing white ball cricket, whatever. Abbas again past the outside edge of Bohannon's bat. There's a slight exclamation from the slip cordon, but nothing of an appeal. Good ball, though.
I still find it, that comment you just made about, you know, you landed the ball on seam and you didn't know. I mean, you had, when I watched you bowl, you had a plan.
Oh, yeah, yeah, I did.
I mean, I remember you bowling in a test match, I forget where it was, because obviously it was a while ago, where you literally, I think you were right on top of it, the ball was shaping away, and then every now and then that one would nip back. I mean, you clearly were right on top of what that ball was doing.
Well, that's what you're trying to do. Didn't always happen, of course, but there you are. Driven by Bohannon this time, but not timed, and straight to Abbott at mid-on.
Because you have to alter your line a fraction, don't you? When you know that one's shaping away and then you want to bowl the one that nips back, you do actually have to alter your line a fraction.
Well, ideally, yeah, but ideally, you know, if you're not, you only have to move the ball a couple of inches, don't you, to either beat the bat or nick, or get them to nick it. So that if you're, the classic is to hit the top of off, and if you seam it away a fraction, you might get the outside edge on that line, and if you nip it back, you might hit the top of middle.
Okay.
So there is, I mean, subtly, yes, but if you're getting extravagant movement, if the ball swings for you, then obviously you've got to change your line a little bit. But as a general principle, you watch Abbas, who's just bowled another delivery that Bohannon has defended. He won't change his line. Really, he'll come in. You know, it's the old adage of sticking a handkerchief down and hitting that.
Yeah.
Basically. Yeah. Especially, I think, on pitches like this. Although the modern trend is for, in inverted commas, variation, and a lot of bowlers strive for that as Abbas comes in with no variation at all, just hits that line on off stump. Bohannon defending. But I think that trend has come in to the bowler's mind over the last few years, and I don't think it works for young bowlers, because young bowlers may strive for variation in order to get wickets, but unless you've got the stop ball, you've got to have a stop ball. You've got to bowl a stop ball. Yeah. Otherwise, you know, you've got to have something to revert to when things are going badly, and develop that control. Pass again with a nitbacker that Bohannon leaves, and there's an intake of breath from Bohannon to withdraw his stomach from the line as it whistles past the stumps. It's 23 for 1, and Abbas has none for 7 from 6 overs, another maiden under his belt.
Not giving the Lancashire batters too much here at the moment.
No, 5 maidens from 12 overs between them. None for 7 off 6 for Abbas, and 1 for 16 off 6 for Abbott.
Yeah, I've watched Abbas, you know, give from a distance, really, you know, a bit of coaching lessons. And funny enough, one or two bowlers over the years, have gone up to him from the opposition and sort of asked him, you know, about it, because he probably is one of the great exponents of moving the wrist around behind the ball.
Abbott is a different sort of bowler, bowling on middle stump, and just Jennings looking to work it on the leg side, ends up playing it to mid-on.
But Abbott's the same as what you said earlier. You know, I mean, I watch him continually bowl the nip backer to the right-hander, and obviously to the left-hander he's looking to get the one to come back in a fraction, which you won't see a lot of that maybe today because of the conditions. But he always tells me, he says, you know what, I don't know, I just land the ball on the seam. You think, yeah, but you consistently nip the ball back. How could you just say I land the ball on the seam?
Well, no, because occasionally when it goes straight on or nips away, that's, oh, I didn't mean to do that, but it's done it. It's a good shot from Jennings, but it's drilled straight to mid-off.
That's amazing, isn't it? How some bowlers can just be natural.
What did you do when you ran up? Apart from hold it in your left hand.
Made sure the ball got up the other end.
Yeah.
I mean, predominantly I was looking to swing the ball in to the right-hander, which I think, especially in those days, was a must as a left-arm seamer, wasn't it? I mean, and when you get it right, I mean, I was only an average bowler, really, but when I got it right, I always felt I could get anybody out.
Abbott, again, slightly wider on the crease, and Jennings on his toes. Has time to play a good backward defensive stroke. No run.
I mean, you know, by swinging the ball back, you're pitching on the stumps, and then it's hitting on the stumps. And it's amazing how even some of the world's, I mean, obviously, don't get me wrong, when it didn't swing, I was kited all over the place. But when it did swing, even some of the world's best batters, they didn't really have a technique to play that consistently.
Very difficult ball to play. Abbott again wide of the crease, defended comfortably by Jennings.
I mean, obviously, one of the greatest exponents of that was John Lever at Essex in England. I mean, when he swung the ball in, I mean, he took wickets for fun, didn't he? I mean, serious
and he
wickets.
did it for 20 years, didn't he? And he was, he was a phenomenon. Was JK.
Yeah.
But all left-arm bowlers worth their salt are able to move the ball back into the right-hander.
Yeah.
That's what you've got to do, really. Just a fraction shorter from Abbott this time. And Jennings again has plenty of time to defend to Gubbins at cover. We're talking about just left-armers and going around the wicket and all that. Akram was the one, Wasim. He bowled. He could bowl round the wicket at hustlingly fast pace.
Tell me about it.
And get it to straighten on a right-hander, so he'd have the effect of angling into middle stump, and then it'd suddenly whip away, and your off stump would be out of the ground. That was one of the great privileges of my career, fielding first slip to Akram and watching him perform.
Really?
Oh, brilliant. Jennings has just pushed the final ball of the over to cover. 23 for 1, 13 gone.
I remember saying to Scott yesterday, because we were just talking about games here and what have you, and I remember playing a game here when Akram was bowling in the days where obviously the wicket was
the other way around.
And I remember him bowling, and because he had such fast arm speed, didn't he, that it literally, you had to watch his arm as well as the ball, because you just thought, is his arm coming over? Oh, it's already come over, and then the ball was on you. And I remember he was bowling particularly quick this one particular game, and I honestly thought that if he gets the ball right and it's short and it's straight, I could seriously be hurt here. I mean, he did get it right, obviously, but there's a very small area, isn't it? And a very small area when it comes at you that if you get it wrong, you're history.
Bohannon on strike and looking for a single, but doesn't get one.
But angles, you're right. I think because of stats now, and they're so governed by stats and analysis now, that there's a lot of overthinking and almost, yeah, you're right. Bowlers will change angles almost at whim. Whereas I guess they used to persevere a little bit longer with certain angles because that's what they knew. Whereas now they want to try anything and everything.
Well, that's right. And batsmen were less likely to put you off your line and length as well. They would accept batting maiden after maiden as long as they stayed there. Wide of off stump this time from Abbas, and Bohannon watches it go harmlessly by. He's on 4, Jennings on 13. It's 23 for 1.
I mean, I always remember you as very much a rhythm bowler, and once you dropped into that rhythm, you always hit this same spot time and time again. Was there ever any batters that deliberately went out of their way to knock you off that rhythm, or even if they could?
At the highest level, yeah. I mean, Viv Richards was one who would look to hit balls that weren't supposed to be hit in places that they didn't mean to go, you know, or Bohannon defends that comfortably again. Viv was a classic worker of the ball, but he did everything right. He didn't really hit across the line. He sort of hit through it and whipped it, a bit like Kevin Peterson has done in the modern era. Who else? Gavaskar used to, although he was an opening batsman who played, when I say properly, he played the ball on its merits, but he'd get you through the leg side. Bass bowls another wide of off stump, and Bohannon watches that go by. But the way of playing in 40 years ago was not really to try and disrupt the bowler. You'd wait for the bad ball, and then the batter would hit it. It was like, you know, I remember Graham Gooch saying about facing the West Indies. You know, they bowled at 12 overs an hour and probably bowled 2 bad balls in those 12 overs. So you're never going to score, are you? You know, and they weren't. No bad balls were still at 93 miles an hour. So it makes batting a little bit, made it a bit more difficult. Today, you know, you've got that the disruptors are playing far more often and frequently.
Yeah.
Bohannon just pushes this one to backward point. A run. Abbas is chatting to the keeper or looking at giving Bohannon the stare. I'm not quite sure which. He's given him the stare so hard he's walked into Keaton Jennings on the way back.
It's clearing a bit of
so yeah, I mean, disruptor. You know, that's what they. As a bowler, you wanted to be able to stick to your guns and your line and your length and not be disrupted from that. And invariably, batters allowed you to do that. They don't do it anymore. Edge, thick edge, past third slip. It'll run away, and I'm sure it will go for 4 this time. Yeah, only just, but it will. So Abbas feels aggrieved. Bohannon will take any runs given to him, and Lancashire move to 27 for 1.
Does anybody talk to you about your batting?
Not if they can help it.
Because you would have batted, obviously, when there's some fearsome bowlers around and that. Did they all try and just, when you walked to the crease, just try and knock you out?
Sylvester Clarke did. Yeah, because he took an instant dislike to me.
Did he?
Yeah.
Personally?
Well, I don't know. Possibly. I never asked him whether it was personal or not. He just tried to not hit me on the head. Got out to him first ball a few times, punching it to cover or square leg. My finest ever innings was against Hampshire at the old ground at Southampton.
Yeah.
Malcolm Marshall in full flight.
Ooh.
Got 88, and he got me out in the end.
88?
He came on with the second new ball. First ball with the second new ball, and he only had 1 slip. That's how well I was batting. And he put his foot on the side of a foothold and exclaimed as he let it go, and it was short and wide outside off stump. Had an almighty crash at it, got the toe of the bat on it, and I think it was Bobby Parks punched it up in the air behind because it was wide, and the only slip caught it on the rebound. So that was that. Anyway, there we go. Enough of me. What's Bohannon been doing now? There's a lull in play.
Been looking at the ball.
The umpires have been looking at the ball. And Josh Bohannon has had some repairs, I think, done to his bat. But it's Jennings on strike, and it's Abbott again, and he's bustling in with that familiar forward defensive stroke that Jennings employs so well. 27 for 1 now. We're into the 15th over. Jennings 13, Bohannon 8. Jennings a bit becalmed of late. 49 balls he's faced for his 13. It's a testimony to the accuracy of the 2 bowlers. Nice drive this time from Jennings, parried by Abbott in his follow through.
Jennings is setting himself in for another big one here, isn't he? Got 170 in the game earlier on in the season down at Utilita in that drawn game.
Well, he's been excellent for Lancashire this summer. He really has. Led from the front, first year as captain. One of the rare balls on the stumps, or even leg side of middle from Abbott, I think. That's probably the first one actually in 7.5 overs. Jennings finds square leg, so there's no run.
Yeah, close to 900 championship runs already this season, averaging just under 60.
I think he's a bit unfortunate not to be playing for England, you know, because Dan Lawrence obviously is in and around the squad and has been promoted to open, but he doesn't look an opener to me. He looked a little bit uncomfortable here, and likewise at Lord's. I think I know why they've picked Lawrence, because he fits the mould and he's in the batting enclave, as it were, according to Key and McCullum. Jennings driving this one firmly from Abbott straight at mid-off, so no run. So I know why he's there, but I just think that England may be better off with what I call a conventional opener. So maybe he is a bit unlucky not to get another go.
2019 was his last test.
Yes, long time ago. Well, he's good in the subcontinent, isn't he? Has been. Plays spin well. He's facing Abbott again. Doesn't bowl many bad balls, this lad, does he? He's nagging away on and around off stump.
Now, he's been excellent this year. He had a very slow, like a lot of seamers around the country, had a slow start to his campaign. But one thing he has done very well this year is just keeps running in. I mean, he's 37 now.
Well, he's fit, isn't he?
Yeah. Well, and he's got himself fit. I mean, I think he might be the first to admit sometimes, you know, he could be a little fitter, but he's gone away and actually worked really hard this winter. And to be honest, he's lost a bit of bulk as well.
Yeah, he does look as though he looks leaner. Deep square leg is out now, but no bouncer to tempt Jennings from the final ball of the over. Just through to the keeper. 15 gone, 27 for 1. Jennings still on 13. As Abbott bowls another maiden. 8 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 16 for Abbott. And Abbas, 7 overs, 3 maidens, none for 11. Both those spells punctuated by a 40-minute lunch break, which allows them a breather and to go on a little bit longer.
Yeah, 31 wickets this year, Kyle Abbott, and he's now taken 398 wickets for Hampshire, and he's playing his 99th first-class game. He's taken them at 20 apiece.
Good record, very good record. Slip cordon just receiving a bit of fine-tuning from the bowler. 2 slips, then a gap, then a 4th slip. Probably precipitated by the fact that Bohannon just edged very fine, thick edge to a defensive stroke. The final ball of the previous over. Bass in now with his new field. Again, it's the outside half of the bat as Bohannon defends. The ball squirts away to square cover.
I got an email a little earlier, Paul, actually, a question for you.
Only one?
Well, one that I can really ask you.
Yes.
Howard Chambers emailed a little earlier, suncricket@gmail.com. He says, I'd like to ask Paul his views on what has been a poor season to date. T20 games merely papering over the cracks of what seems to be a side lacking in confidence and at times a little disinterested. Wow. I'm sure he's frustrated, says Howard. He's putting words in your mouth.
He is. That passes harmlessly past the off stump. Not much bounce from that delivery. Well, I presume he's talking about Lancashire, is he?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I don't think he's asking you to comment on Hampshire.
No. Well, it's a year of transition, isn't it? New coaching staff, completely new coaching staff. A lot of young batters in the team. The likes of Bell and Hurst. Balderson still relatively new. So there's a the blend of youth and experience is tilted towards youth. As Abbas hits Bahanan amidships. Good ball, nipping back and bouncing a bit. Bahanan flinches, but he's fine, and we'll just tap the pitch down where that ball bounced. So there's that. I don't think the players are disinterested. They appeared a little disinterested this morning, unfortunately, for an hour or so, but I don't think that is a general trend by any stretch of the imagination. I think they are going through transition in the quarterfinals of the T20 Blast, hoping to get to finals day. As Abbas bowls again, a positive stroke from Bahanan, punch back. Abbas does fielding off his own bowling with his right hand. So, yeah, the county championship position and performances have been disappointing. And so too the 50 over, but the 50 over game, I mean, we've introduced, I think, 3, maybe 4 cricketers into first team cricket. Rocky Flintoff, forgot to mention him, of course, who's just come into the side after getting his GCSE results. You don't say that very often in professional sport. Ooh, what a shot that was. It's uprooted off stump at the bowler's end, and Bass is on the ground feeling his left hand, so I don't think he could have got a left hand on that, but it was a stunning stroke from Bahanan, driven with venom and pace. Bass is feeling his left hand. Maybe he did get a left hand on it.
I was going to say, he should be appealing.
Well, if he did, he should be, you're right.
Let's have a look.
He also... No, he didn't. What's going on there then?
Must be the way he put his hand on the ground.
Yeah. Well, it's like falling on concrete on this,
it is, isn't it?
This pitch.
Do you think this is one of the hardest pitches around, isn't it?
So it still sends shudders up my left side whenever I see anybody bowl. Bahanan steers this ball, though, down through backward point. And we'll get 4. That's a genuine stroke from Josh Bahanan. Off the back foot, opening the face and picking up his second boundary.
Yeah, nice looking shot. I always used to think that they mixed the soil with concrete here. When they
they did in the bowler's footholds, definitely. There's no question about that. It was an element of cement or something they put in there, which was dug out afterwards to allow the grass to grow, but certainly not in the middle of the pitch, no.
But too much grass.
No. I know that there are 1 or 2 counties who throw a bit of dust and sand on pitches to help the ball turn. But
which ones would they be, Paul?
Well, they're going to remain nameless for the time being.
I think we're being replaced.
I bet we are.
I think that last sentence probably...
Yeah, it's 31 for 1 anyway. And I think there's... is it a double chain?
I think it is.
Right,
yes.
We'll go then.
Thank you, Paul. Paul Allett is going to be replaced by Scott Reed, and I'm going to be replaced by England disability player Callum Flynn. Just as Paul Allett was about to reveal which counties threw sawdust and all sorts of stuff on their wicket. That would have been good. Never mind. We might save that one for later. Scott, all yours.
Cheers, Kevin. Paul will quickly realise that as long as you commentate with Kevin, the more likely you are to get into trouble. He'll lead you down a path you don't want to go down. And he'll do it with a smile on his face. And he'll just occasionally refer to his emails as excuses as to things he wants to ask you. I've got an emailer here from Kevin James. Here's Turner around the wicket, balls, defended by Jennings. And there's no run. Yeah, don't be fooled by these mysterious emails that keep coming up when Kevin wants to address particularly awkward subjects. More to come from Kevin's email box later. 31 for 1. Jennings on 13 and Bahanan on 12. Here's Turner. So the first time we see John Turner from around the wicket in. Drops short, pulled away by Jennings, behind square on the leg side, and 4 runs for Keaton Jennings, the Lancashire skipper. He moves on to 17, 35 for 1. Callum Flynn's alongside me, and well, a good start in the afternoon, this, isn't it, for Lancashire?
Yeah, pretty steady start, isn't it? 2 excellent bowlers up top for Hampshire in Abbott and Abbas. They don't give you many bad balls, did he? And the lack of pace as well. Not exactly fast, but more medium. Whereas Turner will offer a bit more pace, and the batters will suit this, I think.
In comes Turner, balls flicked away off the pads by Jennings towards deep backward square leg. There's Felix Organ, who's on the field. Sure, who's made his way off, but we've got Felix Organ on the field there with his sun hat on it. The boundary, what is now the offside to Bohannon. He's on strike, facing Turner for the first time. 36 for 1. Looking forward to watching John Turner bowl. And these younger, quick bowlers that certainly get talked about with England. It would appear to be pretty keen on trying to get some extra pace into their attack in and bowls, and Bohannon gets right in behind it and defends with the full face of the bat. And gathered by Turner off his own bowling, and there's no run.
Yeah, this kind of new era, isn't it? Rob Key looking for the extra pace of some English fast bowlers, and with the Kookaburra ball trial, it's a perfect sort of game for Turner. Will certainly be looked at by the England selectors.
Comes over the wicket to Bohannon, who plays right forward. The ball appears just to perhaps come back off the inner half of the bat, maybe just nipped back in towards Bohannon as he played off the front foot in defence. There's no run. He's so far this season, Turner with not too many first team chances through various different reasons, just 14 overs bowled so far this year. This is into Bohannon, clipped away towards the leg side where Fuller fields. And Bohannon gets through for a single. 37 for 1. So Bohannon 13, Jennings unbeaten on 18. It's a beautiful sunny day here in Manchester, albeit the commentary box still appears to be on the slightly chilly side. I walked outside before and it's like, oh, actually Paul was right, it is quite, it's quite
warm
nice
outside.
Warm outside, yeah.
Jackets off and t-shirt tan glowing outside.
Yeah.
And then it's a bit nippy.
It's a
level 3 of the commentary box.
It's a bit.
Could be a double change as well for Hampshire. Looks like we're going to see Fuller at the other end.
Yeah, we had Noah Bass 4 overs spell after the lunch break. 4 overs, 1 maiden for 19. And James Fuller for the first time today, having only used Abbott and Abbas in that half an hour spell before lunch, and then in the half an hour or so since lunch.
Yeah, it felt nicely for Hampshire, didn't it? They could kind of get 2 stints out of the quality pair of Abbott and Abbas. Then comes Fuller, balls and just over pitches on Bohannon's legs, and he tucks into that. He needs no second invitation for that one. Finds a 4 in the offside, just the 2 fielders in the onside, sorry. And he finds 4 through mid-wicket. Nice shot from Josh Bohannon.
It's a lovely shot, isn't it? Timed beautifully away, easing the ball out towards mid-wicket. Lovely timing by Bohannon for 4. The outfield looks like it's speeded up a bit. It was quite slow yesterday.
Yeah, it was quite slow, the test match, wasn't it, as well? There was a lot of talk around on the radio about how slow the outfield was. Then comes Fuller. Balls again, down the leg side. No run.
Yeah, well, I didn't catch any of the test match. I saw a little bit of the highlights the odd day, but obviously it kind of coincided with Lancashire's game at Surrey. It's amazing, isn't it, when you get wrapped up in a game that you're at.
So much cricket going on nowadays, isn't there?
I didn't realise until about 10 minutes ago that Gus Atkinson got a century for England today. So completely passed me by this morning.
In comes Fuller. Balls again, a little bit leg side, over pitched. Bohannon helps himself to a single to the deep square boundary. Takes himself onto 18.
You get kind of overloaded, don't you, at times? If you try. I mean, I guess there's some people are very good at keeping across absolutely everything. it's not it's not my strength, really. I don't know what is my strength, but it's not that. It's not kind of been. I mean, you rock up in a game and you right, realise it's time for things can happen so quickly, don't they?
Then comes full around the wicket to Jennings now. Finds his length, but Jennings plays that nicely through the offside, gets a single backward point.
Good start listening about Jennings, really. It's a lot. I mean, there's a lot on this top three. Luke Wells out just before lunch, so now quite a big responsibility for Jennings and for Bahan. Lancashire have got a pretty inexperienced middle order. They've got Rocky Flintoff due in next, who's 16, and they've got Matty Hurst, it's his debut season. Bell and Balderson are still pretty young players. So it's quite a young middle order, that. There's quite a lot on the top three.
In comes Fuller. 2 slips of gully away. Bahan push it into the offside for no run. Yeah, it's kind of like the order you don't want, isn't it? You've got 3 heavily stacked, experienced players at the top, and then, like you say, the inexperience comes from 4 to 7, 8, really, where obviously Lancashire have lost the experience of Stephen Cross and Davy Lass. They were exceptional middle order players for Lancashire, and then you could, you know, give experience to the youth of someone like Balderson and George Bell. Then comes Fuller again. Bahan pushes nicely through the offside. Gets no run.
Yeah, they've got their overseas player, Venkatesh Iyer, who'll probably bat a play slower down than he did last week at the Oval.
Yeah, he's struggled a little bit so far, hasn't he? I don't think he's scored any runs of note really so far. I think he bats, I don't know if it's 3 in the white ball stuff in the IPL. Predominantly more of a white ball cricketer, someone who likes to play his shots and be pretty aggressive. So lower down the order might suit him a little bit more. He's got that freedom.
Yeah, they've gone for the addition of George Bell this week. Gone for the extra batter. There's 2 players missed out from last week: Josh Boyden and Will Williams. Bailey replacing Williams and Bell coming in for Boyden. So they've gone for the extra batter this week, Lancashire. 43 for 1. Here comes Turner from the Brian Statham end, nudged away by Jennings out towards a square leg boundary where Felix Organ fielding. Jennings gets another single, so he moves on to 20. Lancashire 44 for 1.
Looks like real perfect batting conditions, doesn't it, out there? Jennings just starting to tick a little bit more. 19 off his 58 deliveries, started pretty slow, and Bahan finding a couple of boundaries in the last few overs. The ball's not doing much. The wicket's pretty flat, and the sun's out.
There's Turner to Bahan, short and pulled away. Picked up by Fletcher Middleton, and the leg side boundary. Bahan moves to 19, 45 for 1. It's Lancashire hoping that Hampshire get a little bit of the feeling that they had for most of yesterday, where the going was pretty tough certainly in the afternoon, when Nick Gubbins and Fletcher Middleton were batting. Nothing really was happening, and got to tea, and Hampshire were in position of really going on to get a very big first innings score. Shovelled out towards the onside by Keaton Jennings. Oh, he's timed that really well, taken off his hip. Jab out towards mid-wicket for 4. There is a fielder on the leg side boundary, but he's at deep square. That's in front of square. It's a good shot by Jennings.
Yeah, it looks like he's been beaten for pace a little bit, but the way the ball flew across the outfield, timed it perfectly. As Keaton Jennings, he likes tucking into the short ball. Keaton Jennings, he's pretty comfortable when someone bangs it in.
Takes Lancashire to 49 for 1. Turner to Jennings. And that's going to be 4 more down to fine leg, just off his hip. That little extra pace, he's just been able to use that, really, Jennings. Guides it away down towards fine leg for 4, and that brings up Lancashire's 50 as well. 53 for 1.
Yeah, lovely from Keaton Jennings, just using the pace off his hip. But this is what a left-hand and right-hand combination can do. Fuller and Turner not quite hitting the line of lengths to the left hand and the right hand of Jennings and Bahan. They're rotating the strike pretty well, and they're starting to find a couple of boundaries in between, and pouncing on them bad balls, but got to stay switched on as they still trail by 336, and a lot of it will be on this pair. Two main batters for Lancashire. Bohannon, the leading run scorer last year, and Keaton Jennings is always up at the top of the run charts.
Turner in just back of a length to Jennings. Onto his toes and defends away into the onside, no run. Yeah, I was looking coming into this fixture where Keaton Jennings was, and he was third on the list of run scorers in Division 1, so he's almost at 900 runs for the season. He's not actually, that 4 may have taken him over 900 now, but he was either second or third on the list and for a team that struggled for runs at second from bottom. It's a pretty impressive achievement, that, isn't it?
Yeah, he's so good for Lancashire. He has been for years now, hasn't he?
Turner to Jennings. He's letting that one go past. And into the gloves of Ben Brown. So Turner just settling in. He's not had too much bowling this season. This is second red ball game for Hampshire. So just getting into his rhythm really early on in this spell for John Turner. 10 coming off that over with a couple of boundaries. So 53 for 119 overs gone. Captain and vice captain batting here for Lancashire. And as Callum was saying, this is just the start. This is the start of what, from Lancashire's point of view, needs to be a lot of batting. They need to be batting deep into tomorrow, really, ideally, to one, get level, and to try and get somewhere in front. Batting all day and batting tomorrow if they can.
Yeah, you want to lead, don't you? Because Lancashire are going to be batting last on this wicket, where we know it will take spin more as the days go on. In comes Fuller. Bohannon rides that nicely, back of a length, plays it down to third man. Thinks about the second one, but Fuller just gets it his way a little bit. And I know he's winning that battle between Josh Bohannon and Fuller.
Interesting to see if it does start to deteriorate a little bit going into days 3 and 4. Will it start to break up a bit and maybe some spin? I mean, sometimes when you've done watched enough cricket here as well, sometimes the pitches, they just don't do that.
Yeah, we spoke about it a couple of weeks ago when the 100 was playing, didn't we? We said sometimes the wicket can look horrendous but play amazing, and sometimes it can look amazing but play a little bit different. Fuller around the wicket to Jennings. Goes back of a length. Jennings just punches that to the deep point boundary, gets a single.
Yeah, I can't remember. We were doing a 100 game, weren't we, a few weeks ago, and we were sat in here going, this looks like an absolutely belting pitch. What a pitch to bat on. We're talking loads of runs today. And it was really difficult, wasn't it? Both sides, both the women's match and the men's match, found it quite difficult to score on it, and we were up here thinking, this looks a belter.
Yeah, I think it was the first game against the Fire, and I think Ellie Frelkel came up, didn't she, and did a bit of comms in between the men's game, and she discussed how it was a little bit too paced. Fuller to Bohannon, 2 slips and a gully. Bohannon opens the face, guides it through point, picks up a single, rotating the strike really well. Jennings and Bohannon. Yeah, so it's well, them you can't exactly read a pitch until both teams bat on it, can you? But this looks pretty flat at the moment. The Kookaburra ball obviously in for these next 2 fixtures, and we know the talk about the Kookaburra ball has been that it doesn't offer much to the seam bowlers. So on a flat wicket, they're going to have to try and find something from somewhere. Fuller balls, and Jennings on his back foot pushes that through the onside. No run.
No left-arm seamer in this game for either side, which potentially has an impact, doesn't it, on
yeah, it's just something a little bit different, isn't it?
Plus it brings in your off spinner too, doesn't it, later in the
with the footholds. Yeah. We spoke about that, didn't we, with Nathan Lyon at the start of the year, how clever he was with his footholds. And
well, he was creating almost rough for himself, wasn't he, in the first innings of matches.
Fuller balls. Jennings pushes that back down towards the bowler for no run.
I think the Hampshire boys picked up on this in the game with the utility ball back in April, and they were saying to Kevin afterwards, why is he bowling round the wicket? And it was basically to create some rough for himself in the second innings of the match.
Later on in the game.
Because he wasn't landing on the pitch. The way he would land, he's not in that
danger
zone,
yeah.
but he's just on the edge of it, just creating a little bit of something for himself later in the game.
In comes Fuller. Balls and hits his line of length, and then 3 deliveries to Jennings. Push it into the offside for no run. Good into the over for Fuller. 3 off it, 9 off his 2 so far. Jennings 29 off 67, and Bohannon 21 off 33.
It's great, that match, actually, watching Lyon. I mean, that was, in the end, it was a boring game. It was a draw, it was a flat pitch, and the Kookaburra and all that stuff. But actually, watching Lyon, I think he picked up 5 wickets in the match. Watching Lyon was brilliant. Trying to conjure up all his tricks and trying to find a way to create pressure and create chances when the ball wasn't doing much, pitch wasn't doing much. It was great to watch.
Yeah, I think Keaton Jennings wouldn't have minded having him out there this morning, would he? He was absolutely superb for Lancashire in the, well, it turned out to be 7 games, I think, that he played, with the first game being more or less a washout after day 1.
Turner's setting off to start again, and I don't know, something's caught Josh Bohannon's eye. He just kind of pulls away, and Turner's going to have to go back to his mark.
Well, seems to be a lot of movement, considering it's the home and away changing rooms down there. Yes. And the ground staff.
Yeah.
I think they'll know a little bit better.
Something put him off. A few twirls of the bat by Bohannon. He's 21 not out, 56 for 1, so Turner comes back in again. Balls, and Bohannon just trying to run it away down to 3rd man, I think, but the ball just in the end deflects back down the pitch. It was a little uncertain as to where it was going. I think just maybe just come back in a fraction towards Bohannon, that from Turner.
He'll be itching to get a score, won't he, Josh Bohannon? For someone of Bohannon's standards, he's had a pretty quiet year. 583 runs for Lancashire. At the top of the run charts last season, knocking on England's door.
In comes Turner, balls, Bohannon carves it out towards the deep point boundary for a single. Takes him to 22. He's had that double century, hasn't he? He's had a big score this season. It's got the bulk of his runs coming into this fixture, really. Such high standards last year, I suppose he said.
Yeah. With the vice captaincy as well this year for Lancashire, and also being probably the 3rd most experienced in the lineup now for Lancashire as well. It looks like it's weighed heavy on his shoulders a little bit this year. Turner
to Jennings, flashed out towards the leg side, and Organ gets across, cuts it off, has a little bit of a slip actually onto the party stand. He's done well there. As he gets across the ground and just maybe catches his studs. He's found the funny side of it. He's done well to stop it and not make a complete Horlicks of it, really.
Yeah, slide straight over the rope, which he nearly did after he slipped.
Yeah. Single to Jennings. He moves to 30. 58 for 1. Twirling Bohannon back on strike as he twirls the bat. Turner, squad number 6. His brown curly hair comes back in and bowls to Bohannon, turned out towards the leg side. There's Dawson at mid-wicket. And there's no run.
Just looks like he's getting a little bit going back into Josh Bohannon, doesn't it? The way that Bohannon has played the last few deliveries.
Yep.
Just looks like it's finding a little bit of shape back into him there.
Yeah, the one before that, that kind of came back in a fraction. He played it slightly awkwardly, didn't he? It was just a little bit of that extra pace bounce that nipped back into him. Just take a while for Turner just to get into his rhythm here. He's not bowled in red ball cricket for much this season. Just push Bohannon back. He works it down towards 3rd man for a single where Felix Organ, his Hampshire sun hat, is fielding. Run for Bohannon takes him to 23 not out, 59 for 1. Brings Jennings back on strike. Did we see? I think the viewers on Lancs TV were watching before, and they caught the guy in the cab, one of the cranes. Did you see that?
You won't see me up there.
Oh,
no chance.
Turner coming round the wicket, balls again. He's nudged away to deep square leg for a single. Jennings moves to 31 not out. See, there's 3 cranes. There's 2 red cranes and 2 blue cranes. And in the red crane that's nearest to us here, you can see the cab driver in this little white kind of hut. And he's operating this red crane that's behind the hotel. And they zoomed in on the cab driver in the crane. Got a great view of the cricket, but I'm with you.
But there's a load of lads trying to get his attention for materials behind. He's just watching the cricket instead.
The cricket go, yeah.
I'd probably get to the 5th step on the ladder and then I'll be on my way back down.
Me too, yeah. I fancy that. Yeah, busy doing a bit of work out behind the hotel. These 3 giant cranes building. There we go. If you're watching on Mike's TV, there you go. Look at it. There's somebody in that little cab there. He's got an absolutely terrific view over the ground. It's a shame not listening to us. Give us a wave if you're listening to us. Look at that. Wow. Brilliant.
I get sacked if he is.
Yeah.
And that's the smallest of the 3. The 4. I'd like to be on the big blue one.
Yeah, that's even higher, isn't it? That one behind it. Good.
And I say a change of bowling at the James Anderson end. The man of the game so far, Liam Dawson. We'll offer up some tidy bit of left arm spin. Try and find something out of this pretty flat Old Trafford surface.
Yeah, let's see if see what Dawson can do. We saw a lot of spin, didn't we, on the first day of this game? Lancashire going in with the left arm spinner and a leg spinner in Luke Wells. Bowled a lot on the first day. Didn't get an enormous amount out of the pitch. Spoke to Luke Wells about last night. He said his biggest threat actually yesterday he felt was the bounce he was able to get out of the pitch. See what Dawson can conjure up. He's a canny bowler.
Yeah, he's coming up against 2 batters who pretty proactive against spin as well, so it'll be a really good battle this. In comes Dawson. Jennings instantly padding up, offering no shot. Just a 1 slip and a short leg in place. Close catching mid-wicket. A deep cover and a deep mid-wicket in place. Dawson in. Jennings push it out onto the offside for no run.
He's Hampshire's leading wicket taker, I think. Let me just double check that this season. Yeah, he is. He's got 32.
Dawson in. Not much of a chance at that short leg fielder. Jennings tucks it off his hip. More or less just hits the short leg fielder. No run. Tidy start from Dawson so far. Jennings lunges forward, smothers the spin. Back down the pitch.
32 wickets, an average of 28 for Liam Dawson, 2 fifers this season.
Dawson a bit quicker, a bit flatter. Nearly catches Jennings on the crease. Just indicates to Josh Bohannon that quicker and flatter delivery.
Yep.
Not much change up in his action and his gather, is there, when he bowls that quicker delivery.
Fizz that one in.
Last ball off his first over for Dawson. A little bit more flight on that one, pace off. Jennings smothers the spin again. Good start from Dawson, maiden over. 60 for 1 off 22, Lancashire.
Yeah, it's hard work, isn't it, for the kind of finger spinners in this fixture. If you've got a really good leg spinner, can sometimes hold the key, or if you've got genuine pace, good left arm pace option as well. But I guess they're little rarities, aren't they? Those, and at the minute we've not got that out and out leg spinner. I mean, Luke Wells did a really good job yesterday. He's certainly developing in that, but Tony comes in and bowls. That's a little bit of width and carved away down towards the point boundary by Bohannon for a single. Moves to 24. I think he finished actually with 4 wickets in the end, did Luke Wells, didn't he?
Yeah, I think Abbas was his 4th, wasn't it, at the end?
Yeah, 4 for 94.
He's turned himself to a real handy bowler, though, hasn't he, Luke Wells? He's turned himself to a real all-rounder. He started more last year when he was bowling the white ball game, but he's sort of picked just as much as a full-time spin bowler now for Lancashire in the white ball game as much as he is a batter.
Turn up to Jennings, flicked out towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. Yeah, I mean, he's the way he's developed his game, the way he's, you know, from joining for Lancashire as basically a red ball player, a county championship player, to be an integral part of their blast side. And now last 2 years he's got 100 gigs out the back of it. You know, and as for his batting and for his bowling, because what he can do for you with both, especially in white ball cricket, and developing in the red ball game as well. Turner to Jennings, driven straight on the bounce. Turner fields off his own bowling, and there's no run.
He's probably been someone who's been affected a little bit this year by the losses that Lancashire have had with Croft and Villas, hasn't he? Because he obviously knew he had that strength in depth in the middle order. So last year in the county championship he had a decent year, and the year before he did as well. But he was quite attacking, and whereas this year it feels like he's trying to restrain himself a little bit because he knows he's more experienced. But his game is free-flowing cricket.
It's driven by Jennings to mid-on. A foolish ball from around the wicket, angled into him by Turner. Gathered by Abbott. No run.
And his wicket today, chopping on it, was like a half-hearted shot, wasn't it? He didn't know whether to fully go at it or didn't know whether to hold back, and ended up chopping on. But Luke Wells is so nice to watch when he's just free-flowing and playing his shots.
Turner to Jennings, just creeping forward is the Lancashire skipper, and then with an angled bat, just trying to run it down towards third man. Picked up by Tom Prest, and there's no run. Yeah, when he's in full flow, he's fantastic to watch.
Yeah, I feel like he's one of the best county players to watch when he's in full flow. Some of the shots he plays and his wrist and how he times the ball is incredible.
He scored against Yorkshire here a couple of years ago, just the most brilliant innings. I think it was the second innings of the match. Flashed away by Jennings down towards fine leg for a single. He's on to 32. 62 for 2 at the end of that over. In fact, that's the 50 partnership as well. 50 from 98 balls, 71 minutes. So Lancashire's captain and vice-captain here going along very nicely indeed. They've got themselves a little platform. Let's see how far they can take it. 62 for 1, Lancashire. Jennings on 32 and Bahanan on 24. I'll leave you, Callum, and Kevin will come and join you.
Yeah, much needed 50 partnership for Lancashire after losing Luke Wells, and after the first hour of play this morning where Hampshire was taking the mickey in the end a little bit. Especially Liam Dawson took it into Lancashire's bowling this morning. These two, Jennings and Bahanan, will hope to double that partnership and make it a 3-figure partnership. Dawson's continuing round the wicket to Jennings. Jennings with a sweep round the corner, finds Abbott at short, fine leg, and no run.
Oh, it's already looking tough for the bowlers out there.
Yeah, it's looking pretty flat. In comes Dawson. Jennings just prods forward for no run. Dawson does the fielding.
I just have this horrible suspicion that Jennings is going to get a big one. I'm not sure Bahanan will be that far behind. Make the most of these conditions, haven't you?
Yeah, certainly. Sun's out, flat wicket, Kookaburra ball, not doing much. Got to take advantage. Jennings tries to sweep, just goes underneath the bat, through to Brown, takes the ball nicely. Hampshire won't mind seeing that, but it's a strength for Jennings. He's a real good sweeper of the ball, whether that's a conventional sweep or the reverse sweep against spin. He plays spin really nicely. Dawson a little bit quicker, a little bit shorter into the pitch, and Jennings punches it forward for no run.
Yeah, I just feel in the last 20 minutes or so, Hampshire need to make Lancashire work a little harder for their runs. There is little margin for error, I have to say, and these two are very good batters, but you somehow have to find a way.
In comes Dawson. Sunglasses on. Jennings pushes that through the covers, gets a single. Yeah, the seamers certainly seem to be bowling kind of both sides of the wicket, don't they, with the left-hand and right-hand combination of Bohannon and Jennings, which that's credit to this Lancashire pair of rotating the strike and not allowing the seamers to settle. Obviously, Abbott and Abbas hardly ever missed their length, but Turner and Fuller, when they came on, they've not quite hit the straps as quick as someone like Abbott and Abbas. A bit more banging bowlers, a bit more pace, so they will offer more scoring opportunities. Dawson round the wicket to Bohannon, his first ball at the Lancashire vice-captain. Balls, and Bohannon just pushes it back down to the bowler. Dawson does the fielding for no run.
Yeah, I mean, you've got the experience there of Abbas, Abbott and now Dawson, you know, who were able, or are able, just to keep the scoring down. But, you know, you don't want them just pushing, you don't want the batters pushing it around both sides of the wicket, and, you know, every other ball's a let-off ball, whether it's a 4 or a single. I think this is a big learning curve here for John Turner. Yes, he was in the England white ball squads of last winter, you know, after a good first season in the T20. Yes, he's in the England white ball squads coming up against Australia, but he's still relatively raw. This is only his second first-class game this season, and he's still learning. And there is very little margin for error out there for him, but this is still a very good situation for him to understand how to bowl to two very good players on a pitch which is not giving him very much. Now at the moment he's gone for 22 off 4 and he went for about 16 off his first 2, so he is already starting to find a consistent length. Comes in round the wicket, but that's the wrong line, and that's flicked away down to fine leg by Jennings. That's one of those let-off balls that I've been mentioning, and there's just a little too many of those.
Yeah, it looks like he's going searching a little bit, doesn't it? Not quite getting his line right to the left-hander. Probably more to Jennings that he's straight down the leg side. To Bohannon, he's been pretty good, and he found a little bit of shape back into the Lancashire number 3.
Yeah.
But to Jennings, he just seems to be straining on his hips a little bit. He's got a couple away to the leg side pulling, and a couple flicked off his fire down to down to fine leg.
26 from 25 deliveries. He's effectively bowled. That's cut away. It's gone square on the offside this time. There's a deep point. 68 for 1. I mean, you know, he is a bang-it-in bowler. He is strong, and there's not a great amount of pace out there, but this is where he's got to work just that little bit harder. For me, he hasn't found a spot on the wicket, you know, and it'll be a very small spot, but he's got to somehow see a spot and just try and bang that in 4 balls out of 6. Somewhere where he's making the batters, even if they find some runs, that they're actually having to work for them. Comes in and bowls. That's not a bad delivery there. It's played late into the gully area by Bohannon. He's got Abbott at mid-off, and he's got Liam Dawson at mid-on, who will be in his ear and have been in his ear, so they will be helping him with that. But for me, he hasn't put 3 or 4 balls together that have been consistent.
Yeah, totally agree. He's not quite hitting the line and length that he probably wants to hit as well. He's looked a little bit frustrated at times.
It's got the slip in the gully in though. That's well bowled. Now that's a single, but that's okay. Bohannon's just opened the face there, pushing it into the gap, square on the offside. But you kind of feel that if he hits that sort of line and length, then he's given himself a chance. I mean, that's the other thing as well as a bowler. You don't want to feel constantly under pressure every time you're running in past the umpire. You want to be able to relax a little bit. You don't want to tighten up. You want to be talking about that about sprinters, don't they? You know, the Olympics, tightening up at the end and all that sort of stuff. It's true, isn't it? You want to be able to bowl your full max, but be loose with it as well. Jennings drives back to the bowler. Again, for me, that's not a bad length.
Yeah, I think it was Glenn McGrath I remember watching once, and when I coach, I often used the point of Glenn McGrath's masterclass that he did on the telly once, and he said how when he bowled the best was when he just wasn't thinking about bowling. He just running. He just wasn't thinking about his run up or where he's landed it. It just happened, and he was in full flow, and the rhythm was just working. Where Turner looks looks to be getting a bit more to his best, but at the start he looks to be forcing it a little bit too much.
He did. Round the wicket, bouncer, and Ken Jennings probably thought about 3 shots he could have played. There's no ball. That was quite high. Jennings was going to flat bat on the offside, and, well, I don't know what he was going to do, but it was not the best bouncer.
It's not getting to the stage yet of Hampshire having to go to specific plans, but it feels like with this wicket and this ball, it feels like they often refer to Ben Stokes, that umbrella field that he had in the Ashes, where he's just going to bowl full and have that field. It feels like that kind of day.
True. That's on the line of middle and leg, nicely clipped off his pads by Jennings. Will pick up a single. Again, it's Felix Organ out there in the deep. Substitute fielder for Hampshire. 72 for 1. Jennings moves on to 39. Bohannon is 25. So these two now have put on 60. Unbroken for the second wicket, end of the over. But Turner's figures 5 and for 31. I mean, it's very difficult. You know, I'm sure James Vince wants to give him a bowl. I'm sure he wants to, you know, continue to bowl. He might have another over. A 6-over spell would be a feel about right. Maybe 5 overs is about right. But he probably would have come off anyway. But you're not really giving the captain any other option than, well, actually, it's probably about time now. Thank you.
Yeah, the pleasure that James Vince has probably got and Hampshire have got is they're going to have Liam Dawson bowling a lot of overs from the James Anderson end now, so he'll be able to rotate his seamers from one end. As Dawson continues to Jennings, flatter, quicker. Jennings pushes it forward, back down the ground. Dawson cuts the single off. Dawson's going to look to bowl a lot of overs from this end now, and Vince will get the pleasure of bowling his seamers 5-6 over spells and be a bit more maybe aggressive, but also keep the plans simple, especially on this flat Old Trafford wicket. Dawson gives that one a little bit more air. Jennings on the back foot, punched it through the covers, picks up a single. Brings Josh Bohannon on strike. 25 of 41 deliveries for Lancashire's vice-captain. He'll be looking to post a big score on this wicket, especially a day like today. Blue sky, sun's out. Feels very much like a batting day here in Manchester.
It's a lovely day, isn't it? I don't often say that up here when I come up.
Dawson bowls. Bohannon plays it down the ground for no run.
Just trying to work out who's off for Hampshire. Is Vince off?
I think Vince was off a few overs ago. I don't know if he's come back on since.
Well, he might be down at team men off, is it?
Dawson bowls again. Bohannon pushing forward. He's just got to be careful a little bit. Bohannon, he plays it in front of him, but he's got that catching sort of mid-off. As Hampshire doesn't want to chip one up to that man catching. That's a beautiful delivery from Liam Dawson. One of them appeals for both, really, the caught and the stumping, but Brown doesn't take the stumps off. It looks like he nearly overbalanced then. Josh Bohannon liked it gripped a little bit, just past the outside edge. Promising signs for the Hampshire spinner.
Oh, I want to see that again.
Then he bounces in, quicker, a bit more flatter. Bohannon punches off his back foot nicely to the extra cover fielder. It's no run. It's been an excellent start from Dawson. 3 off his 3 overs.
Here we go. And oh, it's turned.
Turn and bounce from Liam Dawson. If you're watching on the Lanc TV, nice signs for the Hampshire man.
We just saw the odd ball yesterday. From time to time, turn a little bit. Luke Wells, I think, for me, got a little bit of consistent turn back into the right-hander, which is unusual for a leg spinner, but that's generally stock ball. But we saw that a few times. We saw Hartley really turn one to the left-hander, Gubbins, bowling from the opposite end to Dawson, which is the media end that we're at. But that has definitely turned. And we do see that from time to time. Not every ball.
Yeah, Scott was saying he spoke to Luke Wells last night, and he said what he found he got most off the pitch was a bit of bounce, especially with the height of Luke Wells. I mean, even on a flat low one, Luke Wells will find some bounce from somewhere with the height that he releases the ball at, but the overspin that Liam Dawson gets, that'll certainly positive signs for the Hampshire spinner going into day 2, 3 and 4.
So Mo Abbas is taken over from John Turner. John Turner's 5 overs costing 31. Abbas has switched ends as well. He's coming round the wicket to Keaton Jennings, who punches that up towards mid-on, and there's no run. So Mohamed Abbas, 8 overs, 3 maidens, done for 15. That's what we're saying. You know, a pace bowler that no success, but hasn't gone for too many runs as well. But of course, he's at nearer the back end of his career than John Turner starting out. But that's what you're aspiring to. It's all very well bowling on wickets which are giving you help. It's how you bowl on wickets that aren't against 2 good batters. That's how you'll ultimately be judged. Here's Abbas. Comes in on bowls. Jennings just gets a little bit of width and drives on the up. Finds the gap through the covers. That'll run away. That's a nice piece of timing from Keaton Jennings. He moves on to 44.
Yeah, excellent shot from Keaton Jennings. Wasn't a bad ball or over pitch from Abbas at all. But Jennings just waits for it perfectly, just holds back on his shot a little bit, driving on the up, but all along the ground, and picks up a 4.
Yeah. If anything, just a bit of width, really. But Jennings nicely on top of the bounce. 77 for 1 then. Lancashire trail by 312 on the first innings. Here's Abbas, runs away from us again and bowls. Overcompensates there as it goes down the leg side. Wraps Keaton Jennings on the pad. He'll be disappointed he missed out on that one. That's a standard little shot there for the left-hander, just to nudge that away.
Just going back to your point of trying to find a way on when it gets like this. I suppose that's what the whole Kookaburra test is for, isn't it? And I know it's divided opinion. I feel like the point of view of why they're doing it is probably right, and maybe it just needs more games of application, because I suppose some seamers, you're only doing 2 games of it and then you're back to a duke ball. Are they getting the buy-in off the fast bowlers as much as what they need?
It's true, as Abbas bowls, that's straighter. Jennings pushes it up to mid-on once more. You're right, if you're going to do it, just do it.
Yeah, well, the fast bowlers I know they're professional cricketers, but they're still human at the end of the day, and some of the swing bowlers that we have in England, will they be buying in as much as what they need to really get the success out of this new sort of scheme? Because your swing bowlers are going to have that Duke's ball back in their hand in 2 games. So
it's a tough one, isn't it? It's a halfway house that's neither one thing nor the other, and I guess if you try to achieve something, then let's just go out and do it. Abbas bowls. Let's come back into Jennings, gets a bottom edge, bounces over the top of the stumps. That's good delivery that from Abbas. Just angling the ball in, came in a little bit more as well off the pitch, and Jennings just trying to give himself a little bit too much room, trying to play their little square. Here we go again, watching the replay, and that ball's come in at Jennings. My word, he's very lucky there. Yeah. It's definitely bounced behind him, but between him and the stumps.
Yeah, he's got lucky there as Keaton Jennings. Beautiful setup though from Abbas. He sent the previous 4 deliveries just shaping away ever so slightly to Jennings, and that one just stays straight, and if anything, darts back in off the pitch. Yeah. And that's what the brilliance of someone like Mohamed Abbas can do.
That's right. Morning's experience there as well. Slightly fuller. Jennings pushing forward, doesn't really time that. Goes out to Abbas. That's the thing, isn't it? Where what do you do on this pitch? There's little to help you. And he's got just enough there in his locker. He's got very good wrist positions, and it's helping him through what is particularly a tough day. He might not pick up a wicket at the end of the day, but from time to time he looks dangerous.
Yeah, he looks like the best seamer for this pitch, where you've got to find something from somewhere, and that's through your skill of a bowler. He's going to have the keeper up for probably the rest of the day now, the way Keaton Jennings plays, and that'll really frustrate the Lancashire players, because doesn't have any pace, Mohamed Abbas. They won't be frightened about his pace or anything, but you've got to hold back on your shot, so you've really got to be an half volley to be driving to make sure you don't spoon one up and give your wicket away. In comes Dawson, continuing to Bohannon, who prods forward and plays that for no run. Yeah, you've got to make sure you time someone like Abbas perfectly, haven't you? Because he's not got the extra pace. Yeah. You can't really get away with a false shot. Dawson, 1 slip awaits. Bohannon getting that big lunge in, playing it down the ground for no run.
And what we've got here now is that with Turner and Fuller off, that whilst the batters don't look in too much trouble, Hampshire have got control back of the situation. There's not too many runs going now.
Dawson bowls quicker, Fuller. Bohannon gets his bat down in time, traps it. No run. Yeah, 2 off his 3.3 overs so far as Dawson. He's going to offer that control all day. So Lancashire will have to find a way of keeping the scoreboard ticking. Dawson bowls and finds that perfect line and length. He just wants that just to grip a little bit and find the outside edge. That similar length and line to the previous over where he found a little bit of turn and bounce. Then he bounces in. Flatter and Bohannon plays that nicely. Back down to Abbas at long on. Gets a single. Takes Bohannon on to 26. Jennings on 44 of 98. It's been steady from the Lancashire skipper so far. Lancashire trail by 311 runs still. Ooh. No. There's a little bit of a teaser. I don't know if he got an inside edge. We can't quite tell from here. Well, one spinning back into Jennings' pads. Loops over the short leg fielder.
It's looped too much, isn't it?
Yeah, don't think there's an inside edge from the look of fielder's reaction. I think he shook his head to Dawson. Oh, there was. I think there's a little bit of a nick there.
Good effort, Middleton. There's just a little bit of rough there, isn't there? Outside Jennings is off stump. Just enough.
I always feel as a batsman when 1 or 2 turn, it's worse than every ball turning because you just don't know which one is going to go. Whereas
Agreed.
When you feel like every ball's turning a little bit, you can set yourself and you can work out a plan. Whereas when 1 or 2 are just spitting every so often, it gets harder and harder to play like that. Excellent bowling from Liam Dawson. Nearly gets his reward. It would have been the big wicket of the Lancashire skipper. But he survives. Lancashire 78 for 1.
I've got an email here from Ralph Brooker, which I'll come to in a moment. suncricket@gmail.com as Abbas starts a new over. He's over the wicket. He's wrapped on the pad behind him. That always looked as though it was going down, with Abbas just angling the ball into the right-hander. Ben Debenham, the umpire, signalling leg byes. The total moves on to 79 for 1. Ralph says, hi, Kev, Callum, Scott and Paul. There are a few parallels between this game and the Lord's Test. Each game has several centurions, 2 from the lower order batters. I know Liam Dawson bats 2 places higher than Gus Atkinson, who Scott Reed has just revealed that he didn't realise that Atkinson had got 100 until a little while ago. Both first wickets lost to the side batting second were drag-ons, that's Wokes and Abbott. Both Atkinson and Dawson did crucial repair work. Despite tons from Root and Middleton respectively, as Abbas switches to round the wicket, and as he does so, the keeper standing up for Jennings gets wrapped on the pad. That also looks as though it's going down. To ruin it all, Ollie Stone struck twice even. Lancashire are making a tougher game of it than Sri Lanka at present, trying to juggle both games but only one phone, says Ralph. And that came in at the time that John Turner was just about coming off with his bowling, saying he wishes John Turner well. Probably learnt a bit from that first spell. The Test match, what's happening in the Test match? Let's have a look. 109 for 6 Sri Lanka, replying to England's 427, so they are 318 behind with 4 wickets remaining. Tough day for Sri Lanka again. Here's Abbas to Jennings. Jennings works that away, kept a little low. Works that away square on the leg side for a single, moves on to 45. And the Lancashire total on to 80 for 1. Andy Wallace has emailed suncricket@gmail.com. He says, enjoying the commentary from the hotel. Which one? Well, it's the same hotel, there's just 2 parts to it, isn't it?
The red or the grey.
Yeah, I didn't realise. Yeah. I wonder if there is a hierarchy over there. So if they say you're in the red part of the hotel, you're in the VIP bit, or if they say you're in the grey part, that's the down market bit. I don't know. Maybe there isn't. Maybe somebody over there can tell me. Maybe somebody who's running the hotel can say there is no difference, Kev. They are exactly the same, only the colour. Abbas bowls. Bohannon works that fine. That's going up towards the pavilion. That is 4 runs. Nicely played by Bohannon. 84 for 1. Was wondering who decides the boundary. There is some sort of announcement. What's that? 5,000 runs for Bohannon. For all teams. And he did that when he reached 30. So well done to him, because he's got exactly 30. So that's for all first-class teams. There's more on this. Was wondering who decides the boundary rope position? Question mark. I don't know. I assume there are regulations for minimum. There certainly are. But I also assume the host county sets it, which I would assume is about right. Forwards Bohannon goes out on the offside. I would have thought the host county decides, don't they?
Yeah, I think the head coach will decide on some games as well whether he wants a bigger boundary one side and a smaller boundary on another side, I think. But yeah, I assume the groundsman will try and, if they can, get the same measurement both sides of the road. But obviously Lancashire playing as we look to our left a little bit more, so not quite got the freedom to push that other boundary out. So no, the party stand, it's a little bit of a shorter boundary, isn't it?
That's right. Here's Abbas then to Bohannon. Bohannon's forward, pushes it up to mid-on. Yeah, this is his 75th match for Lancashire, and he played 6 first-class matches for the England Lions. So that's Josh Bohannon's make-up for 5,000 runs. Is it the team management who decides as well? Yeah, I think it's probably a collective, isn't it, really? There is a big gap this side, although the pitch is pretty far over. That's right, what Callum was saying. That's right, we're over towards the left, and the gap towards the hotel side is where the boundary rope was brought in. He says, next time that Kev's on with Paul, maybe a less controversial conversation. Do we have any controversial conversations? I can't remember. I assume you played against each other. I think we did. Do you know what? The only time I can remember playing against him was when I think we would have played a couple of times. I remember a couple of times he played and I actually was not playing. But there was once when he played for Staffordshire in the 50-over game at Stone.
Dawson bowls, and Jennings sweeps that to the short third fielder.
Apologies, I almost nicked your over. Sorry, Callum. Yeah, we played Staffordshire, Hampshire in the days when the national counties, well, the minor counties, then played in the opening rounds, and he was playing for Staffordshire.
Must have been getting some overs in, maybe. Dawson to Jennings, tucks that away into the leg side, thinks about a 2, but decides against, gets a single. Excellent start so far from Dawson, offering no runs, no bad deliveries to this Lancashire pair, offering some control to Hampshire after Fuller and Turner didn't quite hit the line and lengths that they would have hoped. But they've just put a squeeze back on now. Slipping a catching short mid-off away, Josh Bohannon. He drives. The cover fielder cuts it off. No run.
You know, I think James Vince is off the field again. I know he came into this game with a bit of a groin strain. Thought he might have been all right. Maybe he's struggling again.
Dawson balls. He wraps Bohannon on the pads. More of an appeal then from Dawson than anyone else. The keeper joins in at the end. I think he's just outside the line off the off stump. Bohannon. Quicker and flatter one though from Dawson. He's varying his pace really well, keeping the Lancashire batters guessing. A bit slower, a bit more into the pitch, but allows Josh Bohannon to get on his back foot, punch it through the offside for a single. Takes the score on to 86 for 1.
Yeah, Tom Lungley, the umpire at the far end. So not out to that one. It felt leg stumpish, didn't it? I know we're not behind. Obviously, it's a better angle on the picture feed, but it felt leg stumpish at best.
Final delivery of Dawson's 5th over to Jennings. Jennings sweeps. It's aerial, but it's behind square. Cuts it off for 2. Does Fuller. Hampshire thought they would have had a chance at one stage. And a little bit top edgy from Jennings, but gets it behind square enough. Sweeps pretty well, does Keaton Jennings.
Does, doesn't he? Which is always infuriating for a spinner.
Yeah, it'll be a shot that he goes to quite a bit. The regular sweep, the reverse sweep, he reverse sweeps really well. He's someone that kind of built his England career off, didn't he, at the start? Often used to get picked for the Asia tours, someone who can play spin really well.
A few in the crowd enjoying the sunshine here in Manchester. A few on the hotel balcony, a few in the seats. It's a short-sleeved shirt day today with a hat. It was important to have a hat on. Andy just finished his email, by the way. Says, "Great, thank you for the impartial commentary." He says he thinks that some of the commentaries around the country are a little bit one-sided, and he sometimes mutes them, but not this one. which is a very good ringing endorsement, isn't it? To how neutral we are, even though we're all fighting for our own counties, but we're hiding it well. Here's a Bass, length ball to Bohannon, pushes that out square on the offside. Substitute fielder Felix Organ, who's suitably attired in a sun hat, fields, and there is no run. So 88 for 1, 301 behind Lancashire. Afternoon session on day 2. Bass is into where is he? He's into his 11th over. Done 4:24. Plane goes overhead somewhere. Hope it's high enough, because those cranes to our right are high, aren't they? I heard you talking about them earlier. Bohannon pushes that up towards mid-on. You wouldn't get me in one of those cabs for love or money,
no,
would you?
No. I never did get up there. I'm not getting back down. They'd have to, don't know.
Crane you out.
Yeah. Yeah, they'd have to put me in a box and then drop me all the way down.
I'm getting queasy looking up from here.
I'm not climbing down that ladder all the way back down.
Do they get height money? You do, don't you? If you work at over
money.
A certain height,
Yeah.
you get extra height money.
It still wouldn't matter to me.
Actually, we're not far off getting height money here. What are we on, 4-3? It's quite high, isn't it? We must be on the borderline. Here comes a Bass. And pushes up to him. I wonder if they thought that when they built this media centre. I wonder if they thought, well, actually, we better be careful here, because any higher, we'll have to pay out extra money. It's a great view, though. Dave Allen, Hampshire's honorary archivist, has also messaged suncricket@gmail.com. He says, last year, 2 championship matches, John Turner took 5 for 74. This year, 1 match, 0 for 90, plus today. In between, on tour with England. He's still learning, as we were saying earlier. Still only 22. Bass is rubbing the ball profusely, trying to get what little movement there potentially could be to this ball, as Bohannon plays that nice and easy up towards mid-on. Where's the highest commentary position, actually? Is Trent Bridge higher than this? It's about on the par, isn't it? Do you think? Lords? That's maybe a bit higher, isn't it? We don't get any height money there, so maybe we're comfortable here. If there was to be another level built here, if somebody said, oh, actually, this place is not big enough, which actually is more than big enough, this media centre, then maybe, just maybe, I'll get paid extra. Anyway, to squeeze a bit more money out of somebody. A Bass in again. He's got a leg slip in there at the moment. Bohannon gets a length ball again, it's angled in.
Yeah, he's very much going stump to stump, isn't he, to Josh Bohannon. Trying to target him stumps. A little bit of shape back into the Lancashire vice captain. And 31 off 62 deliveries. Played nicely so far, but not to stay switched on to Mohamed Abbas. He's going to be keeping him playing every ball. He's going to have to make sure his shot selections spot on, slip and a leg slip and a catch in mid-wicket.
Dave Allen's come back actually with the one match that I can remember playing against Paul Alley. He's come back with that. Staffordshire at Stone, 1993, which I'm sure is one of Paul Alley's more famous games that he played in. That's pushed out towards extra cover. There is no run. 88 for 1. He said Hampshire won by 7 wickets. Staffordshire batted first, and their opener Stephen Dean top scored with 40. He subsequently moved to Portsmouth to teach at Portsmouth Grammar School, and his daughter Charlie, well, Charlie Dean, of course, of Southern Vipers and England fame, proved to be a useful cricketer, which he did. Thank you very much for that. Paul Allott is back. Do you remember that game well at Stone? Hang on, next one, that one.
Oh, that's the wrong button. Yeah. It was my last ever sort of senior-ish game, I suppose.
Was it?
Got Gower out, that's it. Used my last wicket. That'll do.
That's not a bad way to sign off, is it?
No.
Eh?
Caught deep mid-off.
Was it really?
I don't know. No, I think he was caught somewhere.
Probably caught in the slips, knowing him. No?
No, I don't think. It was a one-day game, wasn't it? So
yes, I do.
Were
Shall
you
I do this
playing?
over? Yes, I was playing in that one. I know. Oh, no, that's edged onto the pad. No, it's just looped up to short leg.
I'm very excited there.
Started when you are. I did. I get very excited.
Good.
It looped up very high. A bit like the one before that looped over short leg.
There was a scramble, wasn't there?
Yeah.
I went to watch in the stand underneath the point. Lovely in the sun.
Yeah.
Yeah. About 40 degrees warmer than it is in here.
Is it really? But you've turned the air conditioning off. That's pushed out square on the offside. It's still cold.
The air conditioning said 25, didn't it? And it was pumping it out about -5.
Now it just feels like about -1.
Anyway, why are you talking about Hampshire against Staffordshire at Stone?
Well, because somebody said to me, can you remember playing against Paul Allott? And I remember you bowling a couple of times, but I didn't play in those games, and that's the only one that immediately came to mind.
Okay, fine. Yeah.
I might look when I'm off commentary to have a look, see if there's any more, but I don't think there was many. That's pushed up to mid-off. You were a constant in the Lancashire side, where I was unconstant in the Hampshire side.
Yeah. Oh dear.
89 for 1. They probably said, "Oh, Paul Allott's bowling, Kev will get out for no score. There's no point in playing." They'll clean him up. Down the wicket comes Bohannon, drives that to mid-on, fielded by the substitute Felix Organ. Score remains on 89 for 1. There's a load of people. We're talking about the point there. There's a load of people on the balcony there. What a great position that is to watch cricket.
Yeah, it is. If you like standing up, but.
Do you not like standing up anymore?
Well, no, I do. I don't mind. It's good.
Side.
It's good. I think.
There they are.
You know, probably if Lancashire had the time again and a bit more cash at the time when they were building it, it'd have put some seating on that level, as it were. You know,
right.
Sort of double-decker type. So they still have the seats underneath in the stand.
Yeah. Dawson again. Barrow's giving himself some room, but can't find the angle as he hits that up towards extra cover. End of the over for Dawson. He's doing a good holding job here. And he's got the odd one just to grip. 6 overs, none for 8. 89 for 1.
Yeah, going well, Hampshire, actually. Well, Lancashire just sort of consolidating, being careful. But Jennings and Bohannon playing 1 or 2 expansive shots as well. I think this very cat and mousey this afternoon, isn't it, really? Because Lancashire know that a good partnership here between these two is paramount, really, to success. Got a lot of youngsters coming in, Flintoff, Hurst, Bell, Balderson, so a very promising and youthful middle order. But it's vital that these two play substantially well here. Yeah, don't you think, though, that on the point, with another level would have been good?
Well, I've never been over there, but from this distance, it looks to me as though there's a lot of wasted space above the people that are standing up.
Well, no, it's a bit, it's the big. I think it's still the biggest conference and venue in terms of people that you can get in.
Yeah.
In the northwest,
is it?
I think you can get 1,200 in there in a conference sort of situation, you know.
So
there's a mezzanine.
Oh, there is a mezzanine
at the back. Yeah.
Right, I didn't realise that. I was going to say otherwise. It looks like there's a high roof.
Yeah, well, it is a high roof, but it's a mezzanine at the back. So that, anyway,
it's impressive.
It is now. It was questioned when it was put up there, wasn't it? That it blends, or the ground has been formed to reflect it and mirror it, whatever else.
Here's Abbott into Jennings, who steers that to square leg. And there's that no. Did it feel intrusive when it was initially built?
Yeah, definitely. It was incongruous as well, wasn't it? Because it dwarfed the pavilion, which was sort of 2/3 the size it is now.
Yeah.
There was no hotel. which balances it in terms of either side of the pavilion. There was no other hotel, and there wasn't this, so it stuck out like a sore thumb.
Yeah.
Hence the phrase, what's the point?
Hey.
Hey.
Round the wicket to Jennings. Again, he's steering that on the leg side. But, yeah, I suppose, yeah, I mean, because the pavilion was very much the focal point here for a while, wasn't it? But then when you built that, it kind of taken it away.
Well, it dwarfed it.
It almost looks insignificant, the pavilion now, doesn't it?
Yeah. Well,
no?
Yes and no. I don't think it looks insignificant.
No, that's probably the wrong word. Not as dominating.
Smaller.
There we are. And all other words and phrases that can be used along those lines. It's driving up to mid-on there, Jennings, no run. But it's a great. I have to say, when I walked in, I hadn't seen that the grey part of the hotel to our right. The first thing when I looked out from our commentary position, I thought, wow, you know, it just looks.
It's a good stadium, isn't it now? It's proper. Yeah, it's a stadium. It is. As I say, I've just been out round the other side. I don't sit round the other side very often.
No. To get Barrett.
And you nobody recognised me, thank God. Well, I had dark glasses and a hat.
Abbott round the wicket again to Jennings. Again, he's steering it on the leg side to the fielder.
And you're very close. It's good viewing because you're very close. We're quite a long way here. You were talking about height before, weren't you?
Yeah.
And not being high up. Well, you're almost, you know, touching distance. It's good.
Yeah.
Good viewing. Good spot to watch from.
Yeah, for certain.
With the pitch over on the western side of the square.
Yeah, it's the side to be for this game. There's no doubt about it. We're about 3 or 4 pitches from the end of the square at most. Here's Abbott again, runs away from us. Jennings drives, not really timed as it goes up to mid-off and Dawson fields. Jennings one away from yet another half-century. Hasn't really put a foot wrong. I'm not sure we expected him to put a foot wrong, really. I'm not sure he'll ever put a foot wrong in this innings. I'm fully expecting him to challenge the double century.
The commentator's curse is coming out now. You can tell the Hampshire tone. I hesitate to say of a BBC man, but bias.
Surely not BBC.
Exactly, that's what I mean.
Well, we try not to. But that's a very, very, very good over from Abbott. Yeah, that's not biased.
No.
89 for 1 then. Paul Att's going to stay. I'm being told that I've got to get off before. Anyway, before I ask you too many even more interesting questions.
Thank you very much, Kev. It's been nice.
Scott Reed alongside Paul Allett.
Well, he will be in a minute, yeah. So Bohannon and Jennings have put on 11 when they came together, so they've put on 70 odd, 78. Dawson, I think, will have a prolonged bowl in this innings. He bowls again. Bohannon checks his drive to extra cover. And Scott's here.
We saw quite a lot of spin, didn't we, on the first day? So, yeah, I think Dawson's in for quite a lengthy spell, isn't he, through the course of the next couple of hours?
Well, a couple of days.
Yeah, well, ideally from Lancashire point of view.
Well, yeah, but he'll make Lancashire work for everything.
Yeah, he's been pretty miserly, hasn't he? He's gone for 8 so far. Drives away to the offside, no run. Gubbins is there at a short straight mid-off. There's a slip in place. Long off, deep cover towards the edge of the boundary. Deepish mid-on, mid-wicket, short fine leg as well. Dabbed away into the offside, and there's no run. 89 for 1. We've got a bank of screens to our left-hand side, and up top left, there's I can see someone putting some cream and some jam on the scone.
Where are we now, Durham?
Yeah, is it Durham? Dropped away into the offside by Bohannon for a single. And 90 for 1, so I got a little bit distracted by watching that. I think that's a Somerset Durham match, isn't it? Carefully put it. There we go. If you're watching on the live stream now, top left, look at that. That's a masterpiece, is that? But he's gone controversially.
Cream first.
Cream first, yeah.
Do you think there's butter on there as well? I thought it was butter jam cream.
That's exactly what I would go for. Yeah. Butter jam cream. Cream's your top, isn't it?
I think so, yeah. Well, it is, isn't it?
Definitely, yeah. I don't know how you can't put jam on top of cream.
No.
90 for 1. Dawson to Jennings, just drops it away into the offside. And that does bring up his 50 for Keaton Jennings. Lancashire skipper gets to another half century this season, continuing what has been a very good season for him as he pushes up towards 1,000 runs now. He's over 900 for the campaign. 91 for 1. Brings Bohannon back on strike, who's recently just passed 5,000 first-class runs. Bohannon off the back foot, worked into the offside. No run. End of the over. 34 gone. 91 for 1. You'd have been director of cricket when Bohannon made his debut in 2018, I would have thought.
Yeah, I was. He was on one of the old apprenticeship schemes prior to that, which no longer function because of minimum wage and PCA and whatever else. So, yeah, he was always destined for good things. Was Josh tough, gritty, talented? He had one or two issues early on, like a lot of youngsters. He was a bit headstrong and forthright and got himself into a bit of bother in club cricket. I remember having to give him a good telling off at Southport one day. But he learns his lesson, and he's become a very well respected and highly knowledgeable cricketer. Good player, good player.
Here's Abbott to Jennings, driven away, square of the wicket. And he'll come back for a couple, and the ball gets towards the rope. Fuller gets there first. To haul it back, and Jennings runs 2. He moves to 52, 93 for 1.
Yeah, looking at this Hampshire lineup, there are 3 bowlers that Lancashire have to be wary of. One's bowling now, but the other is Abbas, who took the new ball with Abbott, and the third is Liam Dawson. The other 2 seamers, not saying you should not treat them with respect. You should, but I think they'll be less of a threat. It's a question of just wearing these Hampshire bowlers down a little.
Forward goes Jennings, solidly in defence. The ball deflects up towards Liam Dawson at mid-off, and there is no run. This is the 10th over for Abbott. Second spell for him, 93 for 1. It's been a short little burst by Turner, but it was a little expensive. 5 overs for 31. Fuller's bowled 2 overs for 9, so it's been Abbott and Abbas and a Dawson, the 3 that Paul just identified, that have done the bulk of the work. Abbott in full delivery and off stump and driven down the ground by Jennings. Bounces past the stumps at the non-striker's end.
Good ball that from Abbott. Much fuller. Aiming for the Yorker. Never a bad ball when batsmen are looking to get set, and they are set. Lures them perhaps into a bit of a false sense that it's a half volley, and bowl it well. It can be productive.
Abbott, the only wicket taker so far, finding the inside edge of Luke Wells' bat. Just drops a little short to Jennings, who takes a half step forward and then just nudges it up to mid-off, and there's no run. Remains on 52, 93 for 1. Bohannon on 32, so Lancashire's captain and vice-captain. I guess that's a sign too, isn't it, of Bohannon's maturity. Vice-captain, he's skippered the Lions in the winter, actually with Keaton Jennings in the same side, with Bohannon captain. The Lions in the winter.
I think that prompted Keaton Jennings to suggest that Josh Bohannon should be elevated to the vice-captaincy here. It's not a position that's been nominated and held.
Abbott to Jennings, down the pitch, pulled in towards the onside, on the bounce to mid-wicket where Middleton fields no run. No, yeah. I can't recall like an official vice-captain.
No, I didn't have one when I was director of cricket. Not officially anyway. And in fact, I don't really. Going back years and years, I don't think we've had one. It was a sort of senior pro scenario, wasn't it? Which
So how would it work then if you didn't have a nominated vice captain? As the captain went off, can't come back on for a few hours. Who's assuming responsibility?
Well, it will probably be, you would say, you know, it's Josh or
Abbott in, left alone,
whoever,
the keeper.
Whoever it would be, there would have somebody in mind.
Just not an official, publicly named.
That's right.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
End of the over. That just a couple of runs coming off at 93 for 1. Well, they've got kind of a maybe more publicly clear management structure with the vice captaincy of Bahama.
Yeah. I don't know.
Does it really matter? I suppose I don't know.
I think it very much depends on how the captain and the coach see the running of the squad.
Okay.
You know, if they think that somebody can perform a useful role as vice captain, or the captain needs somebody that can control, crack the whip if necessary in his either absence or whatever, then maybe it works. A lot of teams have a sort of management group, don't they? Which will be the captain, the coach, and a couple of players.
Here's Dawson to Bohannon, shuffling forward and squirts away down towards backwards square leg for a single. 94 for 1. Bohannon on to 32. His debut came against Surrey in the day-night pink ball championship match.
Batted well.
He did. Yeah,
twice, wasn't it? Batted in 2 innings pretty well.
Yeah, he got 50, didn't he?
50, yeah.
He came out to bat about 8:30 at night with Monet Morkel bowling with a pink ball.
That's it.
Kind of got through it and then got 50 the next day. Worked up towards the leg side by Jennings. Cuppins field, and there's no run. That was one of those bizarre, short-lived experiments of pink ball, night ball cricket.
Oh yeah, crikey. England doesn't lend itself climatically to night cricket in the middle of summer when it doesn't get dark till 9 o'clock, 9:30.
Forward goes Jennings. Defends back to Dawson, no run. I mean, the moon did come out. I remember commentating saying that the moon's above the oval. So that was, you know, I suppose that was something. But yeah, it didn't really feel like a day-night.
No.
Day-night game. 94 for 1. Here's Dawson with his left arm spin from over the wicket. Jennings across to cover up, and the ball just drops away into the offside. No run.
And very rarely in England do you get those balmy evenings where you can sit out till 10 o'clock, 10:30 without a anorak and a rug. I mean, it's bad enough during the day most of the time.
Jennings on 52. Slipping a short leg, or forward short leg, as Dawson in and balls. Jennings off the back foot this time. Punches away through the offside. A couple of runs again here for him. Again, Felix Organ. Did we work out who was off for Felix Organ? He's been out there since lunch, I think. He's to stop the ball reaching the rope. Jennings comes back for 2. 54 to Jennings. Did we work?
Vince
with him. Okay.
So there'll be a vice captain out there now, won't there?
Yeah. Yeah, who's calling the shots here for Hampshire?
Dawson, is it?
Maybe, yeah. He's the one with the ball in his hand at the minute, clutching it towards his chest. Final ball of the over into Jennings. It's just tickled away out towards square leg. Going back and up onto his toes, and works it out towards the edge of the square. For a single, he's got the strike too as Jennings, so he moves on to 55. We've had 36 overs of Lancashire's first innings. And we have, how many left today? 40 remaining in the day. Lancashire are 97 for 1. They're still 292 runs behind. But after losing Luke Wells just on the stroke of lunch, bowled by Abbott for 6. Two of their most experienced batters here have got Lancashire off to a solid start. Just that 1 wicket for Abbott, Abbas, Turner, Fuller and Dawson, also used by Hampshire so far. So 8 overs until tea. We were almost on time yesterday for tea. Abbott around the wicket to Jennings. Shivelled away off his pads to the onside for a single.
looking at the pitch, the way the game's gone, you have a little bit of an inkling of how difficult it is for Lancashire to force results here. I know we're only halfway through day 2, but knowing what we know about the pitch, there's no chance of it breaking up. And getting 20 wickets on here is a tough task, which is probably why Lancashire initially wanted to bowl, because they felt they might get a little bit of help yesterday, first thing. And you've got to really take every possible opportunity.
Abbott to Bohannon. It's a lovely shot. Flashed that away through the leg side. Out towards the deep mid-wicket boundary. Bobbling its way just about over the rope. There's a couple of fielders in pursuit, but a beautiful shot whipped away to bring up 3 figures for Lancashire, 102 for 1.
It really is Bohannon's strength. Anything straight, stands in front of his stumps a lot of the time, gets LBW a bit, but once he's in, bowl anything straight to him, and he's really, really good at whipping that ball through the leg side. Hampshire know that, which is why there's a 5-4 onside field, and they've got 2 short mid-wickets in place.
Yeah, leg slip, which was Tom Press, has gone from leg slip to an extra short mid-wicket. Abbott to Bohannon, who just defends the top of his off stump up towards mid-off, and there's no run.
It's almost telegraphing to Bohannon what line Abbott's going to bowl. He's being encouraged to bowl straight, middle and off, hitting middle and off, and saying to Bohannon, OK, if you think you can work me through the leg side, you have a go. Try and get it past those 2 short fielders there. There's a mid-on behind and a square leg as well, just in front of square. So if you want to take me on, you want to try it, you do it.
Abbott muscling his way in and bowls to Bohannon, clipped again to the leg side, to one of 2 short mid-wicket fielders, Nick Gubbins.
Yeah, that was the one. Just held his length back a fraction. It was a bit full, the first one, that it was whipped through mid-wicket for 4, but that one much better. Just nipping back a touch. Bohannon looking to hit it in that direction.
Again, twirls the bat, Josh Bohannon. Settles back into his crease, 37 not out. Abbott striding in, and balls, and Bohannon drives. And it's gone to Brad Wheel, who's at mid-off, so we've got another substitute fielder out there of Hampshire. So there's a couple of players off the field at the minute. 102 for 1. 1 ball left of the over. It's Kyle Abbott with his shadow following him. Bright sunny day here. And balls about and defends again to the leg side. And there's no run. That 4 whipped away through mid-wicket, and the single off the first ball. And the runs coming off that over, 5 runs. Lancashire 102 for 1, trailed by 287. 39 overs left in the day's play. Viewers on Lancs TV watching plane zipping across the bright blue sky on its way to somewhere.
You were going to say sunnier climes, then, weren't you? But you can't be, because it's sunny here.
Will be warmer climes.
Warmer, yeah. Warmer climes. Warmer than the commentary box, anyway.
Oh dear.
No, it's all right now.
Okay, good. I do actually agree with you. I went outside before.
It's like opening an oven door.
It is, yeah. I thought, well, it's lovely. Paul's right. I thought he was just talking rubbish. Dawson,
as usual.
Yes, to Jennings, who defends into the offside, and there's no run. I was going to ask you about, because you were talking about trying to force wins here, and win games of cricket here, and
difficult. I mean, and it's been like this for a while. You know, I was in favour of leaving grass on and seeing what happened.
Dawson to Jennings. It's clipped away to the offside for no run.
We did it once when I was here as director of cricket, and it was against Notts. The ball just flew all over the place. Do you do that? You might have done, yeah.
Definitely.
Early season. Yeah. Zipping all over it was.
Dawson Jennings back at a cross and he defends and there's no run.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing he can, Lancashire will look to try and get 500, I suppose, plus. Well, I mean, that's easy to say now, isn't it, when they've just gone past 100. But if they can do that, then that puts pressure.
The back foot by Jennings and there's no run, but because of the pace of the pitch, that's going to take a lot of time, isn't it?
Yeah, not enough time in the game. I think 5-day matches would work here. A classic case of this sort of pitch working over 5 days.
Dawson to Jennings, again forward in defence, and there's no run. I said to Kevin yesterday, I think that I've lost count of how many times that you get to the end of a 4th day and think, actually, if we had one more day, it'd be a really good game.
So if you had 12 teams in the first division and played 11 5-day matches, what's wrong with that?
In comes Dawson, bowls to Jennings. Oh, that's wrapped him on the pad. He's gone back and he's been given. Well, that gets Dawson peeling away in celebration because Jennings has gone LBW. And the breakthrough as we edge towards the back end of the afternoon session. Hampshire will be thrilled with that. Keaton Jennings, Lancashire's leading run scorer this season, has been given out LBW. 102 for 2.
Didn't look as though he liked it very much, Keaton Jennings. I don't know whether that's frustration, disappointment, or the fact that he thought it might not be out for some reason, whether he's hit it or it's a bit high. Doesn't really matter any of that because it's been given out. Well, I mean, looking at that, it looks a bit high and a bit leg side, but we're not really in the best position. It's good bowling, flatter, quicker. Spun a little.
He did, but didn't it?
Good ball from Dawson. It's a good spell, isn't it? 102 for 2.
Yeah, his spell is 9 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 14 from that Jimmy Anderson. And this looks like there's an idea of height.
Oh, I don't know. It's knee roll on the back pad, isn't it?
Could do with the one right behind the bowler, couldn't we?
Maybe he was just frustrated in the fact that he was defeated by the fact that the ball was fuller than he thought. Perhaps he shouldn't have gone back to it. Well bowled by Dawson, quicker, flatter and fuller than Jennings thought, I think.
Turned.
Yeah, I don't think it's good bowling.
Yeah.
Good celebration from Dawson. It's his day, isn't it? 100 in the morning.
Yep.
Vitally important wicket. Big roar greeting the young man who's just come out to the middle.
Yes, Rocky Flintoff. Watching that from front on there, Paul, that looks a pretty fair decision.
Yeah. I wasn't. It was only Jennings' reaction that you know, I think it's one of disappointment more than anything else that he's been defeated by some quality bowling. That he knew he should have gone forward to that.
Yeah, Rocky Flintoff out to join Josh Bahan, and 102 for 2. I'll bring Callum in to join you, Paul, with a few overs left until the tea break.
Yeah, that's lovely. So Flintoff at the non-striker's end. Wicket falling off the final ball of that Dawson over. It's Abbott to continue. Bahanan on strike. More of a defensive field now. Those 2 short mid-wickets have gone. Or been reduced by 50% anyway. There's just one there, and he's not quite as close as he was. There's a fine leg, a deep backward square and a deepish mid-wicket, not on the fence, but halfway back, and mid-on back as well. Basically giving Bahanan one, wanting to get at Flintoff, which is understandable, but not usual when it's a number 4 who's batting. Here's Abbott. And Bahanan takes the single, and why wouldn't you? It's Rocky Flintoff on strike. Callum's here. Have you seen him much, Callum?
I've seen a little bit online. I've not seen him live yet, but there's been some good hype around Rocky Flintoff, hasn't there? And he certainly lived up to it so far. He had a decent knock at Surrey in the first innings.
Now first ball in the second innings. Good ball, top-notch delivery that he edged through to the keeper. So attacking mode continues now for Flynn with those 2 short mid-wickets. Abbott looking to angle the ball back into the youngster who's facing now. A confident drive off the first ball, no run, but solidly forward. Playing positively. Just having a look round the field. He's probably not used to this sort of field first up. More likely to have an array of slips and a gully, but there's only one slip. Very much a leg side attack. So Abbott looking to bowl straight at Flintoff from the Statham end. Running in with purpose. Inside edge from Flintoff. Thick inside edge goes to the squarer of the 2 short mid wickets. No run.
It's been a very quick progression, hasn't it, for Rocky Flintoff? He's really come through. You probably didn't expect to make his first class debut this year, but he's burst onto the scene.
Well, I think ever since he got that 100 in the second team, the spotlight's been on him. The coaches and management here obviously see that the step up is a natural step. Defended again by Flintoff. He's the spit of his old man in mannerism, technique at the crease. Could almost be Father Andrew standing there.
Certainly a bit of pressure on him just before tea. Lancashire won't want to lose another wicket after losing the skipper, Keaton Jennings. Again, we're seeing this unusual field, 103 for 2. It kind of bit like a declaration field. Field is being spread to try and keep Rocky Flintoff on strike.
Driven firmly back to Abbott, the bowler. No run. 103 for 2 then. Second wicket just having gone down out of Keaton Jennings, LBW to Liam Dawson. Bohannon's on 38 and going nicely now. Rocky Flintoff yet to get off the mark. It will be Dawson to continue. I can't see him wanting to relinquish this spell from the Anderson end. He's going really nicely. He's in a groove. In again to Bohannon, who check drives to short extra cover.
Yeah, he probably deserved that wicket. Jennings, he's varied his pace really well. There's not probably 2 balls that have really spun off this Old Trafford surface so far, but the variation in pace and length has been excellent.
Oh no, Bohannon's called Flintoff down and gets back. That's poor calling from Bohannon, because he pushed it into the offside, set off, said yes, Flintoff responded, and then very quickly Bohannon said no. So an alarm, but nothing major at the end of it.
Yeah, not quite getting it square enough. Josh Bohannon a little bit too straight. There's a big gap at point. You've got a deep point fielder and a short cover and a catch in mid-off. There'll be a change in the field now.
So yeah, changing the field forward. Well, slip point just in front. Pat pad in front on the offside slip and a short extra cover. There's a little bit of bounce for Dawson, which is encouraging. It's quickly through his overs. He's in again, just a couple of paces. Bohannon gets that onto the leg side and pick up a single. So Flintoff to face Dawson for the first time. Just have to check a minute whilst Flintoff takes guard. deep cover comes in. Silly Point stays where he is. Slip as well as Dawson. 1, 2, 3 paces. Flintoff solidly forward in forward defensive mode, pushes the ball back to the bowler. Dawson adjusting his field almost ball by ball. Silly mid off now instead of Silly Point. Mid off just easing back. Final ball of the over, just pushed into the leg side, no run. So Flintoff on the naught still. Bohannon 39, 104 for 2, just a single off the over, 1 for 15 for Dawson. 10 overs and 2 maidens. So a bit of a vice-like grip with Abbott and Dawson on. Going to be a change now though, because Abbott has bowled enough in this his third spell, if you count the first spell as broken by lunch, as 2. So Abbott finishes for now with 12 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 24. And he's going to be replaced by Turner. He's bowled 5 overs for 31, a little bit wayward compared to the other 2 seamers that have bowled. But being given another go from the Brian Statham end. Just checking the footholes. Footholes get very hard, but do get indented a little. Fast bowlers have to make sure there's a firm footing when they're releasing the ball. So just scratching about, scuffing the footholes to make sure they're as flat as possible.
He's a bit of a different bowler, isn't he, to Abbott and Abbas. He's gonna be a little bit more on the higher economical wise. As Turner, a bit more of a banging ball, a bit quicker.
Similar feel though, 2 short mid wickets as he's into Bohannon. He drives firmly but no run.
Bit more of a bowler that might try and create something when it's flat like this with his extra pace and maybe a couple of short balls. So that will offer up more scoring opportunities for the Lancashire batters.
Yeah, it'll be a short spell this, just 4 overs including this one till the tea break. So Dawson can let it go. Bohannon quickly says no as he defends that away on the offside.
Even though it's not been a brilliant year so far for Lancashire in terms of the 4-day cricket, would you think they've got some youngsters that they've got quite a lot of potential out of par with?
Oh, well, certainly.
Flintoff and Matty Hurst, and you've still got Balderson, who's very young.
Certainly, yeah, Bell, yeah. I mean, that's the whole. I can't say point of the season, but it's been fundamental. Bohannon flicks that towards mid wicket. That's nearly bowled for and got. Bohannon rehearses the stroke in an aggressive way, thinking he was a little bit half-hearted. But playing that through the leg side, just got to short mid wicket on the bounce. Might be better trying to play that a little bit straighter towards mid-on rather than mid-wicket. Turner again. That's solid from Bohannon. It's the perfect forward defensive. Yeah, I mean, there's probably 1 too many youngster in the Lancashire middle order, isn't there? That's the point. You know, you need to blend experience and youth. And for this game, certainly with Flintoff at 4, Bell at 5, Hurst at 6, Bohannon at 7. They're good players, but I think it's perhaps 1 too many. As Bohannon sways under that attempted bounce, it was a decent ball. Got through to Brown at chin height, standing 15 paces behind the stumps. Good pace.
Yeah, I suppose all brilliant and the great sport teams go through the transitional period, don't they, where they lose the their experience and they bring through the up-and-coming youth, but for Lancashire they've lost quite a lot of experience, and a lot of youths took over with not much more experience coming in so far.
Bohannon defends again. It's good over this so far from Turner. In fact, that's the over completed. So a good one from him, a maiden. And a good return for his second spell. Lively, causing Bohannon to take evasive action from the 5th ball of the over. Nearly picked him up, caught at mid-wicket. So still 104 for 2. Bohannon 39, Flintoff yet to get off the mark, but on strike now to Liam Dawson. Good test for Flintoff, facing high quality bowling here from Dawson. Not many gaps in the field. There's a slip and a silly mid-off and a short extra cover and a backward point and a mid-off tantalisingly placed halfway back to the pavilion. I say tantalisingly, he's there to encourage Flintoff to push at the ball, try and get a single with 2 catches in line should he loft the ball. Defended off the back foot against Dawson off that last delivery.
Dawson pushes that guy out as well, even further back now.
Off the back foot this time, forcing into the offside. Important for Flintoff just to have a little bit of patience here. Everybody likes to get off the mark, quite obviously, especially when you've had a duck in your previous innings. Hampshire know that. As Dawson's in again, and he's gone for a huge mow over the leg side. It's gone miles in the air, and he's comfortably taken. And Flintoff bows his head, has yet to move, and now just gets up and makes his sorry way off the field. Patience is a virtue, and it wasn't that time for Rocky Flintoff.
Yeah, that sadly will not be a shot that he wants to watch back when he gets back to the changing rooms. He's tried to slog sweep Liam Dawson over the temporary stand. Gets a top edge. Organ takes pretty simple catch in the end. That's a big wicket for Hampshire just before tea. Puts a squeeze on even more on this Lancashire lineup, which has struggled all season. Brings Matty Hurst to the crease, someone who's excelled for Lancashire this year, and they'll need him to excel again. 104 for 3 Lancashire. Dawson 2 for 15. Off his 10.4 so far, he's bowled superb, given nothing away, changed his pace and his length on this flat Old Trafford wicket.
Well, a lesson to be learnt by Rocky Flintoff there. Desperate to get off the mark, too desperate. You're not going to get any gifts from somebody as wily and experienced as Liam Dawson. It's a really well set field, and it caused Flintoff to lose his head and try and hit over mid-wicket. And all he succeeded in doing was getting a huge top edge, which went many a mile into the sky, taken comfortably in the end by Organ, who didn't have to move from mid-wicket particularly. And that is the end of Rocky Flintoff. Gone for a duck, his second successive duck in county championship innings. Matty Hurst at the crease now, who has had a good start to his Lancashire career, keeping wicket, batting at 5 and 6, and he has now got a couple of overs to go before tea, as Dawson comes in again to Hurst first ball. Punched off the back foot to cover, no run. Still an attacking field. Really good cricket from Hampshire. They played this well this afternoon. Kept it tight, and it's paying dividends. That's spun a little. Hold a bit flatter and fractionally shorter from Dawson. Ends the over, another hugely successful one, another wicket maiden. 2 for 15 from 11 for Dawson. Lancashire 104 for 3. And just wobbling a touch as we approach tea on day 2.
Yeah, a couple of quick wickets for Hampshire, 2 that Lancashire didn't need. First, the skipper, Keaton Jennings, going LBW to Dawson. Didn't look too happy with the decision, but it was given. He had to start walking back to the sheds, and then Rocky Flintoff with a poor shot, trying to slog sweep Liam Dawson. Josh Bohannon and Matty Hurst have got a rebuilding job on here for Lancashire.
Turner into Bohannon. Well, they've got a survival job at first. They've just got to get through to tea. Losing another wicket now would be near catastrophic for Lancashire. I don't think Jennings was upset with the decision on reflection. I think it was the fact that he was upset with himself because he'd been outdone, outthought by Liam Dawson. Really good piece of bowling. Jennings going back to a ball that he should have played forward to, getting wrapped on the pad. So the single from Bohannon gets Hurst on strike. No change in the field, those 2 short mid-wickets in. Hurst defends, plays the ball down into the offside, no run. Matty Hurst, who's proved adept not only in the 4-day game but in the 1-day game too this summer, both in T20 for Lancashire and the 100 for the Originals. Just watches as deep square leg is posted and lets this go from Turner outside off stump, taken around his ankles by Brown this time. So a good all-round batting effort by Hurst this summer, his first season of professional cricket.
He looks a busy cricketer, doesn't he, Matty Hurst? He's very similar to Josh Bohannon, likes to feel the bat on the ball, likes to be busy at the crease, and try and rotate the strike as much as possible, but he also likes to be free-flowing and score boundaries.
Well, he opened, didn't he, for the Originals in the 100 and stormed onto the scene with a 70 in his first innings. So he's certainly capable of playing his strokes. But he'll have to be a little bit more circumspect, at least initially here. Just 8 balls to go till tea. Turner in again, bustling in. Good short ball that Hurst plays well, just watches it, sways out of the way. Eye on the ball all the way through.
Yeah, given a no ball from the umpire, Turner just overstepping with that effort ball. He's starting to use that short ball a little bit more regular now. Is Turner. 2 men out, deep fine leg and deep square leg. 2 catching sharp mid wickets as well.
Sprinting in, Turner bounces a little bit more, and Hurst acknowledges the fact with a wave of the hand as the ball hits the top of the blade, prompting a short leg to go in. So an even more attacking and an even more leg side field with a deep fine leg, deep square, short leg, 2 short mid wickets and a mid on. Turner in again, full and wide, and Hurst trying to get that through the offside. Plays and misses, flashes and misses. It's 107 for 3. Hurst still on 0. Bohannon on 40, and 6 balls to go now till the tea break. What has been a Hampshire-dominated day, really. There have been glimpses from Lancashire when Bohannon and Jennings were putting on a decent partnership. But apart from that, it's been Hampshire all the way, with Dawson getting 100 this morning, a couple of wickets this afternoon. Tight bowling, good field placing, intelligent cricket.
Yeah, I think they've been really proactive, haven't they, Hampshire, with the field placements as well. Trying to get into the batter's minds, trying to get them thinking, trying to get them to play different shots that they might not want to. I think they've been really positive with the field placements as Dawson comes in. Well, Hannon pushes it out to the offside for no run, for a single, to the deep point boundary.
That's what Hampshire wanted. 5 balls at Hurst before tea. Interesting to look at the field now, coming in, of course, to save the single, keep him on 0. So mid-off's up, mid-on's up. Covers come closer. Still the 2 catches at slip and silly point. Just getting a hint of turn and a little bit of bounce. That ball a little bit slower from Dawson.
He's an international quality spinner, isn't he, Liam Dawson? He's sadly been overlooked by England for a few years now.
Fuller this time, and a little bit quicker as Hurst drives towards mid-on. It's fielded by the bowler. Good from Hurst, just slowing Dawson down. He wants to get in and attack it, as he did then. Hurst making out that this kept a little bit low as he defends and pushes back to the bowler. 2 balls to go till the tea break. Steady from Dawson. Just quicker and flatter again. Final ball before tea then. Dawson ambles in. It's comfortably defended by Matty Hurst, who turns and makes his way off to the pavilion. In fact, he's stopped and is waiting for his batting partner, Josh Bohannon. The Hampshire fielders congratulate each other on another really good session of cricket as Lancashire go into tea on 108 for 3 in response to Hampshire's 389.
Yeah, the man of the moment, Liam Dawson, doing the business again for Hampshire, getting the big wicket of Jennings. LBW for 56 off 131, and then he piled the pressure on Rocky Flintoff just before the tea break. Caught slog sweeping for none. 2 for 16 off his 12 so far, Dawson, and you'll struggle to get the ball out of his hands for the rest of the day. I think he's bowled absolutely superb for Hampshire. Varied his pace nicely, varied his lengths as well. Got Jennings trapped on the crease a little bit with his variations, so he's been absolutely superb for Hampshire so far, and we'll be back pretty soon after tea for the last session of the day.
(1864). We were first class then, and we're first class now. With a dream to spread cricket through Lancashire's towns, where girls and boys, with willow and leather, become more than a badge, but the red rose together.
A club where more than legends are made, but friendships, obsessions, moments replayed on our screens, in our minds, in our hearts forever. Because it's who we are, our DNA, the Red Rose together.
Stay them, Briggs, Jimmy, Freddie and Joss Chappie, Sir Clive Lloyd, Carol Hodges, Kate Cross. What a roll call. It's a hard one to measure, with future names still to be written on the Red Rose together.
We're all about people. It's what the Red Rose really means. Yeah, the ones signing autographs, but the ones behind the scenes.
Our community, grassroots, the ones that feel tethered. Whether you're from here or belong here, we're the Red Rose together.
And what about this place? Talk about world-class venues.
Internationals, gigs, events. You can choose from a menu of triumph, of disaster, of pain, or pleasure.
We've seen it all at Emirates Old Trafford, with the Red Rose together.
Red ball, white ball, lightning and thunder.
Have you ever sat back? Have you ever just wondered how far we've come?
The storms we've weathered.
Or how far we'll go as the Red Rose together.
Welcome to Conrad Dubai. Here's your key.
Thank you. Let me help you with the bags.
Nice room.
How's that? How's
How's that?
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
Will these two stay out there after a drink? And that's a huge sip over to the Hilton review system. 3 reds, no doubt at all. And up goes the finger. When it has to be absolutely plumb, it matters where you stay.
Hi, I'm Keaton and this is Luke. We are the giraffe opening pair at Lancashire Cricket Club. We are here today at the Mistoria Estate Agents. Let's see what they have in store for us. One of the highlights for me probably was making my Test debut. You aspire to play international cricket, and I think for me making that Test debut in Mumbai was a special moment I think I'll look back on.
Property is potentially an option that, well, I've already started to go down. I'd like to explore more options in the future for sure. I've seen how positive an investment strategy that can be.
If I could, I'd get a little clay pigeon shot up in the garden. I'm not entirely sure the neighbours would be all too happy with it, but yeah, a little clay pigeon trap.
The idea of dealing with the day-to-day stress of everything that comes with being a landlord isn't something that I would necessarily want to be a part of, to be honest. So using an experienced agent like Mistoria would definitely be something I'd be interested in.
I think it's our devilishly good looks, to be entirely honest. I'm not sure where the reference comes from.
I think it's fairly self-explanatory.
I think just making sure you're The advice you're getting is aligned with the goals. It's a big investment, it's a large chunk of your savings, so to make sure it's taken care of and taken care of in a really sort of professional manner.
Hi Noah, nice to meet you.
Can you believe it? No. I can't stop smiling. I'm trying not to.
Yeah, that's it.
All the fun and all the games, they all start here with All Stars Wicket. All new experiences for everyone. All over the country. Every session is all-out action all the time. Fully welcome, all invited. Even mums and dads. Skills, friendships, smiles, dreams. It all happens here. All you need is delivered right to your door. Best of all, it even has your name on it. All the activators are fully trained. And all they want is for us to have a great time. Always. Have ball, catch, throw, try it all. It's time to go all in, all together. And it all starts with All Stars. All you need to get started is at allstarscricket.co.uk.
Two local favourites are staying at the Hilton Garden Inn. She's gone for the chip. My goodness me. It's over to the Hilton review system. A big bite. Gone. When lunch is the best part of the day, it matters where you stay.
1954, Cyril Washbrook became the first professional captain of the county.
Lancashire have won a tremendous victory here. Indeed he has, and he's played with what a moment.
Well, the real thrust of that innings came from Hagen's Fairbrother. Fine chance to run to the winning hit. On come the crowd.
A really wonderful game of cricket.
welcome back to Emirates Old Trafford for the final session on day 2. What a gorgeous day it is as well. Beautiful bright blue skies and sunshine, nice and warm everywhere apart from this commentary box. And Lancashire are 108 for 3 heading into the final session. So 32 overs remaining in the day, and Matthew Hurst joining Josh Bannon just on the stroke of the tea interval, with Lancashire losing a couple of wickets. First, the captain Keaton Jennings, an LBW of the bowling of Liam Dawson, one that gripped and just spun back in, and then Rocky Flintoff, who was getting a bit twitchy on naught.
Yeah, it was illustrative of the fact he's just 16 and newly to the game, wasn't it?
It's John Turner to start up after tea, bowling to Bohannon, just drops the ball away into the offside, and there's no run.
Yeah, it's one of those situations where he will still be sitting in the dressing room with his head in his hands thinking, what have I done? And you could see it happening. You could see that Dawson, the wily old pro, got his field set. He's bowled really well. He got his field set, not allowing him one, not allowing him off the mark, knowing that he got naught last innings. And he only faced about 8 balls before he got exasperated.
It's deflected away to square leg by Bohannon. There are still Hampshire have those 2 short mid wickets in place. One's Gubbins, one's actually that's Dawson, actually one of them now, and the other's Tom Press. He's just run out towards square leg for a single. First run after tea off the bat of Josh Bohannon, 109 for 3 now. So I mean, in a situation like that, just take our listeners and viewers into the dressing room. What would you just leave him alone, and you wouldn't?
No.
Yeah, just leave that alone, and that's something that you probably chat
and then
about.
talk to him tomorrow, probably. Yeah. Or maybe at the end of play. It depends. I don't know him, so I don't know what he's like. But it needs to be proved to be a lesson well learned, basically. But you know, this is going to happen to you.
This Turner comes in and bowls, just dabbed into the onside by Matty Hurst.
The clear message is that it's 4-day cricket. You've got all day to bat, day and a half to bat, and there's no pressure on you to score runs. I know you'll be itching to get off the mark because you got naught last time you batted.
Got a good ball last time he batted, to be fair.
He did, great ball.
Yeah,
it was. It bounced and seamed and left him and whatever else. It was really good.
It's Turner's into Hurst. This defender just dabs it back down the pitch, and again there's no run.
So the lesson is, be patient. You know, yeah, of course you're going to be nervous. Of course you want to get off the mark, but you don't want to waste your innings by playing a rash stroke so early on. And yet there is a modern slant to this that, well, you've just got to play this way. You've got to play your shots, and if the shot over mid-wicket you think is the right one to play, then play it. But there's always a balancing act.
As Turner sets off and bowls it to Hurst again, who hops back and defends, gets right in behind it, and there's no run. I was about to use that phrase to you, that how difficult is that balance? Now, if you obviously he backed himself, that's the way he's going to score. That's the way he's going to kind of get off the mark. He's maybe a little bit of pressure developing. So how do you get that right balance between not being rash and believing that you can?
Let's just watch Matty Hurst for a minute. He's been in the game 6 months, hasn't he, now? And he's got 2 short mid-wickets. He's got a leg slit.
And he's still on naught as Turner comes in and bowls.
Exactly what I mean. He's
Hurst
off now.
Cuts it down to 3rd man for 4.
But he's faced how many balls?
17.
Yeah, okay. It's not a great number of balls in regard to 4-day cricket, but 17. But you know, and he had a tricky time before tea. He will have just as much wanted to get off the mark. But he's played a few innings now and he's scored some runs, so he's got a bit of confidence in his own ability. So he's just waited. There's a 7-2 field or a 6-3 field. Knowing there's gaps on the offside, wait, gone, thank you, I'm off the mark now. Pressure off to a degree, but in that regard anyway. And then you've got to carry on. So you've got to say to Rocky, look, you know, you've got more time than you think, and there is no reason at all to play such a rash stroke so early on against a good bowler who's got a good set of overs behind him. He's in his 10th over. He's not gone for a 4 as yet.
And he continues, Dawson to Bohannon, no run.
Yeah, and you're trying to hit him for 6 over the temporary stand. Is that a good idea? There'll come a time in his life, hopefully, when he'll be able to do that. First ball, smack him over there for 6. But it's not now. And you could tell, and it was just weighing on him.
Bohannon off the front foot, trying to find a gap through the offside. Good tumbling stop at cover by Middleton, no run.
And as such, it was excellent cricket from Hampshire, preying on the insecurities of a young lad.
Bohannon 42 not out. Dawson's had a great day out here in Manchester today with his century, and he's bowled beautifully for Hampshire. It's off the back foot and run away into the offside for a single by Bohannon. Moves on to 43 not out, 114 for 3 now.
Yeah, now you see the pressure will be off Hurst to a degree. They'll still have the silly point in, but probably leave cover. He might bring cover back in. Okay, good on him. Good on Dawson. I mean, he's not letting Hurst get away now, which is exactly what he should do. I think there may be a trend from some modern captains to leave the field back. Dawson's got the field up, so he's not giving anything to Hurst at all.
Dawson around the wicket to Hurst, carefully, watchfully off the back foot, plays it back to Hampshire's left arm spinner, and there's no run. And you can see the slip in place, and then Fletcher Middleton under the helmet, close and on the offside as well. There's a extra cover mid-off. There's a backward point, 3 tight on the leg side. But that's popped out towards Middleton. And that attacking field's paid off for Hampshire. And Hurst departs for 4. And wickets either side of tee here, potentially just shifting the feel of the game. 114 for 4 now. Hurst out for 4, caught by Middleton off Dawson, who has his 3rd wicket.
Really good cricket from Dawson and Hampshire. The way he's continued to attack, inside edge onto pad, popped up to the man at silly point just in front of square, keeping the attack up, keeping the field up, keeping the close catches in, and it's paying dividends for Dawson, who's in the middle of a wonderful spell and in the middle of a wonderful day. It really is good cricket, and Lancashire in bother at 114 for 4.
Well, you kind of highlighted the field that Hampshire had set, Dawson in particular wanted for Hurst, and that willingness, I guess, to try and gamble, try and be attacking. It's worked a treat there, hasn't it?
Yeah, definitely. And another youngster coming in now in young George Bell. So there will be no let-up from Hampshire here. There is no let-up from good championship sides, and Hampshire are with good old pros in them. This is where experience pays. Don't forget the captain's been off the field for a while as well. I'd be intrigued to know. It's not been really self-evident who's captaining the side.
No.
I'm looking at Kev behind, but he's Gubbins, we think.
Okay.
Yeah, so it could be a cooperative of Gubbins, Abbott and Dawson, in which case, in any case, they're doing a great job. Feels the same now as Bell takes guard.
Final ball of the over. Dawson to Bell, the new batter. Just gets forward onto that front foot, a little tentatively, but forward he goes and pushes the ball away into the offside. And there's no run. Got over from Liam Dawson. 114 for 4. Josh Bohannon 43 and Bell on 0.
I can't help but think back to the morning session, and we've seen a little bit of turn, some quality bowling from Dawson, variations in pace and flight, but a little bit of turn like there was there, and a fielder in place to capitalise on a mistake. There was nothing of the sort from Lancashire this morning. Nothing. And you have to do that. You have to still try to take wickets, even though you're in a situation where you've got number 11 in who can't play, and Lancashire paying the price for that. And apart from the Jennings-Bohannon partnership, they've been proved that they've been tentative, and that sort of tentativity, I don't think that's such a word, but that tentative approach is causing them issues.
114 for 4. Turner to continue. Brian Statham then in and bowls as Bohannon plays forward defensive. There's no run. Worth just to mention too that James Vince is back out there after tea for Hampshire.
Well, he's just all he's got to do is just follow the template, isn't it?
Yes. But I mean, the point about who was captaining Hampshire, and Kev at the back of the box had given up 3 or 4 different options, of which all are vastly experienced players. As Turner comes in and bowls to Bohannon, flashed away to mid-wicket, gone. Tom Press takes the catch. Turner picks up his first wicket. Bohannon departs for 43. And Lancashire on the ropes at 5 down, still 275 behind. 114 for 5 now.
Careless, poor cricket from Bohannon, I'm afraid. That trap has been set for the best part of an hour now, either side of tee. And knowing that Bohannon is strong through the leg side, strength can sometimes be turned into a weakness, and it has been here. It's a lazy stroke with 2 fielders in at short mid-wicket. There's a leg slip as well. Nicely snaffled. And Bohannon has to go, and Lancashire in all sorts of bother now at 114 for 5.
So either side of tee, Jennings, then Flintoff shortly after, Hurst and Bohannon on the other side of the tee break. Hampshire absolutely cock-a-hoop with how things have gone over the course of the last hour or so here at Emirates Old Trafford. And 2 new batters together. Bell's face 1 delivery, and George Balderson comes out to join him. But the point about the experienced players that Hampshire have got, and we saw this last week at the Oval, whether it's a combination of several different factors, design or necessity, that is just not replicated in Lancashire's 11, that experience.
Well,
to a degree.
You say that, you've got Jennings, Wells, Bohannon, you've got Bailey in this lineup, haven't you?
You have, yeah. So you've got 3 batters and this experienced bowler, yeah.
Yeah, and Hartley's an England cricketer.
But you've got Flintoff, Hurst, Bell, and Balderson in your middle order, haven't you?
But what we need to see is that core taking responsibility. Bohannon taking responsibility. Don't get out now.
It's Turner into Balderson. Clipped away down towards fine leg, so he's off the mark straight away. It's 115 for 5.
You know, and to get out now in the way that he's got out, where it's been planned and planned and planned by the fielding side, it's poor. It really is poor. I can't keep going on about it, but you know, you'd be ripping your hair out as a manager or a coach if that's happened. You know, you've lost 2 inexperienced batters, and you've got your key man who's been on the verge of the England side for 2 years, and he just chips a loose ball to mid-wicket.
Strengthen that leg side as well, aren't
we? We've got to, get it through there if you can.
Yeah. And when there's 4 fielders, you can throw a blanket over all 4 of them on the leg side.
There's a shortish square leg, a short leg, short mid-wicket, and another mid-wicket 2 yards behind.
Turner to Bell, fires one in full to Bell, brings the bat down, just turns it out towards the leg side. There's no run. Hampshire in an outstanding position here.
And it's exactly the sort of approach that this pitch and these circumstances dictate and inspire. You know, it's not the sort of cricket that you would have thought of in previous generations, setting fields like this. But it's good. Intuitive, instinctive thinking.
Turner to Bell off the back foot and pushes away up towards Moa Bass at mid-off, no run.
And then the other thing, of course, that the fundamental and key thing about it all is that you have to bowl to the field, which Turner's doing. and Turner's the least experienced of the seamers.
Yeah, he's come back well actually, hasn't he, Turner? He's a wee bit expensive in that first spell, but just before tea and since tea, he's come back well. 115 for 5. There's Turner to complete the over. Oh, it's turned out towards that rather well-occupied leg side by Bell, playing across it. And it's got all sorts of Hampshire boys who are close in on that leg side, hopping around, trying to stop the ball, and that sense of pressure being applied. 115 for 5.
Well, they're excited about it, aren't they? And they're almost in celebratory mood because their plan is working, and it's worked in various guises over the last hour or so to plunge Lancashire into this state of almost desperation at 115 for 5. Still got, obviously, Balderson and Bell at the crease. Balderson is now, he's verging on an experienced individual, isn't he?
I think that's fair, yeah.
So we'll see how he gets on. And George Bell, if nothing else, is a real gritty fighter. That sounds a bit disparaging. He is other things as well. He's a good batter, good keeper. He's forced his way into the side, but he is tenacious when it comes to knuckling down and batting in tough situations.
Well, this is one of those situations. Liam Dawson, who was bowled 13 overs and picked up 3 for 17 on the back of a brilliant century this morning. The way he operated through that morning session, kind of managed the innings and kept Mo Abbas off strike, and just in the end he felt like he was just toying a little bit, and he was brilliant.
Well, yeah, he was. It was. He played it really well. He took his time, played what was in front of him, if you like. You know, I've said it once, I've said it 20 times today, that he wasn't put under any pressure, and that he made that pay dividends for him and for Hampshire.
Dawson to continue. So Balderson on strike. He's 3 around the bat. Slip, short leg, and silly point. Keeper crouching down as well as Dawson's in to Balderson, who defends. The ball just trickles its way back down the pitch, and Dawson fields off his own bowling.
He's on course for 110 for in the match, isn't he?
110, 115 for 5. He's a wily campaigner, isn't he, Dawson? Into Balderson, a fuller ball, brings his bat down on that. Smothers it away into the offside, no run. Someone who clearly is feeling extremely comfortable about his game, both with bat and with ball. Knows it inside out. Twirls in to Balderson. He wants a single there, Balderson. Sent back by Bell. Abbas is at backward point to deny the possibility of a run for George Balderson. 115 for 5, Lancashire. Dawson over the wicket to Balderson. Just shimmies that away through the leg side for a single.
Worst ball he's bowled, that. Flat and leg side, an easy single for George Balderson.
116 for 5. Slightly different feel for Bell. Silly point and a slip. 3 tighten on the leg side, 4 close in on the offside. Bell leans onto the front foot and defends, full face of the bat. Deflects it back from where it came from. And there's no run. Toby Albert comes up from mid-wicket and hands it back to Dawson. He's already back in from the Anderson end, around the wicket to Bell. Bell defends again, watchful, careful, with a great deal of concentration to negotiate a couple of deliveries at the end of that over from Liam Dawson. Just a single coming off it. Lancashire 116 for 5.
Well, he won't get tired running in, Liam Dawson, will he? Because he only has about 2.5 paces. The only thing he'll get tired from is concentration, I think, and effort from in that vein. He's had a full and very fruitful day so far. Plenty of time for him to go yet.
Will be the Mr. John Turner to probe away from the other end. There's 2 short mid-wickets in place again, 2 slips. Turner to Balderson. It's a single, just clipped out towards backwards square leg.
It's a good ploy on this sort of pitch, which is giving you very little as a seam bowler, is to bowl straight. So you're threatening the stumps and the pads. And a lot of younger modern day players like to work the ball off stumps. Every batter likes to work the ball off the stumps because it feels as though it's a bit of a freebie. Well, it ain't with this field, and if it's bowled accurately enough, because there's 4 on the leg side now for the right-handed Bell.
Turner for Hampshire, past the umpire to Bell. Ooh, it pops a bit and he gets right on top of it and drops the ball away into the offside. Through for a single. That's his first run, that, for George Bell.
It's pretty well played in the end.
Yeah.
A snorter from Turner. It's bounced off short of a length.
Yeah, it was a good ball. Let's see if can we watch that back again? I think we can. That was there's a little bounce on that. Up it goes, and yeah, right at the top of it. We'll give you that little extra pace, won't he, Will Turner? Into Balderson, wide, cracked away. That'll be 4. Short and wide, and a freebie really for Balderson, and a bit of relief for him to try and free up his arms. He moves to 7, 122 for 5 now.
Yeah, it was a gift, wasn't it? Not many bad balls bowled by any of the Hampshire bowlers, but that one short and wide and deserved what it got. That's what it played. That was the ball before, the snorter that Bell kept down well.
Yeah, got a nice delivery, Balderson, to carve away for 4. 122 for 5. Turner to Balderson, left, and through to Ben Brown. 27 overs remaining today. It's a lot of batting to do here for Lancashire.
Regardless of the 27 overs, a lot of batting to do, full stop, isn't there?
There is, yep.
I mean, they're trailing by 267 still.
Yep. Turner into Balderson on front foot and just smothers that one away into the offside. And there's no run. Has a little wander down the pitch, George Bell and George Balderson. 2 mid-wickets are in conversation, Fletcher Middleton and Tom Prest. And that's Old Trafford in bright sunshine, the entire outfield bathed in sunshine. Turner's shadow follows him up towards the crease and he bowls full and wide of off stump, driven, caught brilliantly. What a catch! Great low catch by Toby Albert in the gully. It went quickly, flashed off the bat of Balderson. Turner has another. Lancashire are 6 down and still 267 behind, 122 for 6.
Well, that was really good all round from Hampshire. I think slip went wider. He was at second slip and now he's moved to sort of fourth slip gully, as you say, Scott, and that really is good. Just full, little bit of movement. Balderson feeling for it and maybe just looking to steer it rather than really connect and hit it hard. But it was brilliant fielding, magnificent catch, and that brings an end for Balderson. A short innings from him, another short innings from one of the Lancashire batters, and it's who have we got now?
Venkatesh.
Iyer.
Yep. Heading out to join George Bell. Well, 122 for 6.
We didn't see that coming, did we?
We did not. No, not when Keaton Jennings and Josh Bohannon were batting quite nicely together, and Lancashire were 100 for 1.
What have they lost? 5 for 21.
Yes. 102 for 1 to 122 for 6. Either side of the tea break. Probably the side from Paul Allott.
Well, all credit to Hampshire. I mean, they've played really well today, really well, and shown how to bowl, how to field, how to set fields on a relatively flat and unresponsive pitch. It's been good, sticking at it even when there was a good partnership going between Lancashire's 2 senior batters.
Here comes Dawson from around the wicket to continue. Bell punches towards mid-off. And Vince Fields back on the field for Hampshire. He's, I think, watched a little bit in the afternoon for whatever reason up in the dressing room, but back out there now as Dawson's into Bell. That's turned out towards the leg side. And there is no run. 1-2-2 for 6 Lancashire. Liam Dawson 3 for 18. Turner's picked up a couple of wickets as well since the tea break. Ian, Liam Dawson in. Bowls, Bell defends, turns it out towards the leg side, and again there's no run. Pressure right on Lancashire here. Hampshire have been excellent. What have Bell and Venkatesh Iyer got between them? Dawson in, bowls, Bell goes back, tries to cut the ball, just chops it out towards the offside. And Kyle Abbott fields. There's no run.
Why do I get the feeling there's still an air of impatience in Lancashire's batting lineup?
Dawson in, Bell on the front foot to defend, just nudges the ball away to the leg side.
It's not the time to start manufacturing strokes, that's for sure. Still need a long period of consolidation.
It's Dawson to Bell. And is defended back to Liam Dawson, and there's no run. End of the over, 122 for 6. Thanks, Paul.
Thanks, Scott. Well, best of luck to everybody from here on in. I'm off.
He's off. Off he goes out into the wild yonder. Cheers, Paul. 1-2-2 for 6. Kevin's going to come in, and then Callum will join him as well as we get towards the final couple of hours of the day. So what have we got left? 26. So yeah, bit to go tonight, Kevin. And Hampshire have had a great couple of hours here.
Well, absolutely amazing, isn't it? It's amazing once you get a little bit of momentum, whether you're in the whether you're batting or whether you're in the field, and all of a sudden things seem to happen a little bit more. And Hampshire's certainly on a roll. 5 wickets down for the last 20 runs. Quite incredible. Here's Turner, bowls, it's full. Oh, it's kicked off out of the rough through to Ben Brown. That's Venkatesh out there. Venkatesh Iyer, 29-year-old, playing his second game for Lancashire. Wow. I don't know about you, Callum, but a bit like yesterday, really, when Hampshire were losing their wickets. A bit of a collapse. I can't quite believe what we're seeing.
No, it's not great from Lancashire, 122 for 6, but it's been the talk of the season really so far, the collapses that they've been having.
Turner bowls. Oh yeah, just pushes that out behind square on the offside, no run. Yeah, Hampshire lost 5 wickets for 58 last night after the second new ball was taken. I mean, they haven't even got that excuse, Lancashire. It's not like there's been a new ball.
No, there's been some pretty poor shots, but some good fielding. I think what's impressive from Hampshire is the field placements and the bowling that's backed it up. I think they've bowled to the plans absolutely superb, and they've stuck at it even when Jennings and Bohannon was going well.
Agreed. Short delivery, which doesn't really kick off, and in fact it bounces twice through to Ben Brown. Yeah, I think you're right. I think that especially on the leg side there, it's quite interesting listening to Paul Allott, describing the reasons why Josh Bohannon was out.
when you see two men on the drive on the leg side, it doesn't mean you carry on playing the same way. You actually have to respond.
Yeah, you've just got to kind of put the ego aside, haven't you? You've got to go, okay, I'm not going to play a shot there, I'm not going to try and look to score there. I'm just going to frustrate him and then make Hampshire go, you know what, he's not looking to play that shot, we'll go somewhere else. And then you bring that shot back into the game.
Exactly. Oh, he's wrapped on the pad there, coming across the stumps, Aya, but not out. Umpire judging that's going down the leg side. Ben Debenham, unmoved.
Yeah, Venkatesh Iyer just trying to turn that into the leg side, full of ball. Looks like it's just going with the angle, doesn't it? Yeah. Looks like it's going to miss. Leg stump.
Yeah, comfortably, I think.
Good decision from the umpire, but just a 4 balls face so far. It doesn't look comfortable. Venkatesh not got much of a score so far for Lancashire.
Facing Turner again. He's bowled much impressive. He's gone for the Yorker again, leg stump, but it's a little wider this time. Through to Ben Brown. It's, you know, a lot of the Lancashire players will say, yeah, but I only made one mistake and I got out, but that happens. You know, Keaton Jennings got stuck on the crease, didn't he? Was disappointed to be LBW to Dawson. Probably the first mistake he made as a batter. Rocky Flintoff, he's 16. I mean, I don't know about you, but if I was playing in a game like this, you know, and I was 16 years old, it scared the life out of me.
Yeah, certainly. I suppose that's a risk and reward with giving youngsters the first go.
Again, his leg stump there. It's I'm not sure he's trying to attack the leg stump. I think he's just got the line long there. Turner. End of the over, 122 for 6. Yeah, I mean,
I suppose that's why our sport is so tough mentally, because you know, you make a mistake in football or rugby, you've got 80, 90 minutes to change that, whereas in cricket, Rocky Flintoff's got a full day, really. Well, I don't think he will have a full day, but he could have a lot of time to mull over that decision and not be able to make another impact. So that's why the emphasis on your wicket as a batsman in the longer format is so important.
Yep.
And that's there's a couple of ways of looking at this season for Lancashire. They're trying to breed youngsters through and trying to build for maybe 2-3 years time to maybe put some kind of silverware in the cabinet. At the moment, obviously the results are pretty poor and pretty bleak, because Liam Dawson's going to continue. George Bell comes forward, plays it into the offside for no run. Yeah, if you're looking at it from the now, obviously it's not looking very good for Lancashire, but their way of looking at it will be in terms of looking at the future and going through that transitional phase. In comes Dawson. Bell just pushes forward, back towards the bowler for no run.
Yeah, and Matty Hurst would say, well, I was a bit unlucky, little inside edge onto the pad, and it ballooned up close in. Josh Bohannon will probably say that's the first mistake he made when he batted, chipping it to mid-wicket.
Dawson in a little bit slower, a little bit back of a length. Bell prods forward. He's got that leg side catcher, and he's got to be careful playing in front of himself like that.
Yeah. And Balderson will probably say, well, you know, on another day there wouldn't be a man sort of third slip, you know, in the middle of nowhere in a way.
Dawson in. Oh, quicker and flatter from Dawson. He's been excellent at changing his pace and his line and his length. And Bell doesn't quite pick the quicker ball. Gets caught on his crease. Tries to cut one. Just off stump, more or less. Dawson thought he was in for his 4th wicket then. So he comes slower, and Bell comes forward nicely, plays it back towards the bowler for no run. 3 for 18, just shy off his 16th over.
It's incredible figures on a pitch which isn't giving him much help. Might be the odd one that's gripping, but nothing else.
Dawson bounces in, hands above his head again. Feels like there's going to something happening every ball with Liam Dawson. 3 for 18 off his 16. He's been the star of the show today. First making 100 this morning, when he probably thought he was just there to add 20, 30, 40 quick runs if he could. Then all of a sudden, he got to reach the 3-figure mark, and now he's backing that up with some superb bowling. And he's not doing too much.
No. It's just clever changes of pace. You're right.
Being patient.
One that skids through a little bit with the arm, couple that just grip a little bit and hold. They do nothing. It's doing nothing else than that. But the situation, the match situation, is not helping the batters out there in the middle. Here's Turner then, round the wicket to Iyer. Again, he's wrapped on the pad on the leg side. I think there was an inside edge onto that, so he may be off the mark. What's Ben Debenham going to signal? Don't think he's going to signal anything, so... Oh, he is, leg byes. That's what I heard, 2 touches on that one. Maybe bat onto pad as the ball hit the pad.
Seems like Hampshire have got a clear plan, doesn't it, to Iyer. He looks like he's someone who I've seen in the IPL use his big levers, really swings hard at the ball, and looks like they're just trying to sneak it into sort of the leg stump and try and get him wafting at one and sneaking it through his bat and pad.
Here's Turner over the wicket to Bell. Bell's down the leg side. It's wrapped on the pad. It's going quickly up to the top end of the ground. Be picked up just inside the rope by Toby Albert. I think Ben Debenham will be signalling again. Yes, there he is on one leg. 123 for 6. You can see that tight in leg side field again. With the short leg. Short. There's Tony Middleton. Tony Middleton, that's his dad. Fletcher Middleton. And then you've got Tom Prest at a short mid-wicket, and then Liam Dawson just a little deeper at short mid-wicket. Length ball to Bell. Plays that back to the bowler. What Hampshire have done terrifically today is that they've turned what was a situation last night where, I'm not joking, when they came down the stairs of the dressing room and they walked over to the hotel, they were not in a happy mood. 3:30 for 9 after being in that very good position in the afternoon. 2:49 for 3. They were 165 for 2 before that, and they weren't happy, but they've turned the game around, both with bat and ball. Length ball to Bell. It's going to take a quick single into the gap on the offside, and on a pitch which hasn't given them a lot of help, but in 2 sessions completely turned the game around, so they are the dominant side.
I think what they've done so well today is just, we probably overcomplicate our game a little bit, don't we? Whereas Hampshire have kept it so simple today, and someone like Liam Dawson, he was batting 4 balls, trying to score the odd boundary, and then the last 2 he was getting his singles.
Yep. Round the wicket again to Iyer. Again, he's attacking that leg stump. Length ball this time, which Iyer just turns around for a single. He is off the mark now.
And even when he's bowling now, I'm trying to think of how many balls the right-handers have been allowed to leave. And I reckon you're talking on one hand how many balls he's allowed the right-handers to leave. He's keeping the stumps in play, which means he's got every dismissal still going for him. And it's same with the seamers now. Turner, he's making sure the batters are playing every ball. He's bowling very straight to George Bell. He's saying, if you want to run on the leg side, you're going to have to hit it over the top of these fielders on the leg side.
Yeah.
And that is the only way you're going to score on the leg side. And they're just keeping it very, very simple.
Turner in again. Short, quick. And he's got low very equally as quick as George Bell. Ends the over, 127 for 6. And Turner, whose first 4 overs were quite costly, almost late 20s of his first 4 overs, has turned things around. And those last 2 wickets of Bohannon and Balderson means his figures look a lot more healthy. He's got a white ball series against Australia, hopefully to look forward to shortly. Being picked in both the 50 over and the T20 squads. But it's Iyer who will next face Liam Dawson. And we know there's a little bit of rough just outside the off stump. He's just patting it down now. If you're looking on the picture feed, that's the area where Dawson's looking for, and that's the area that did for Keaton Jennings. He was stuck on the crease when he was LBW.
In comes Dawson. Balls, Iyer, straight away, sweep him, trying to be positive. And that's the way he'll play. He's going to pick up a couple of runs. He's someone who's built a name for himself in the IPL, playing white ball cricket. And I think this could be an interesting passage of play. There'll certainly be a few risks taken, so Hampshire will feel like they've got a high percentage of chance taking this 7th wicket. And Dawson comes. Just back of a length. I push it through the offside. Thinks about taking a single. No run.
Yeah, his last 3 innings in the IPL for the Kolkata Knight Riders was 42 against the Mumbai Indians, and then in the eliminator and the final, 51 not out, 52 not out.
Yeah, he's one of them casual Indian batters who bats without the helmet, bit of a swagger. Obviously, you can't do that in the English game anymore. Dawson in, quicker and flatter, and I just prods forward and plays that nicely down the ground for no run. Got a deep mid-on, got a deep square leg, you got a deep point, deep cover. There's a 3 fielders out for Dawson. So in he comes. Iyer prods forward, takes the single into the offside that's being offered. Brings George Bell on strike, 2 off 23 so far, trying to provide some resistance to this Lancashire batting order, trying to frustrate Hampshire a little bit, trying to put a stunt in their momentum. 130 for 6. 2 catches in close to Bell. Dawson in. Bell drives nicely to mid-off for no run.
Toby Albert took a really good catch there to get rid of George Balderson a little earlier.
Dawson balls, nicely flighted, a lot slower. George Bell thinks about turning the bat on it into the leg side. A little bit of grip. For no run. 3 for 21 off his 17, Liam Dawson.
Terrific stuff. Yeah, that was the flighted delivery that did for Rocky Flintoff. He couldn't resist.
No, he's the sort of pressure just built up. You could kind of see it coming a little bit, especially just before tea. Someone so young like that, you want to get off a pair, don't you? That's your first thought. You want to get off the pair, but the way you do that sometimes is just grinding it out. Coach once said ugly runs are the best runs. That's sometimes what you need to do, and it's certainly what this Lancashire pair need to do. Grind it out as much as possible.
So we've got James Fuller back into the Hampshire attack. Now, he hasn't done too much bowling, James Fuller. In fact, had just the couple of overs in the afternoon session from the pavilion end. Went for 9 runs. That came at a time when Turner was going for his 20-odd off 4, so Hampshire had to sort of change tack somewhat. Here he is, though. He's round the wicket to Iyer. Again, he's on that line of leg stump to Iyer, and he gets wrapped on the pad. There'll be another leg by. I can't believe it's that deliberate for Hampshire at the moment, but they're definitely bowling a very tight line to him, and almost too tight, actually.
Yeah, they're certainly trying to cramp him for room, aren't they? Trying to stop them levers from accessing the ball.
Yeah.
When he's trying to swing them levers through, there's going to be a gap between bat and pad, and that's certainly what looks like the Hampshire analyst has told the bowlers to target.
He played 5 matches in the 50-over competition for Lancashire with a top score of 25. That was against Worcester. Here's Bell facing Fuller, and that's work to Prest. One of those 2 short fielders on the leg side. 131 for 6. They trail by 258, Lancashire. They really do need to make some sort of recovery here. Maybe take a leaf out of Hampshire's book for that last wicket. Need to get pretty close here, because I would say this wicket will start to turn a little more. Might not be obvious, but if you're a long way behind going in the 4th innings, that really will be difficult, and Hampshire can set reasonably attacking fields. Here's Fuller again. Good length ball to Bell, who's nicely in behind that. George Bell made 99 in the game down at Utilita earlier on in the season, was run out trying to get his 100th, and he, poor boy, I think everybody on the ground felt for him that day. He played so well. He was so keen to get his 3 figures that when he was run out, he just looked like he had the world on his shoulders when he realised the umpire had his finger up. Here's Fuller, bowls. Bell's nice crisp shot off the front foot down towards mid-on. What Lancashire would give for him to get near 100 here.
Yeah, he's been in and out the team for Lancashire this year. He's been someone who's dropped out the side for maybe the extra bowler here and there, but he's a pretty attractive player, George Bell. He keeps it quite tight and compact. Another one who likes to play shots and be free-flowing once he gets in. At the moment, he's playing the rearguard role, 2 of 28.
Just 21 years of age. Here's Fuller in. Bell's comfortably in behind that one. Yeah, he's playing his 9th championship match of the season, George Bell. Just over 330 runs at 25. Not really an average that will keep you in the side when there's others around.
No, but for Lancashire this year, it's been a lot of averages like that, sadly, except Keaton Jennings, really the standout performer for Lancashire. It's just not enough runs being built in that middle order, and that's where the inexperience shows.
Fuller in again. Bell cuts that away nicely. Got a good bat on there. That's raced away to the back of the point boundary. Width from Fuller. Bell taking full advantage. Moves on to 6 at the end of that over. Lancashire on to 135 for 6. They trail by 254. Fortunately, a couple of the Hampshire support staff were walking around the boundary's edge at around the point that the ball went over the rope, and they were able to retrieve the ball. Nice shot, Bell. It was in the air, but it was perfectly safe. There's no fielder around that area.
Yeah, George Bell taking advantage of a very rare bad ball from the Hampshire attack. They've bowled beautifully since, well, before tea and after tea. They've kept the stumps in play, made the batsmen play, and made them not switch off. Dawson's going to continue, and I think he will for the rest of the day at this James Anderson end. Then he comes flatter and quicker to Ayer, pushes it back down to Dawson for no run. 135 for 6. Dawson 3 for 21, backing up his 100. Not out this morning. As he comes, and Ayer chips that into the offside, gets a single to wide mid-off.
Very sort of languid, isn't he? Very loose, Ayer. And he's sort of, it looks very loose-limbed, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's very casual, isn't he? He just looks like one of them that, you know, just sees ball, hits ball kind of cricketers. Like you say, in India, he'd love to be batting without an helmet on, I think, against the spinner. Dawson in. Bell just prods that down.
Is that so everybody can see him properly?
Yeah, maybe so.
Is it a bit of vainness?
Maybe so, especially in the IPL.
Look at me, everybody.
There'll be an award for the best looking one soon, I think. They have that many awards. Dawson in. Bell plays forward. No run.
Don't you get that? He gets everything, doesn't he?
I think it takes about an hour to do the awards in them IPLs.
Does it? I don't watch it.
They go on past midnight, them games. Now it's ridiculous, isn't it?
That's why I don't watch them.
In comes Dawson. 2 catches waiting. Bell just prods at that into the offside. No run.
Everybody's probably saying, well, why has Dawson got figures like that on this pitch? It's because he's a very clever bowler.
George Bell prodding that forward back to Dawson. Another tidy over. 3 for 22 off his 18. But he's just kept it simple, hasn't he? He's kept the stumps in play. He's set a very tight field, and he's bowled to that field. He said if you want to run, you're going to have to play against the spinner. You're going to have to try and take a risk, and risk and reward cricket, and it's certainly rewarding for Hampshire so far. 6 wickets for only 136. Lancashire still trailing by 253 runs.
Yeah, need a good end to the session, that's for sure. We've still got, in the session, just lost my place there, 20 overs. So still quite a lot of play. Here's Fuller round the wicket to Ayer. Slip and a third slip in for the left-hander. Ayer's forward, that's a good delivery. Just casually plays that out on the offside. Dawson, the fielder, he can't keep him out of the game. Liam Dawson, 100 this morning, wickets this afternoon. There he is, shining the ball for his fellow bowler to try and get anything, either in the air or off the pitch or something, just to get it off the straight. Fuller in again. To Ayer. Ayer leaves that one alone. It dies a little bit on Ben Brown. This ball is into its 57th over, so it will have been soft for quite a while.
Looks like the captain's dream, does Liam Dawson. He looks like someone who doesn't want to bowl his over and go down to fine leg. He wants to be in the action. He wants to be in the action with the bat, the ball, in the field. And he looks like one of them cricketers. He just knows how to turn a game on its head. He's got that knack of taking wickets, that knack of scoring runs.
Tremendous energy. Here's Fuller again. Ayers on the back foot, steers that past Dawson. Out towards deep extra cover. And that's John Turner out there. Fields. And that's 2 to Ayer. 138 for 6. And that moves on to 7. They're shouting out there as well, Liam Dawson. Encouragement to the Hampshire players. They've taken 3 wickets since tea. 3 in a 17-minute period. But it's just gone a little quieter again, which you'd expect on this pitch. You're not going to take wickets for fun on here. You shouldn't be doing anyway. Ayers forward, my word, that was straight, and he's just closed the face of the bat on that a fraction. It's got a reasonable contact on it as it went to Abbas at wide mid-on, but you can understand why 1 or 2 in the field for Hampshire just got a little excited.
Yeah, you can see from the first movement, that front pad goes right across the stumps, kind of closing himself off a little bit, and I think that's what the clear plan is from Hampshire. Target the stump, think about the LB and the bowled.
Yeah, I agree. Fuller again then to Ayer. He just clips that away to short mid-wicket. They're not giving him any room whatsoever. If anything, they're in a bit on leg stump, as they have done certainly early on in Ayer's innings. He's still very early into his innings, but they are definitely not giving him any room whatsoever.
I'd love to see another fielder on that leg side, another catcher, maybe like the 2 mid-wickets that they had to Bohannon, or maybe even just someone under the helmet, a square leg. You could maybe lose backward point. I think Liam Dawson and James Vince were speaking then of how they could get another fielder into that leg side.
Short, trying to whip that away on the leg side, goes through to Ben Brown. It's gone for the short delivery there, but a little too leg stumpish, a little too leg side-ish from James Fuller. He's completed 4 overs, none for 15. Ayer is 7, Bell is 6, 138 for 6. Lancashire were at tea 108 for 3. They lost Hurst for 4, Bohannon for 43, and Balderson for 7 since the break. 1 for Liam Dawson. Who else? 2 for John Turner. And at 122 for 6, Lancashire at that stage had lost 5 wickets for the addition of 20, with those 2 wickets in the afternoon session. 102 for 1 they were at one stage.
Dawson to continue. George Bell on strike. Balls, and Bell just pushes it nicely back to Dawson, who does the fielding. Silly point, slip, backward point, cover, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a 45 await. Dawson tries the ball a bit quicker, a bit flatter. George Bell just rocks back, cuts it into the offside, finds Kyle Abbott. Dawson bouncing in into some lovely rhythm and groove, finds that lovely line and length. George Bell just prodding forward, getting no room to manoeuvre the ball, find the gap, having to really dig in here, George Bell.
Yeah, it doesn't seem as though he wants to do anything other than make sure he's there for a while, get himself in.
Dawson in. Bell just coming forward, playing it nicely into the offside. It does seem like one of them wickets though, where if you just want to just bat, it feels like it's easy enough just to bat. Like, I know some of the Hampshire boys you were saying felt it was hard to score if it was straight, and that's clearly been fed back to the Hampshire bowling attack. Dawson in, a little bit slower. Bell prodding forward. Like I say, a couple more fielders round the bat. George Bell looks like he's, what we say, not wanting to score. Maybe open up a gap somewhere, try and force his hand. Dawson in. Flatter. George Bell on the back foot, just playing that nicely back towards the bowler. It's another maiden for Liam Dawson.
His line is just so tight, and you know, I have to be honest, of all the spinners on show, you know, Tom Hartley, yes, he played for England and what have you, and he is a good young spinner, but his line is tighter, Dawson, by, I'd say, quite considerable amount, but it's noticeable that he can bowl the tighter line.
I think, you know, Tom Hartley was an interesting decision, wasn't it, in terms of the Bazball and going over to India, but in India, you know, most spinners can turn the ball in India, and he's very much a white ball bowler. Is Tom Hartley? He's still learning the trade to be a frontline red ball spinner, you would say.
Follow around the wicket again to Iyer. There's a leg slip in this time. Oh, it bounces on Iyer. He wants a single, but it's gone out to Dawson in the covers. Good call from Bell to say no.
And I think that's why I don't think we'll see Tom Hartley play any Test cricket in England for a very long time. I think he'll be very much an away tour spin bowler for England. They seem very much flexible in terms of picking for the conditions now, but with the way they're going in terms of the fast bowlers and wanting more fast bowlers, Liam Dawson just screams out to me as the perfect spinner for England, holding one end up and allowing your Mark Woods and your fast bowlers to go at it.
But it won't happen. Iyer clips it away on the leg side. There is a man out deep. Iyer moves on to 8, 139 for 6. Yeah, you won't see Liam Dawson in an England shirt again, that's for sure. And he's more than happy with that, if you were wondering.
Yeah, he's certainly going to be in that conversation you have at the pub with your mates. You're speaking about what cricketers should have played for England a lot more. I think Liam Dawson will certainly be in that conversation.
That's for sure. 250 now, Lancashire trail, 139 for 6. Bell and Iyer trying to do a big repair job. There's Fuller over the wicket to Bell this time. Too close in on the leg side, as that's pushed up to Abbott at mid-on. It's a beautiful evening here in Manchester. It's been a beautiful day, actually. Saw earlier on the picture feed, there was one of the flags. There was hardly a breath of wind in the sky. I'm just looking at the two flags above the pavilion at the far end. There's a little bit of movement, but there's not too much. It was a bit windier yesterday, but pretty still at the moment.
Looks set to be a good weekend as well.
Doesn't it? I think it's just getting better as we go on. That's a Fuller delivery. Bell just works it to wide of Abbott and comes through for a single. Moves on to 7. 140 for 6.
It's good from George Bell. He doesn't, as much as he wants to spend as much time out there in the middle to take some time out the game, he needs to make sure that he's still trying to tick over. Sometimes you can back yourself into a bit of a hole, can't you? And kind of force a wicket because you're so casual in defence. You can just switch off a little bit, maybe play at one that you don't need to, or be a bit casual on a shot that you should be putting away.
Fuller past umpire Debon. Short one to Iyer. Again, it's 2 bounces through to Ben Brown, but Iyer ducks. Doesn't look as though he wants to take it on at the moment.
You can see the real softness in the ball from here, can't you, with the bounce that them short balls, they're not getting up at all from Fuller, and we've seen from Turner as well in his previous spell. The ball's not getting up at all. It's bouncing a couple of times before Brown with the gloves, so they could be real awkward deliveries to play later on as a batsman. And them short balls start misbehaving, start becoming a bit slower and not true to bounce. It can get real difficult.
Fuller again, miles down the leg side. Ayers watching that one go by. End of the over. Fuller's 5 overs, none for 17. It's all right. Just lost half a connection there. But we're back again. We've always been on the picture feed, but we're back again on BBC Sport Online feed. Or perhaps we weren't.
So in comes Dawson. Bell tucks that away to Lancashire on strike, 2 catches round the bat. In comes Dawson. I just prodding forward, past Liam Dawson to mid-off. No run. James Vince, the skipper, at mid-off.
So we're all dialed back in again. That's probably what you heard. We're all good.
Dawson bowls and Aya pushes it through the offside, gets a signal to the deep cover boundary. 1-4-2 for 6. George Bell 8 off 43. Lancashire 9 off 27. 2 men round the bat as well for George Bell. All the field in. Oh, it's nicely flighted. George Bell thinks about going through with a shot, holds back, turns it away to James Vince at mid-on.
Good to see him back on the field. A little bit of a worry with him being off this afternoon. Came into this game with a bit of a groin problem.
Dawson in, quicker, flatter. And Bell just prods forward, plays it nicely.
Just trying to have a look at the ball there. Certainly not shiny. Wouldn't expect it to be shiny. It's probably something like a tennis ball now, I reckon. That'd be fun, bowling with a tennis ball on it.
In comes Dawson, slower again. Bell not getting enticed in. Plays it nicely down the ground for no run. 3 for 24 off his 20 from Liam Dawson. His overs are catching up his runs. It's going to be a tired man later. I think he'll be asking for an ice bath to be ready as soon as he finishes this day's play.
Have you ever done an ice bath?
Yeah, we do them when we go on tour. They're a lot easier to do when you're in somewhere like Dubai or somewhere nice and hot instead of in England after a cold day on the field and then getting into an ice bath. It's certainly more enjoyable when you're in somewhere like the UAE. You know, you don't mind dipping in then.
I can't imagine them ever to be enjoyable.
Well, no, they're not, to be honest with you.
I've never done one, and I'm fortunate that I was never asked to do one, or even worse, told.
It's very much a thing now, isn't it? People doing ice baths first thing in the morning in the garden. It's not for me, that.
It's like there's cold water swimmers, there's ice water swimmers. What are they doing? He's full around the wicket to Aya. Aya just guides that to deep point. Handballs through for a single. He's into double figures now.
You can rather take the extra 10-15 minutes in bed with a brew or something instead of getting up early for it. You have to take ice off the actual bath itself in the morning to get in it. What's the point in that? No chance.
I know I was due to speak to Mo Abbas after the last game against Essex, and in the end he apologised. He said, look, I was going in the ice bath, so I didn't really get a chance to come over. And I thought, well, don't worry, but I'm just thinking, rather you than me, mate. Fuller over the wicket to Bell. Bell turns that away to the right side of Tom Prest. Now, he kept that one down. Has to be a little fuller, really. If you're going to bring those 2 men into play on the leg side who are there for the mistimed drive, then that's not quite the length. It needs to be a little fuller, as Josh Bohannon found to his cost. And also you'll find, and you'll know this, Callum, is that I probably need to look at the Josh Bohannon dismissal again, but you'll find that a lot of players, when they are driving through that wide mid-on, mid-wicket area, their body weight is actually going a little to the offside, so they're not fully in control of the shot. That's why it lifts. The ball lifts off the surface. Forward is Aya, goes out into the covers. It's easy when the ball is sort of mid-off, going towards mid-off and an extra cover, because your body weight, it's easy for your body weight to go that way. When a ball's straighter and you're trying to clip it away just wide of mid-on, your body weight has to go towards that area, not a little bit over to the offside. Otherwise, you're coming across it a fraction and you're not actually over the ball.
Yeah, it's why we often say the on drive is probably the hardest shot in the game, isn't it? Because your body weight does tend to go toward more cover and like mid-off.
Yeah. Here's Fuller. That's driven by Aya up to mid-off Abbott Fields.
And with that way, you're trapping yourself, aren't you? You're closing yourself off a little bit, and that's where you kind of mistime it. You find the inside edge, or you chip it up to mid-wicket. And someone like George Bell, he does bat and move across his stumps. and often he does fall away to the offside a little bit. So same with Josh Bohannon, and you could tell it was a very clear plan, couldn't you, to Josh Bohannon?
Sure. Well, I've got the replay up on my computer, which I know it's not ideal for the picture feed or BBC Online. That's down the leg side. Has he clipped it? No, not quite. So I'm going to have a quick look and just slow it down, just while we're waiting. Just watching Bohannon here. Totally lets the ball go. And the ball does actually, to be fair, the ball does actually angle in a fraction, but you can see his head is more sort of going
he
back
actually
down
follows
from where
his walk,
Turner's,
doesn't he, to the changing room?
Yeah, that's right. It's right. That's where his body weight is actually moving. Yeah, just watching that again. If you get a chance to watch it on the video replays later on this evening, you'll see what I mean. His head is going to where the ball has come, not to where the ball is going. There's Furrow again, eyes forward. It's gone quickly to Dawson. That extra cover.
Yeah, his body weight's gone to the first release of the ball, hasn't it, instead of allowing the ball to move, which obviously it's such a hard thing. You get, you know, talking split-second decision making. But sometimes when a plan like that is in place, do you sometimes just show the stumps a little bit more, so you're kind of staying in line, you're kind of moving the stumps a little bit, so you're staying in line with the ball a little bit straighter, or do you, sometimes batters move across even more, don't they, so it's more of a flick towards sort of square leg and fine leg. That's something that George Bell might have to battle throughout this innings. 9 of 47, Bell. 2 catches still around the bat. Dawson in. Just gets a little bit of grip. George Bell plays it nicely in the end. Lets it run off the face of the bat to Sean Abbott at backward point. Gets a single.
It's very well played.
And he's rolled it well. He's probably only turned 3, 4, 5 deliveries all day as Liam Dawson, and it tends to be the much slower delivery. But the variation and pace has been excellent. Dawson in. Lancashire just prodding forward. He thinks about playing no shot at one stage, and then suddenly gets his bat down.
He was going to kick that away, wasn't he?
Which is probably a good decision. Looked pretty tight to off stump that delivery. Two men around the bat, 3 deep fielders. Ayers sweeps to the deep square leg, picks up a single.
I'm amazed, just looking at that sweep shot there, how Fletcher Middleton, who's at short leg there, sort of addresses that. And George Bell did it as well, where you just bend down, show your helmet to the batter, and hope it goes past you.
Dawson in, Bell prodding forward, back towards the bowler for no run. Yeah, it's very much a new technique, isn't it, that?
Yeah. Don't put your hands up, just keep your hands by your side or even behind you, but just bend down and show the helmet. It's a real skill in there.
Dawson in, quicker and flatter. Bell pushing it, trying to pace that tight offside field. Hits the cover fielder, gets no run. It's a real tight field to George Bell. Couple out to Ayer, but we're offering George Bell nothing as Dawson bowls. Fuller gets him driving back towards the bowler. No run. 2 off the over for Liam Dawson. Takes a score 146 for 6. George Bell on 10 and Venkatesh Iyer on 11.
Well, understandably, with those flurry of wickets, that the scoring rate has dropped, because we've had about 55 minutes of play since George Balderson was out. That was 122 for 6. So we've had 24 runs in 55 minutes or so. And it's not surprising, but it also means that there's a bit of fight being shown here by Lancashire.
Yeah, they've just got a bat time, try and get back into this game somehow.
Fuller to Ayer. Ayer drives, found the gap between extra cover and mid-off. Abbott is going to have to get his move on there, because that ball's going to slow up before it reaches the rope. And Ayer will pick up 3. Nice looking shot. Along the ground. Nice and easy as you like. Moves on to 14. 149 for 6. Oh, Lancashire. Replying to that Hampshire total of 389 all out this morning.
Looks like he's just fighting with himself, Fuller, a little bit when he goes round the wickets of Lancashire, because I see him get a bit of a warning, bit of a telling off from the umpire going in the danger zone in two previous overs.
Over the wicket then to Bell. Bell just guides that back with a point. Lovely piece of timing. That's gone for 4 past the diving Fletcher Middleton. He was earning some respite from under the helmet there. But that raced away. Lovely shot there.
Yeah, beautiful shot from George Bell. His weight is just very still. That's how still he is. He just plays it nicely with his hands, opens up the face, beats the backward point fielder. Picks up a beautiful 4.
You don't have to do a lot with that. Just use the pace of the ball. He's on 14. 153 for 6 as Fuller comes in again and bowls to Bell. Bell just turns it away to Dawson at short mid-wicket. Doing a good job, these two. 53 balls now for Bell's 14, and Aya has used up 35 for his 14. So not scoring particularly quick. I don't think anybody in the Lancashire camp will mind that. I'm sure most Lancashire fans won't mind that. They just want to see a couple of players get in and get a little closer to that Hampshire first innings total. It's been a difficult day for the home side so far. As Fuller comes in. Fuller this time, just angled in. Bell drives. Not really timed as it goes up to Abbott.
Is he someone that's always had a pretty casual run-up in terms of, you know, he really eases in and then it's kind of all in the shoulder in the action?
Yeah, he is very much so, yeah. Does a lot of training, actually. He's quite a strong, very strong guy. You'll see when he bats, hits a long ball when he gets hold of it. I think I'm right in saying he even goes to the gym before each day. I mean, he does that much. He doesn't, you know, he doesn't look bulky, but he's very strong. But it's all shoulders, isn't it, really? Handballs up, and then it's all in the shoulders there. As that's a length ball. I mean, he's bowling with a very old ball here on a slowish pitch, but he does get it through. You know, when John Turner's not playing, he's easily the quickest in the Hampshire side. Turner probably hits the deck a little harder, and then depending on what sort of wicket they're playing on, Turner probably gets it through a little quicker. But I suppose there's a bit of to and fro in between the two now. They haven't played a lot of cricket together. Now, they have in T20, but not in Championship. But they're two useful bowlers when you're on a slowish pitch. Just gives the batters a little bit more to think about. There's a length ball. You know, generally it's still easy for the batters on a pitch like this against an old ball. But you will find that just every now and then, because they're a bit quicker, something does happen that a normal pace bowler won't find. Maybe an extra bit of bounce, maybe they might hurry the batter just every now and then, certainly new batters. So they do offer you that extra little bit, and you need variety, and I think that's probably something Lancashire lacked on this pitch. They didn't have the variety in terms of pace. Yeah,
this looks like the Hampshire attack really complements each other. You've got the two highly quality skilled new ball bowlers in Abbott and Abbas who give you absolutely nothing. You've got the international, well, very much an international spinner as Dawson comes in. Lancashire plays that into the offside. Very much someone who's the skill of an international spinner in Liam Dawson, and you've got the pace of Fuller and Turner. Sorry. And you've got the pace of them two, so it feels like an attack that complements each other, whereas Lancashire unfortunately haven't got that. Aya plays that flashingly through the offside with them big levers. Just gets a single though. Yeah, and that's where Lancashire, you probably would say, have struggled for a few years, because you know you've got someone like Saqib Mahmood who unfortunately has had his injury issues, so he's got a lot of workload restraints on him. You've got Luke Wood, who we haven't seen in the red ball game for a long time. And they're probably the two that offer Lancashire a little bit of difference in pace. George Bell sweeps. Doesn't beat the short, fine leg fielder.
Fuller.
Yeah, so Lancashire probably been caught out a little bit of the attack being a little bit too, not friendly, but very similar paced.
Especially on a wicket like this.
Then comes Dawson. Bell just prods forward for no run. Yeah, and I think there has been discussions in terms of how the force results more here at Old Trafford. You know you're going to be playing on a wicket that that is flat, so you certainly need extra pace. You need some kind of difference. Lancashire don't have that. Oh, George Bell plays at one that is nowhere near the kind of length he should be driving. A little bit of bounce from Liam Dawson, a little bit of grip from the wicket. George Bell looks like he just switches off for a moment, tries to drive at one that's back of a length, if anything. He survives. Dawson again attacking the stumps. Bell on his back foot, just prodding forward. No run.
Yeah, he can probably consider himself a little fortunate there, because one of the two of his teammates, when they've made a mistake, they're back in the hutch. George Bell survived that one. That, you're right. I think there's a bit of concentration there that was lacking on that delivery. Could have so easily have cost him his wicket. It's hard going out there for these Lancashire batters as they try and repair the damage done earlier. They are working hard, but they're not being given too much.
No, not been given anything from the Hampshire attack. Fuller ball and the odd short wide one that George Bell's tucked into. But good Abbott coming back on now to around the wicket. I think this is a good change. Someone who will attack the stumps. I think Lancashire looked a little bit nervy, especially around that leg stump area, hip area. Sean Abbott will certainly dial in at a certain line and length that he's looking to target, and more often than not he'll hit that as well.
Still got the leg slip in. Wide slip, almost third slip. Full of spell, 7 overs, none for 17. From this Statham. It's whipped that away, has Iyer. And that has gone for 6 runs, square on the leg side. It looked like he'd been waiting for the opportunity to play that shot. Good shot as well. Right back on his stumps and then just whips that away. My word, he gave that a thrash.
It's probably knee height as well that's coming through to Lancashire. It's not short at all, but he just picks it up nice. He's clear that he's going to be attacked on his leg stump. I think he's trying to adapt to that.
Here's Abbott, bowls, eyes on the back foot, pushes that out to Fuller. It's quite interesting because when Fuller was bowling and when Turner bowled that line to him, kind of left it alone. He tried to play a conventional clip off his legs. Nothing like that. But the slightly slower pace of Abbott allowed him to play that shot. That's the variety in the attack. It wasn't a great loosener from Abbott. Probably didn't deserve 6, but it got 6. But there's the difference. When you've got somebody, a couple of guys who are a little quicker, makes players play differently. Ayers clearly decided that this is a better pace for him as he's driving that out to extra cover. Probably feels a little more comfortable against Abbott's pace.
Yeah, it's clear to see that plan in place. And as a batsman, you do speak about, I'm going to take this bowler on in terms of the short ball. If he's a little bit quicker, you might say, no, I'm just going to get behind it, just going to try and ride it. But it's clear in the IPL, if any of the listeners that watch the IPL, he gets targeted a lot with a short ball, does Lancashire.
Does he?
Yeah, with his levers, he just wants to hit through the V, kind of through the leg side, opening up cow corner.
Abbott again. Iyer on the back foot, just opens the face, works that down towards third. Chase on for John Turner. Ball just holds up a little bit in the outfield, so 2 runs. Iyer moves on to 23, 162 for 6. Yeah, and the variety we're talking about with Abbott bowling with the new ball consistently gets the ball to nip into the right-handers. Coming round the wicket, he actually did that, also nipping into both Jennings and Wells. Fuller wouldn't give you that so much. He's a different type of bowler. So there's all your angles covered. Oh, he's got an inside edge there, Iyer. Bounces away harmlessly in the end, down towards leg gully. Ben Brown across.
Just looks like it shapes away a little bit from Lancashire, and he kind of follows it. He could leave that all day really, and it's never going to cause him any harm. But he gets enticed into playing at it, and he nearly chops on.
He's getting helped with his shoelaces. by, I'm not sure who that is out there. It might be Fletcher Middleton helping him out. I'd tie a double knot so he'd have to cut the laces up. Because I'm that sort of bloke, really.
Would you say yes, though, Kevin? Or would you say no,
you
do
would,
it
you
yourself?
would be horrible, yeah. It depends on how they're playing. And if they belted me for a few runs. It was actually Tom Press doing the laces up there. It's Abbott, Fullish, driven through extra cover. Iyer. Chase on for James Fuller. He will pick it up as the ball slows. And they will pick up 3.
The outfield is considerably slow, isn't it?
I thought it had quickened up earlier, but maybe it hasn't.
It seems like it gets off the square pretty quick and then it slows up real quick when it gets close to the boundary. But I know there was a lot of chat about that at the test match, how slow the outfield was.
It got a lot of rain last week, didn't it?
Yeah, it has had a lot of rain. We've had some sunny days as well. We've been pretty lucky so far with the cricket we've had in Manchester in terms of not had too many days rained off.
We're going to have 4 full days in this one, that's for sure. 165 for 6 then are Lancashire. They trail by 224, and we still have 11 overs left in the day as we get towards probably about 5 minutes or so from the scheduled close. So we'll be doing a bit more overtime than we did yesterday. I think we did about 10 minutes, 15 minutes at most yesterday. We'll be doing a bit more than that today. Dawson again. Ever dependable Dawson.
Yeah, he struggled to get the ball out of his hands at the moment as he comes in and gets a shy punching that through the offside where there's no real fielders in front of the bat. There's just James Vince at mid-off, so he gets a single.
Am I right in saying Dawson's bowled unchanged from that pavilion end?
Yeah, he's since he's been on, he's stayed on.
To his 23rd over.
I'll be very surprised if he comes off at all before Lancashire's innings ends.
Yeah, just under 15 overs to the new ball as well. It would seem ridiculous for another seamer to have a go from that far end. He won't get the second new ball tonight.
Dawson in. George Bell plays forward. No run. And George Bell's resistance has made Hampshire just take one of the men around the bat out, which is, you know, what you need to do as a Lancashire batter, just bat time and make Hampshire make changes. Dawson fires it in. Bell trying to pace the gap off the back foot through the offside, but doesn't beat Turner. Just a one catcher in now at slip, and then they've got a short extra cover. Dawson bowls it a little bit slower, and George Bell plays a beautiful sweep shot. He waits for the ball, doesn't play it too early and doesn't play it aggressively as well, just turns his wrist on the ball, timed it nicely away for 4 to the deep square leg boundary. It's a beautiful shot from George Bell, really nicely timed and very calm and composed as well.
Oh, it's gone into that stand again. What is that pipe in there? I thought it was there to stop the ball going underneath, but it's done nothing.
I think they'll find a couple under there. Did we lose one early in the day?
Yeah.
Unless that might have just been the Lancashire lads wanting a different ball to bowl with. Might have been able to see it and get it, but they might have just said, oh, can't reach that one.
I think we're going to have a break in play here for a little while. England have just started their second innings, by the way, in the Test match at Lords. Sri Lanka bowled out for 196 in their first innings, so England will start 231 runs ahead. The wickets were shared around by the England bowlers. Couple for Wokes, couple for Atkinson, couple for Stone, Ollie Stone, couple for Matthew Potts, one for Shoaib Bashir. So England in a commanding position coming towards the end of day 2 at Lords. In the other Division 1 games at Taunton, Somerset were bowled out for 492, Somerset 271 for 6, so they trail by 221. At Edgbaston, Kent batting for a second time are 131 for 2. They trail Warwickshire by 133 with 8 wickets remaining. At Chelmsford, Essex lead Worcestershire by 138 runs on the first innings. Worcestershire bowled out for 266. Essex have been bowled out for 404. I think Essex were batting this morning. They were actually, yeah. So yeah, 404 all out in the end. 104. Michael Pepper was actually been short of runs for a while. 112 not out. He finished there. We're going to get another ball because nobody's going to bother trying to find that other one. I think that's the second time that's happened. At Trent Bridge, Nottinghamshire replying to that huge Surrey total of 525 or 143 for 2. So they trail Surrey by 382. James Vince is having a good look at the ball that has been chosen. Closer look, it doesn't look too bad actually. I think I'd be reasonably happy. I couldn't quite get a close-up of the ball they've just been using, but that certainly didn't look any worse. So who knows, maybe there's a little bit of turn in that one, maybe a little bit of extra bounce in the 15 overs or so, just under 15 overs, that they'll get use out of it, unless somebody sweeps it back into that stand. Go.
Was a lovely shot from George Bell, wasn't it? But often the new ball brings a wicket. Dawson bowls just leg side-ish. Bell tucks that away. No run. Yeah, often the change of ball does generate something a little bit different, doesn't it? You see the pro cricketers and the fast bowlers these days constantly asking the umpires, is it still in shape? Can you put it through your measure, please? Dawson round the wicket to George Bell. Flighted, and Bell turns it into the leg side. No run. 5 off the over, 3 for 32 of Liam Dawson's 23 overs so far. George Bell on 18. Lancashire on 27. Ahmed Abbas is certainly having a good look at it. Don't know if he's too pleased.
Oh, either that or he's saying, do you know what, Captain? I wouldn't mind a bowl with that. Is he saying that? I'm not sure. He's handing it to Kyle Abbott, who's also having a look at it. And they're having a discussion, looking at the ball. Handed back to Abbas, who's trying to shine it a bit more. Well, they don't look displeased with it, let's put it that way. I don't think any bowler's ever truly pleased with a different ball that's brought out. You always think it could be better, but they don't look as though they're particularly unhappy with it. Here's Abbott then. Around the wicket to Iyer. Oh, he's having a little fish at that one. That's a good delivery. That's just straightened off the pitch. Maybe it's a decent ball.
Send someone for that ball, Lancashire.
Yeah. Have a word, batters.
Well, the Hampshire lads is still looking for it under the stand.
Yeah, don't. If there's another ball that acts like that, don't bother looking.
Yeah.
It's just a subtle bit of movement. It was just enough.
Do they have boxes of balls where they say like 60 to 70 overs old roughly, or do they just kind of bring a box out and you roughly guess?
I think they try. Iyer drives, goes out to extra cover. I think they try and, I mean, well, the box is 6. Well, it might be 2 boxes, but I think they try and have balls of different
stages
lengths,
of the game.
Stages, that's the word I'm looking for, yeah. I mean, it would be silly if you bowled 50 overs and then you bring out a box and all the balls have only been used for 10. I mean, you've got no option, have you, to... I don't think the batters would like that too much. So I think they do try and, yeah, you know, one of, I don't know, for argument's sake, one of 15, one of 30, one of 45, one of 60 or 70. Then you've kind of got everything covered. You're never going to get one exactly the same way.
No.
That's outside the off stump, and Iyer this time wisely leaves that one alone. Again, the ball's dying on Ben Brown. But of course, they've all got to be kookaburras.
Yep.
They can't be the Duke's ball, which is predominantly used in Championship cricket. So,
did they get them just from the counties training with them beforehand? With the kookaburra balls, the spares? Did they just say trial these out and then give them us back?
Yeah, put them in the nets.
Once they rough them up.
Yeah, put them in the nets for equivalent of 10 overs and say we'll have those, we'll have that, and we'll put that in the box. Oh yeah. Abbott again to Iyer. Iyer plays that late into the ground, fielded at second slip by Toby Albert.
It's a bit of an awkward customer, isn't he, Lancashire? He's
isn't he?
very handsy, very hits it a little bit awkward. Nothing's real attractive in terms of the shots he's playing. but he just finds gaps.
Yeah, he's a little bit unconventional at times, isn't he?
Yeah, you wouldn't exactly say cultured and textbook, would you? But that's the way cricket's going now. Textbooks out the window.
You've almost got to be unorthodox to make a name for yourself sometimes. Aya drives, it's in the air, and it's called to extra cover. Great catch, James Fuller, throwing himself to his right, and Aya can't quite believe what he's seen. He can't quite believe what he's done. And if I'm honest, it's a little bit of a lazy shot.
Yeah, it's been threatening, hasn't it? Just at the start of the over, he got one that just bounced before Fuller and just beat the short catching extra cover. And he's gone again, he's backed himself. He's hit it straight up in the air. He's doing well to get that in the air. It's a proper half volley. He leans back on it. He's stood up tall when he's playing that shot. He just needs to get his weight through the delivery. And he hits that along the ground. So poor shot really from Venkatesh Iyer, but it's a brilliant catch from the big fast bowler James Fuller. Diving to his right, around shoulder height. And it's a 7th wicket for Hampshire. And they'll be chatting about, wonder if we can bowl Lancashire out before the end of today.
Well, he trudges off, Aya. But you're right, his weight wasn't into it. It was an airy, fairy shot, really.
Yeah, I don't think
it was with no. It was like, I'm just going to hit this through the offside. I don't care if it's in the air. I don't care if it's along the ground. I'm just going to hit this through the offside. And unfortunately, the game don't work like that.
No, he gets his way into that ball and hits it along the ground. It's 4 runs anyway. It's an half volley, over pitched a little bit from Kyle Abbott. Don't get me wrong, it might have been the plan. He's got a couple of catches in the offside, and he might have bowled to that plan superbly. But the execution of the shot and what he's trying to do, what value have you got trying to lift that over Fuller's head? You know, if you get your weight into that delivery, you're beating him along the ground and you're picking up 4 runs anyway. So it's pretty poor from the overseas siding, and it takes Lancashire onto 170 for 7. And well, they was in trouble, but now they're in real trouble. Lancashire trailing still by 219 runs.
48-run partnership, just as Lancashire was showing fight down the order. That's that partnership has been broken. Bonus wicket there for Hampshire, and it's Tom Hartley, another left-hander in. Round the wicket does, and he's off the mark straight away, clipping that away towards backward of square leg. It looks as though the game at Trent Bridge has finished for the day. Nottinghamshire trailing Surrey by 381, 144 for 3. Just walked off the field there.
They just picked up a wicket, didn't they, with that last ball before they got the wicket, and then they've walked off. And Will Jack's got Hutton, the night watchman, out, LBW.
Oh yeah, for 3. Well spotted, that man.
Seen it on the replay.
So 171 for 7. Tom Hartley got to show some fight. George Bell is showing some real fight here, and somebody else needs to do exactly the same. I'm sure Aya was exactly that man.
Oh, Tom Hartley likes to be aggressive as well, but he's going to have to change his style and his role. But a few men out still. Dawson quicker into the pitch. Hartley just on the back foot. Plays it into the offside, no run.
I'm sure Aya, as much as his disappointment was, he probably couldn't believe that he's out. I mean, it was a fabulous catch, there's no doubt about it, but...
Dawson in, Hartley, big stride forward, collapsing onto his back knee, trying to smother that spin. Dawson won't mind that big stride from Hartley. He'll be targeting an inside edge onto the pads, bring that short leg fielder into play. Late on the day, Lancashire looking to survive. Oh, Dawson a bit quicker, a bit flatter. Hartley tries to turn on it, gets a leading edge. Down to 3rd man, gets a single, gets off strike.
Does have a half-century this year in the Championship, Tom Hartley.
I think he's certainly someone who, you know, he could push himself up the order as his career goes on. He's shown a lot of capabilities with the bat, predominantly in white ball cricket. He's quite aggressive, but I feel like there's something there that could maybe bat him as an outright number 7 maybe. As Dawson bowls, Bell being patient, Plays it down the ground for no run.
Looks like you're getting a rest at the end of this over, Callum.
Oh. I'll take that.
Look at you. It's the first time I've seen you smile for a while.
In comes Dawson. Balls finds the outside edge of George Bell, but he's playing with such soft hands that it doesn't carry to the slip fielder. Takes it nicely on the bounce. Been gritty and resilient so far as George Bell. 18 off his 67 deliveries. Dawson in. Plays that to the short leg fielder for no run. I'll leave you there, Kevin.
Thanks, Callum. Always a pleasure. Are you back on day 4? Is it day 4 you're here? Is that it? Is that it? In and out? God, well, have a good one. Cheers, Callum. I was just looking at the picture feed there. Tom Prest had the sun hat on. I'm not sure he had it on properly, because the Hampshire badge wasn't actually. I'm sure when you wear a cap or when you wear a sun hat, surely the badge faces straight out. It was to the side, so we obviously had it a bit skew with. Anyways, Kyle Abbott in, and we've got 8 overs left in the day's play. Oh, that's a great delivery, prodding forward there, Tom Hartley, and that ball's pitched and straightened. This change of ball is just definitely doing a little bit. Not a lot, but just a little bit. Abbott round the wicket, angling into Hartley, and that's definitely straightened. That's a beauty of a delivery. You wouldn't expect that from a ball which supposedly is into its 69th over. I think the ball they've picked is probably a fraction newer, but obviously as close as they could get it. It does look as though there's a little bit of nip there. Time to time. It's gone for the Yorker there. Hartley digs that one out. Back to Abbott. Welcome back, Scott Reed. I didn't realise you were still here. It's been a while since you've been on.
Well, 45 minutes.
It was, oh.
Yeah. Is that from some of your email addresses? Is that where you got that?
Well, they were saying, where's Scott Reed?
Yeah, is that what it was?
Well, especially the ones that I heard you say yesterday you were exploring other opportunities. I felt like emailing back and saying, well, actually, those opportunities will come a little quicker than we all thought. But you are still here. That's good.
Just about.
But in this evening sunshine, too many clouds around. Beautiful evening. That's pushed to short extra cover. Vince is there. Hardly a breath of wind. A few people on the balconies of the hotels enjoying the evening like they did yesterday.
Yes, they did, didn't they? Have you seen the little mini Lanky the giraffe on the hotel balcony? Yeah, top prize if you can spot that. So it's the Red Hotel, kind of right in the middle, and halfway up, and a little Lanky the mascot giraffe hanging over the balcony.
What, red?
Oh
yeah. God, it's very small. It's tiny.
Yeah.
Hartley's pushing forward. It's gone out square on the offside.
Let's see if they pick this up on the live stream or not. But it's little Lanky the giraffe mascot.
Is it always there?
I don't know, occasionally it just seems to appear. Yeah.
Wow.
Don't know where he lives.
Obviously not in that hotel.
There we go.
There it is.
Look at that.
I'm not sure that's ideal, the way he's being placed over the balcony.
Just look a little bit brutal, that, doesn't it?
It's been hooked.
Yeah.
Hooked over the balcony. And it well,
little
I
legs dangling away.
Yeah, I'm not sure that's a great position. Here's Abbott. Oh, he's come back in at Hartley, that one. Just wraps him high on the pad. Clearly been made to watch the action regardless.
Yes.
The position he's been put in.
Yes.
You will watch the reaction.
You will watch
even though Lancashire haven't had a good day and you probably want to turn away and go do something else, you will be watching the cricket.
It's there for moral support.
Yes. Not sure what influence he's had.
No, I'm not neither. No.
Been a tough day for the home side, that's for sure. But there's always tomorrow. Abbott Bowles always had a swish at that one, Hartley. It was wide, wasn't quite a half volley. Got away with that one. Hartley 2 from 10, 172 for 7.
Yeah, 7 overs left tonight. It's a lead of, got the deficit still, it's 217, isn't it? I mean, that is a lot work to do.
Yes, I'm not sure I really saw this situation. Did you? Even when Hampshire had a good morning this morning and got up to 389, I actually believe Lancashire would get close at the very least. Well, they might still do, but obviously it suggests they won't. Not with a new ball coming early tomorrow.
Actually, I was thinking the new ball is one due. Yeah, it's in 11 overs, isn't it? So it's 7 tonight. It's going to be first thing tomorrow morning if they're not rattled away through Lancashire. Forward goes Bell as Dawson continues toiling in from the Jimmy Anderson end. 3 for 33. Well, he kind of got the whole thing going. He might have actually. He's done the main damage, hasn't he, both with the bat and with the ball, and the way that he batted this morning. And he's backed it up this afternoon. Forward again goes Bell and defends, no run.
2 of the first 3 wickets.
He's had some day out, hasn't he?
Something to celebrate his 200th first-class game, that's for sure. When they say, what about your 200th first-class game? You'll say, oh yeah, this happened and that happened and that happened. And I'll say, oh, shut up, Liam.
In and balls to Bell. It's played out through the offside, out towards deep backward point. There's a chase on here for Turner to try and catch up with it. He's done well. Oh, well, he did well. He got to it, and you could see his frustration. Almost thumped the ground in anger, because he did get to it, did flick it back, and then on the ball, fortunately for him, spun back towards the rope. So 4 for Bell. He moves to 22. 176 for 7.
Good shot as well. That wasn't that wide, was it? Manufactured the angle.
Well, Bell's showing plenty of fight here, isn't he? 22 not out. There's Dawson back into Bell. Sweeps this delivery down towards the fine leg boundary. Jogs back for 2 more. 24 now to Bell. 178 for 7.
Perfect line to sweep, that one. Just going down, just fractionally.
Dawson, 2 balls left of the over, in bowls, and Bell defends. It's pushed out into the offside, no run. 39 for Dawson. 1 ball left of his 25th over of the day. And he's in again to Bell. It's a nice shot, punched away through the covers. Turner's after it again. Quick, he's Turner. He's catching up with the ball. Bell runs 3 to complete the over. That's the 70th of Lancashire's first innings. It's been a busy old day here at Old Trafford. Wickets tumbling, the Lancashire wickets, I'm afraid, for the home side. Abbott got the whole thing going with that inside edge off Wells' bat. And then Dawson to Jennings, potentially a pivotal moment. Lancashire going nicely. 90-run partnership between Jennings and Bohannon. Rocky Flintoff following shortly after, getting frustrated on naught, hitting out. Dawson strikes again. Hurst this time. Caught by Middleton, close in at silly point. Bohannon chipping out to mid-wicket off Turner. A couple of wickets for him today. Great catch in the gully to get rid of Balderson. And then Venkatesh Iyer, thumping shot, but an equally thumping catch as well. Turner returns now with 6 overs to go, 181 for 7.
Yeah, and we've got that nice close-knit leg side field ready for maybe a Josh Bohannon type dismissal again. But George Bell seems to have just got his timing nicely in the last few overs. So Turner with one last go for him this evening. He'll have 3 overs from this commentary end. Comes in and bowls to George Bell. Pushes that good length delivery out to extra cover. And there is no run. So just under 6 overs today. And the new ball is just under 10 overs away. So early on tomorrow morning,
yeah,
the new cherry will be available.
Yeah. I've got a great position here on the Hampshire. Lancashire have to bat really well second time round, whenever that might be. I mean, Hampshire, even if they had the chance to enforce the following, I'm not so sure they would.
Yeah, I'd be surprised. It's gone for the Yorker there. It's a low full toss, which Bell works up to Abbott at mid-on.
again, wouldn't you? There's loads of time left. You want probably Lancashire batting last.
Yeah, you know, you'd hope. Agreed. You'd hope that the wicket might take a little bit more spin. I'm not sure how much it's going to really turn, but you'd hope, wouldn't there? There's a little bit more there. So, you know, if Lancashire are a long way away, you can set fields that would. You pick up 1 or 2 close-in catches. You don't want to be in a situation where you've got to set reasonably defensive fields because you're worried that Lancashire are going to get the runs. I'd be surprised if Hampshire bat last on this. But it depends on how close Lancashire get, of course. Bell forward, again pushes out to Abbott. It's still a tough situation, and 208 is a long way behind. Going to get a lot closer than that. But you're right, 150 is the follow-on figure. Well, 150 runs behind, so the actual figure. My maths is hopeless. I knew I shouldn't have said anything.
27 into trouble though.
I have. You know, I went down an alley I didn't really want to go down. You would have thought I'd have learned after all this time. Still haven't learned. Here's Turner, short. Bell on his toes there, plays it into the ground. Didn't look totally comfortable.
No, and Turner's managed to get that, hasn't he? With that extra bit of height and pace as well. He's just got a couple to get a little bit big. And Bell's played him. In fact, Bell's faced 2 of these from Turner. I've got up to him, and he's done really well. He's got right on top of it there. Plays it calmly away into the offside. He's done well there, Bell.
Certainly has. 240 is the follow-on figure for Lancashire. I'm sure there were many people that did that calculation quicker than I did. Bell works that to mid-wicket, and there's no run. In fact, I'd be disappointed if just about everybody had calculated it quicker than me.
I didn't want to show you up, so I just thought I'd let you just work.
Yeah, you did. Yeah, it was very nice of you.
Yeah, it's all right, mate. Yeah. That's what I'm here for, to be supportive.
Assist.
Assist. That's one way to put it.
Or making me look stupid is the other one.
I didn't want
to. No, well, I can do that myself. Here comes Turner again to Bell, short one. Bell ducks underneath that one. Definitely worth targeting with a couple of short deliveries at this late stage in the day. Is the batter going to take the ball on? Or has he come towards the end of day 3? He's battled hard. Bell, is he going to say, well, okay, I'll take the short ball on, but maybe run the risk of perhaps not being over the top of one of the hook shots? Be interesting, but he certainly ducked that one. But I'm sure John Turner will have a couple of more short balls for him between now and the close.
Yeah, he won't want to give this away, Bell. He's got a chance back in the side, hasn't he? He didn't play last week against Surrey. He did play in the previous couple of championship matches against Nottinghamshire and against Kent, and then in the early rounds of the season as well. So having lost out against Surrey last week, Dawson's into Hartley, sneaks through into the gloves of Ben Brown. There's no run, so having not been picked last week and gets his chance again this week. There's plenty to play for Bell.
Yeah.
181 for 7. Good memories of facing Hampshire too, hasn't he? That
yes. Top
score he got in April. Down the pitch comes Hartley. And Dawson saw him coming. And just to readjust both bowler and batter there. Hartley gets bat and ball and manages to push it away into the offside. No run. There's a slip and a forward short leg. And Dawson in to Hartley, dabbed into the offside, and there's no run. So there's a long on, there's a deep square leg, and 2 fielders beyond, out towards the boundary. And 3 on the offside. There's a slip, short leg, mid wicket, and short fine. And on the front foot, he's a tall lad, is Hartley. He's getting a good stride into this. Reaching forward, and the ball coming off the inner half of the bat. Spins away towards the leg side. And again, there's no run. 181 for 7. Dawson will be resting up tonight as he holds one back, and Hartley hammers it high in towards the air. He could be caught. He is. It's Vince. Oh, he's just hobbling there, Vince, too. He's grimacing as he runs after that to take the catch. Clearly still struggling with that issue he picked up last week. But he's fit enough to go chasing after that, and Hartley departs for 2, and Dawson has a 4th of the day, and Lancashire are 8 down, 181 for 8.
I mean, what is Hartley doing there? You know, what on earth is that? The only good thing that's come out of that from a Lancashire point of view is that it looks like that James Vince has re-pulled his groin muscle. That's the only thing you can say about that that's positive from a Lancashire point of view, because I'm afraid the execution again in that shot. I mean, where's the fight there? You know, that's just...
It's a soft dismissal. We've seen a few soft dismissals in the game, haven't we? And that is another one, I'm afraid. I'll be trudging back towards the Lancashire dressing room. 4 for 42 for Liam Dawson. Still 4 overs remaining today. Lancashire are 8 down. And Hampshire are eyeing up a huge lead. I mean, a seriously big lead on what is still looks like a pretty flat pitch, and not too much assistance, but they're going to have a massive assistance in the scoreboard pressure. With Lancashire so far behind, and when they come out to bat, whenever it is again, Lancashire going to have a lot of work to make this game safe.
It's going to be a long 2 days for them.
It is.
Well, it's been a long day today, but those days certainly ain't going to get any shorter from here on in. James Vince is down, I'm afraid. It was a very good catch, because fortunately, what did he run? 10 yards running back? For 8.5, 9 yards of that, he was okay. It was just the final yard where you saw him pull up, but fortunately he was in a good enough position to take the catch by then.
Makes you wonder. He's obviously needed for his batting, isn't he? I suppose he has to be out there, otherwise he's unable to bat. He drops down the batting order, doesn't he? But it's a bit of a concern with the way he reacted to that.
Yeah, he's in pain, there's no doubt about it.
He had to bat at 9, was it last week?
Yes.
Tom Bailey's the new batter. Dawson in. Bailey gets forward. And that's rolling out towards Abbas at mid-wicket. There's no run. There are 4 overs left, and what has been a day to forget for Lancashire. It's been an excellent one for Hampshire. They've been brilliant with the bat, and they've been outstanding, I think, with the ball. They seriously have been terrific. There've been some really, I think, questionable shots, but the pressure that they've managed to keep on Lancashire, set by Dawson, but backed up by the fielding and the fielding positions, the whole package really, they've been excellent.
Well, there's been some good catches, isn't it, to back up the bowlers. Jerry Richards has emailed silentcricket@gmail.com. We were talking about Lanky the giraffe, who was sort of hanging at the boundary, really, wasn't he, on the balcony up there in the hotel. Jerry's got a theory about that.
Oh, okay.
Here's Turner over the wicket. Bell places that square on the offside where he gets a single, moves on to 28, 182 for 8. Lancashire trail by 207. He says, is Lanky the giraffe in that position to encourage the Lancashire batters to hang around? Or there is as a threat? Clearly, if they're looking up, they're not really taking the hint. Or certainly Tom Hartley didn't, anyway. Neil Halsworth from Explorer Coffees in Gospel. Other coffee companies available, of course, which I always say.
But that's a lovely one, is it?
In the partial, but it's a good one. Here goes. I've tasted some, it's very nice. Let's push square out the offside. Better move on quickly before any BBC bosses listening take me to task. They might say that on Lancashire TV as well, because they have their own sponsors, of course. Neil says, evening Kevin and Scott. Apologies for my absence. Busy prepping for market, so the roaster has been on full belt all day.
Oh, that smells nice.
Been trying to keep abreast of events via CFAX. Are you sure?
Does that exist anymore?
Is it CFAX?
I'm not sure it exists, does it?
No. Well, what TV has he got? Clearly the coffee company isn't going as well as I thought.
It's got a black and white TV.
Yes. Bailey pushes that to Prest, who's one of the 2 short. Or the BBC Sport app, as it's commonly known these days. He's dragged it back. But I was kind of expecting Lancashire to keep pace with Hampshire's first innings. Exactly what I said a few moments ago. Are we likely to get the Lancashire tail out, or are we going to see a rear guard action to take Lancashire to 250? Well, it's possible. I mean, it's still a good pitch. Hopefully we can peel them out and bang on the close of play, or have them all out by close of play. Well, that's also a possibility. All options are on the table, that's for sure. But I think we're all surprised at maybe the speed of which Lancashire have lost wickets. Just that one main partnership of 90 for the second wicket between Bahan and Keaton Jennings, which Hampshire really had to just hang in there.
Yeah, they did.
Because they looked in no trouble at all. Here's Turner. just guided out to backward a point, fielded by James Fuller.
It's a bit like yesterday when Middleton and Gubbins were batting, and Lancashire weren't quite sure where they were going to try and get a breakthrough. They managed to get a breakthrough. Hampshire just stuck at it while Jennings and Bohannon, they got to 90 in that partnership and looked good.
Yeah.
But then either side of tee is where the damage has been done, really, hasn't it? Was it 5 for 20?
Yep.
And yeah.
102 for 1, 122 for 6.
Yeah.
Here's Turner to Bailey, down the leg side. Good take by Brown. So fizz through that one.
Been a funny old game for that, hasn't it? Because I mean, we were this first thing this morning when we resumed, we were looking at how Lancashire had done pretty well to fight back with the ball late last night, and we were saying that the Hampshire boys were quite disappointed that they gave it away a few times as well yesterday. But then the whole thing was set up this morning with the way that Lancashire just could not break the Dawson-Abbas partnership.
Yeah, that set the tone for
it did. It completely did.
Yeah. Short. Bailey ducks underneath that one again. That ball's going through to Brown on the second bounce. 182 for 8. 3 overs left in the day's play. I mean, both sides have made lots of errors, but Hampshire find themselves over 200 runs in front and probably staring at a 170-odd lead. I don't know, just as a guess.
Yeah.
I mean, 170 if it is. I mean, it might be less, but you wouldn't rule out a 170 lead. You wouldn't rule out probably a bit more than that. That's huge.
It is. With 2 days left, and the weather's great. Yeah. Is it worth having a little scout around some of the grounds elsewhere, some of the scores elsewhere?
Yeah, I haven't done it for a little, well, say 10, 15 minutes ago I did. 15 minutes ago? Yeah, have a go, because it's all coming towards the close, isn't it?
Okay. I might not be able to, for viewers on Lancaster TV, won't be able to show you these games, but we can talk through some of the scores. We've got left 3 here. There's Dawson's in and balls to Bell. It's off the back foot and driven out towards the offside for a single. There's a couple of games that have actually reached a close of play. Somerset Durham, close of play at Taunton. With Somerset 492 all out, and Durham in reply 272 for 6. Durham are 220 behind, with 4 wickets remaining in Taunton. So that's reached the close of play. And the other game which is finished, we're just waiting a little bit here for some extra pads to be carried out. The other game which has reached a close today is the match at Chelmsford, where Essex are in a good position against Worcestershire, albeit they have fought really hard, Worcestershire, to their credit. They were 50 for 5 after about half an hour on the first day, then got to 260. Essex out for 404, and then Worcestershire second time round at 2 without loss, trailed by 136 runs. So Essex looking in a strong position against Worcestershire. And there's one other game in Division 1 which has reached its close of play for the day, and that's at Trent Bridge, where Nottinghamshire are 144 for 3 at the close of play. And they trail Surrey by 381 runs. Surrey making 525 in their first innings. So plenty of work for Notts to do with the bat tomorrow as well. Here comes Liam Dawson then again. We've got the extra fielder catch around the bat with a silly point slip and a short leg. It's just dabbed away by Bailey. And there's no run. The game that's still being played at the back end of this second day is at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire are playing Kent. There's Dawson bowls. Ooh, Bailey goes back. That's pushed through quicker by Dawson. Bailey survives. So Kent are batting in their second innings, 156 for 3. And they trail Warwickshire by 108 runs, with 7 second innings wickets remaining. Runs for Bailey here. His first, just clipped out towards the leg side for a couple. 185 for 8. So that's how it's looking elsewhere in Division 1. And England are 25 for 1 in their second innings. That's the close of play there on day 2 against Sri Lanka. 25 for 1 lead by 256.
Dan Lawrence out again.
defends and there's no run. Yeah, gone for 7. So 1 ball left, and then 2 overs remaining in the day's play. Dawson from around the wicket balls. And it's dropped away to the leg side by Bailey for a single. And he moves to 3, and he keeps the strike as well. 186 for 8, trailed by 203 runs.
Well, I don't think Hampshire need to take another wicket tonight to prove that they've had a good day. It's, yeah, that's been from start to finish.
Yes,
quite incredible, really. It's left Lancashire asking a lot of questions as to the way the day has gone. Looks like John Turner will continue. Turner so far in this innings, 14 overs, 2 for 49. Good comeback, as I say. His first 4 overs were very expensive, but he's kind of grown into the day. He's got better. He's found a better line and length, consistent line and length. This is what he needed. Bowls, that's whipped away. That's a good shot. That is a good shot, Tom Bailey.
Isn't it?
I think it will be pulled up just inside the rope by Tom Prest. But Bailey will pick up 3. And he moves on to 6, 189 for 8 with 11 balls left here on day 2. Back at 11 o'clock tomorrow. Back at 11 o'clock on Sunday.
Yep.
I think we move on. You move on to Sussex. Did you not hear you say you're going to Sussex next week for the T20 and then Durham away?
Yeah.
You couldn't get any further away.
No, one extreme to the other, isn't it? Yeah.
Wow.
They're very kind to at least give us a couple of days in between.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They'll need it, wouldn't they? Here's Turner. Bowles comfortably in behind that, as he has done quite often in this innings. Yes, that is a trick. You need to have won your T20, don't you, to face that? I hope you guys do. I mean, I suppose a lot of people say, well, you should hope that Sussex will win because they're your next door neighbours, but we're out of it. I don't care who wins, actually. If I'm honest, we're out.
Well, you finished in the group. Did you have a decent T20 or did you struggle?
No, we were horrible.
Oh, right.
Yeah, we were horrible.
Right.
We only started playing well as Bell plays that late, works that down to 3rd. That'll be 4 up towards the box, isn't it? It's called
the point.
The point. Sorry, I knew it was the something. The far end of the ground. I was
the
only
box would work as well, I think.
It would, actually.
It's a box shape.
I was only discussing it at length with Paul Allett earlier on today, and I've already forgotten what it's called. I think our best performance was the very last game against Essex.
Okay. Oh, and you're already out there.
The other 13.
Didn't bother with it. Well, that happens. And I mean, it's been a good T20 side for a long time. I suppose you can occasionally have a bad season, can't you?
You can't be good every year.
No. Well, look at Notts, they're the same, weren't they, in the North Group?
Horrendous.
Yeah.
I think they were worse than we were, actually. It's pushed out on the offside, which... Yeah.
I think we were chatting yesterday, weren't we, about this? There's 3 competitions you can win, and there's 18 counties all trying to win something. You know,
it's not easy to win anything.
It is it? No, and at some point, you have a bad run. Lancashire are in a horrible run this season in the Championship. And they've had 4 or 5 years of really good Championship cricket. They've had a bit of a stinker this year at the minute.
Yeah. What you don't want, of course, is that to be catching, and then it goes on to the following year. Bells again gets a length ball, which he plays out on the offside. I mean, I'll be honest with you, at the start of the season, I know you guys didn't have a great start of the season. Hampshire didn't have a great start to the season. And they were, after a few games, looking, downwards rather than up. I mean, they at the end of the Durham game at home, so it was the 1, 2, 3, 4, it was the 5th game of the season, and we didn't play against Durham up there. We were 8th. So I tell you, we were 9th. I'm just going to make sure. Oh, he's not let that ball go at all there, John Turner. So at the end of the Surrey game at the Oval, where we got trounced, effectively the 4th game of the season, but the 3rd, we were 8th. And with the draw against Durham, we were actually 9th at that point. So we, again, it's
Changes quickly, doesn't it?
Yeah,
Well, the things that I mentioned earlier, I guess before this round of fixtures, there's 11 points between three sides. If Lancashire can 3 games left, they could still finish mid-table, yeah?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, there's not a lot of points between a lot of teams. Bell again is in behind that one. End of the over, 7 runs off that over of Turner, the penultimate over of the day. He finishes with figures of 2 for 56 from 15, and it's 193 for 8. And Lancashire trail by 196.
The 3 Division 2 games that are taking place, we've already seen one done because of the game between Gloucestershire and Northamptonshire, wasn't it? Yesterday, abandoned Danebridge pitch. So that happened yesterday. So there's Glamorgan, Leicestershire, Yorkshire, Middlesex, and Sussex against Derbyshire in the Division 2 fixtures. As we're about to start the final over of the day with Liam Dawson, the star of the show, to sign us off for the day. Barely gets forward in defence, no run. Glamorgan 431 for 7, replying to Leicestershire's 251 all out. So Glamorgan lead by 180 runs with 3 wickets remaining. Big score for Yorkshire across the Pennines. The Yorkies got to 600 today. What did Johnny Bairstow get in the end? Dawson's in. Barely pushes away into the offside, no run. Bairstow got 160. George Hill got 169. So Yorkshire 601 for 6 declared, and Middlesex are 141 for 1 in reply. It's got a second against third, and that's close of play as well. And Sussex against Derbyshire with an extra catcher around the bat here, so 2 slips, silly point, short leg. Dawson just making sure everyone's in the right position. 4 balls left of the day. Dawson to Bailey, forward in defence, and there's no run. So Sussex 607 for 8 declared, so big scores for Sussex against Derbyshire, who in reply are 162 for 6. 3 balls to go today. Dawson for Hampshire, bounces his way back in, balls again forward, goes Bailey, defends. Bobbles its way back down the pitch. That ball there will be replaced pretty early on tomorrow because it's 76 overs old. So if needed for Hampshire tomorrow, they'll get a brand new ball after 4 overs. Bailey off the front foot in defence. And there's no run. So 1 ball remaining of the day's play. Tom Bailey waiting to face Liam Dawson. Comes Dawson from the Anderson end, and just almost sneaks through Bailey, who able to jab his bat down and keep it out. And that is the close of play on day 2, with Lancashire 193 for 8, and they trail by 196 runs. Mo Abbas was part of the story today, but in a very odd way, because he finished on 1. He took his overnight score from 0 to 1, but his partnership with Liam Dawson is really the thing that kind of set it all up, because Dawson's unbeaten century giving Hampshire a 389 run score for their first innings, but the day belongs to Dawson. That innings and then 4 wickets. He's bowled outstandingly well today. George Bell will get to the close of play, or has got to the close of play, on 33 not out. Even the pigeons have had enough, they've flown off. 193 for 8, with still Lancashire 196 runs behind. The scoring of the Lancashire batting card, it started even with the early wicket of Wells. That Jennings-Bannon partnership was worth 90, but then a run of 5 wickets for 20 either side of T really has transformed this game. 2 for Abbott, 2 for Turner, but Dawson, Kevin, has been the star of the show today.
Absolutely, couldn't keep him out of the game from start to finish, bat and ball, and he really has turned the game around. Hampshire disappointed coming into this morning's play, but I wouldn't say he's done it single-handedly, but with his efforts with both bat and ball have put Hampshire in a very commanding position.
They have, and as the umpires head off and the ground staff head out to the middle, And the sun starts to set here at Emirates Old Trafford. We will sign off for the day. Back with you tomorrow morning from 11 o'clock for day 3, live from Emirates Old Trafford here on Lancs TV and on the BBC Sport website and app, with Lancashire 196 runs behind at 193 for 8. Enjoy the rest of your Friday evening.
Welcome to Conrad Dubai. Here's your key.
Thank you. Let me help you with the bags.
Nice room.
How's that? How's that?
How's that?
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
Hi, I'm Keaton and this is Luke. We are the giraffe opening pair at Lancashire Cricket Club. We are here today at the Mistoria Estate Agents. Let's see what they have in store for us. What is the story of the Mistoria Group?
It actually started in 2008, had two buy-to-let properties. So I was dealing with an agency. I was really getting frustrated. And in 2009, I decided to start my own accountancy firm, property company and estate agency, which was named as Mistoria, and that's how we started.
Sounds a pretty dynamic, exciting company, to be honest.
It is. We're going places. We have all sorts of different things that we actually do. So we deal with sales, we deal with rental properties, HMOs, where a lot of other agencies like to stay away from. Overall, every person that works in each of the teams are determined to make it a success, and that's what we like about Mistoria.
You offer basically a one-stop shop for landlords and tenants?
Very much so, yeah. I think we're quite unique in terms of an agent because we do a bit of everything really. Whichever element of property you're interested in, we've pretty much got somebody within the business who can help you.
Each and every person that we have on our team has seen, if not all, the worst. So we could advise people what to avoid, so people could learn from our experience. We are happy to lead people or guide people. We are happy to teach people what to do.
It feels as though you've got a very sort of family-orientated type of value system.
I always believe it's a farm attitude. We need to, not a hunt attitude of doing a quick sale. We have to build a relationship and ensure that the person wins at the end. Because of that, we will win as well. It's a mutual beneficial relationship. I want to be conscious that we go that extra mile to ensure that we have done our very best for the person who has sought our advice in their property journey.
Two local favourites are staying at the Hilton Garden Inn. She's gone for the chip. My goodness me. It's over to the Hilton review system. A big bite. Gone. When lunch is the best part of the day, it matters where you stay.